Bam.
Let's go. What's up, everybody? How's everyone doing?
What's up? What's up?
There we go. They're coming in. They're coming in. How y'all doing? We're excited today. We're excited. Me and Will went over the content we're gonna be Will's gonna be providing today. It is absolute fire and something that you guys have been asking Will consistently for years. So we
Literally.
are finally excited to be able to get this thing out there. I know people are still coming in, coming in. All right. Perfect. Perfect. It's time to build these lists, people. So look, we're gonna hop right into it. Obviously, you guys know why you're here. You guys are gonna want to know exactly not only how Will builds his list to be able to do his 50K, 100K, 150K deals for him and his students, but also like what's his favorite list? What's his top one, two, three list? How he's setting it up, the tools that he's utilizing. This is what this training is for. So then you're gonna know exactly the exact list that not just Willer's going after, but his top students are going after to be able to close these top deals. And so I'm extremely excited to be able to kind of get into this and go and really kind of get into the nitty gritty. And that's really what this is about. Is going into the specifics of what you need to be focusing on. So without further ado, everyone, please let's give a big virtual welcome for Mr. Willy Numbers. Oh,
Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let me share my screen here. All right. Can everybody see my screen? Everybody can hear me well. We're
yep.
good. That's the first win of the night right there. Guys, this is not like a webinar to pitch you on something or something like that. I'm going to hit you straight between the eyes. And what I would argue is in the last, God knows how many years of me coaching people, the most asked about thing that I get consistently, which is data, list building. Will, what list should I go after? Will, what's the best list in your opinion? Will, which list should I target? Right, that kind of stuff. I would argue too, if I could look back right in 2017 when I first got started, knowing what I know now, and the first list I ever got started, because you don't know what you don't know. I wish I would have known this. I wish I would have known how different types of lists make a difference in the marketing that you do and the results that you're ultimately going to get. You guys hear me say this all the time, and I'll say it here again. My favorite list is consistency, right? My favorite marketing channel is consistency. But for the sake of this one, I am actually going to walk you through a couple of my favorite lists in actionable steps. All right. And I'm going to do it in a way that, I know for a fact it's going to blow a lot of you guys away. I'm going to go very deep here on different data sets, what that means to the seller profile. Why is this seller in that distress? Why is this type of lead better than that type of lead? Why is this marketing list better than that kind of list? The fact that there's only a certain amount of lists, okay? There's not like imaginary lists that you could create. And also the difference of, you have individual lists, for example, tax delinquency and a probate or a pre inherited list separately. But then what list stacking is, which is let's take a property that has tax delinquency, code violations, and let's say vacancy, right? So now that's three problems instead of one problem. How that actually upgrades that lead, and that is a much more motivated seller in that regard. Okay. So if you don't know who I am, my name is Willy Numbers. I've been doing this since 2017. I will skip the highlight reel for you. Just know that I have done over 800 transactions in my lifetime, a lot of lists. I've built every single list that you could possibly imagine. Trust me, I've owned them, I've done them, every single one, the good ones, and more importantly, the bad ones. I've built lists from scratch, meaning at some point going directly to the county rather than doing all these cool list softwares that there are nowadays. By the way, 2026, there's never been more data, more lists available to you than ever before. Okay. I am actually blown away because coaching so many different people throughout the years and with reverse flip at how easy it is to access data today. And just, a few short years ago, 2017 was not that long ago. I'm not that old. And I think back to how we used to do it. And even 2018, 2019, 2020. I mean, the business has come so far in terms of ease, of speed, and of affordability. Back in the day, it was very expensive to be able to build out a pretty niche list. There was no such thing as, popping onto one app that could literally do everything. All right. And nowadays, it's very easy to do that. You just have to know what you're doing, right? But the availability is there. Okay. So this training comes directly from what we are working on. Okay. This is what's really succeeding and what's in real pipelines right now. These aren't pie in the sky like, oh, theoretically 1, 2, 3 Main Street. This is not that. I'm actually going to give a live demo throughout this presentation, which is where we're going to take the bulk of our time. I'm literally going to go through that for about 30 to 40 minutes, guys. You're going to want to take notes. I'm coming in hot. I'm not apologizing for it. This is one of my favorite subjects. And it is gold what I'm going to be spewing at you tonight. And it can make you a lot of money and it will save you a lot of money at the same context. Okay. So why this training exists. This is one of the most common questions I get. Like I've said, where do lists come from, right? Where do I get my list? Where do I build a list? What type of list? Okay. The reality is all lists come from the county data. Okay. That's what the industry is probably not telling you, but all these list companies are aggregators, which means that they're not making up more seller leads. It's not like someone's sitting somewhere in a computer in Ohio and they're saying, oh, how can we create more motivated sellers? That's not how it works. So everything starts at the clerk of courts level. All right. In any county, in Podunk, America, all the way to New York City, everything starts at the county clerk level. When a document is recorded, whatever type of document that is, albeit a list pendants for a foreclosure, a tax delinquent notice, an eviction, a divorce, right? All these kinds of, a pre-foreclosure started. All these things start with a document being recorded at the clerk of courts. Now that goes off to these list softwares and these list companies. What they do a great job at is plugging into the back end of the county, and now they aggregate that data, meaning they filter it for you, okay? And then they go through that, okay? This training is about what types of lists and doing it the right way to pull the right type of list. There's no hype. There's no theory. This is exactly how I would pull a list. This is exactly how I pull lists. This is exactly how I pull lists with trainings that people pay me, in the Mastermind RF Pro, $30,000+ for 6 months, all the way down to all the free trainings I do on YouTube and this free training right here, okay? But this is how an operator after 800+ deals, right, an $8 million a year business in wholesaling thinks about data, pulls his lists. There's no chaos. There's no uncertainty. This is the true model dependent on pulling high leverage working leads, okay? That is all you have to know here. By the way, I am going to debunk, because one of the most common myths I see in this industry is I need more, I need more, I need more. I need this giant list of motivated sellers. No, you don't. No, you don't. They lied to you. I would rather you go after, especially if you're a one-man or a one-woman band, or you're just starting out. I would rather you go after a list of 100 motivated sellers for the next 90 days, because I guarantee you'll have better results than pulling a list of 10,000 and doing spray-by-spray marketing and hoping to God that the funnel markets, filters it for you and that you end up with a deal. Okay, I would much rather you use a sniper approach. Believe you me, I've done both of them. It's going to make you a lot more money this way. Also, it's going to save you from one common thing called burnout. Trust me, if you get the wrong data, you may be. One of the saddest things is when people start in this industry, or even the experienced guys, they start going through marketing or they pull a list, they deploy all this effort, meaning time, money, all that kind of stuff, and they deploy all these resources at this list only to find out, man, that person was marketing to the wrong seller, to the wrong person. So no matter how good your team was, no matter how much direct mail, how many cold callers, how many text messages, how many door knocks, how much PPC, it doesn't matter. It's not going to be as good as a result as you should have had because you started with the wrong list and the wrong data, okay? These things don't fail because of any other reason other than the process is broken, okay? You have wasted capital on bad data, burned relationships from poor timing, inconsistent feast or famine in your business, and false beliefs that lists don't work. By the way, here's another myth for you, debunked right here on the spot, straight from the horse's mouth. All lists work. Okay. All of them. I don't care what the motive, even high equity owner occupied, which in my opinion is the lowest grade of motivation for a seller. Even that works. If you do it long enough and if you do it consistent enough, it's going to work. If you throw enough stuff at the wall, you've heard that, something's going to stick. So don't believe the myth of like, oh, well, that list doesn't work. There's no such thing as a list that doesn't work. There's only an operator that doesn't work. That's the difference. So, like I said, I'm not going to go through this. 800 transactions, $15 million plus in profit from assignments, reverse flips, all that kind of stuff. And I've controlled a rental portfolio of over 65 million bucks. Okay. I have everything I'm going to teach you right now, everything I'm going to show you here, the data side, the list side has helped me to build that style of a business. Guys, my entire business would have not been doing $8 million a year if it wasn't for me having the right data to begin with. Everything starts with your data, because before you make a cold call, before you send a text, before you do any marketing, before you make an offer, before you run a comp, it doesn't matter. If you don't have the right people that you're going after, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, you are not going to make it very, very far. You're also going to get burnout. And you're going to think that it's the list fault. It's not the list fault. It's not the business's fault. Believe me, people make millions of dollars in this business every single stinking day. It's just a matter of, do I have the right people that I'm going after? Okay. I did not win by hustling harder. I won by controlling deals and controlling the right deals, going after the right sellers. And at a certain point in my career, I realized, hey, if I have better data and if I have better list building skills than the next guy, I have to work less. I have to do things less hard, right? I have a higher probability because seller A has 15 problems with his house. Seller B has 3 problems with his house. I'm not going to want to talk to seller B. I'm going to want to talk to seller A. Why? There's a higher chance that I'm going to get something done, and there's a higher chance that there's less competition on that guy because more problems scare people away. Okay, everybody following me on that? Everything you hear tonight comes from real deals, real problems, and real consequences. One of the reasons I can speak at you this way is because I have burned an ungodly amount of money on bad lists and bad data and bad marketing throughout my career. So what will you get by the end of this training? Why am I here, Will? 100 plus people here, which is awesome. Which list should you be working is one of the things you're going to get. 2, why it fits your strategy, reverse flip or otherwise, and how to organize it so deals don't slip through the cracks. Those are the 3 things that you're going to get, okay? And this is what I'm going to do. I'm also going to walk you through an exact deal that we have going on that we already own, and I'm going to walk you through the profit and all that stuff, and what list that lead was on, okay, and how the JV actually got that deal, okay. So you've heard me say this already. More leads equals more deals, okay. Sounds logical, but it's wrong. More leads equals more problems, and it equals a lot more work. I'm not saying that if you have a big enough operation, you don't need to generate a certain amount of leads, because you do, but if you're a smaller operation, which the majority of you on this call are, and even if you do have a small team, you should be running that as lean and as effective as possible, because at the end of the day, don't get stuck on vanity metrics. You know, I hear a lot of guys, and I used to ask it too, right? Because I was once upon a time there. How many leads are you generating? That's not the right question, dude. The right question is, how few leads do you have to talk to get a deal? That's a sexier question, right? Like when people say, how much money you make? I'm like, that's not a relevant question. The relevant question is, how much do you keep, right? These are mindset things you have to start thinking about. A lot of guys come up to me, they're like, dude, I want to do 100 deals a year. And I'm like, why the hell would you want to do that? Because someone told them that was the cool thing to do. I know that because somebody told me once upon a time that was the cool thing to do. So I chased that. And then when I got there, I was like, holy shit, I would have rather have done 40 deals, because when I was doing 40 deals, I was making a lot more profit than when I did 100 deals, right? It just seems sexier, but it's actually a myth, right? So what matters isn't volume, it's patterns, okay? So patterns reveal opportunity. Volume just creates noise. I want you guys to follow me on that, all right? Why lists don't convert? These are just four. There's a lot of reasons they don't convert. This is top four reasons why lists don't convert. I don't care what stage of your journey you're on. Wrong motivation, wrong timing, no follow up system, no prioritization. Meaning, a lot of people, the fourth one is one of my favorite ones, no prioritization. A lot of people prioritize all the lists the same. For example, a guy that's going to auction in a pre foreclosure list in 3 weeks, they're prioritizing it the same as, hey, the owner who's owned that property for 30 years has a free and clear house, doesn't have a mortgage, and doesn't really have a reason to sell. They are treating both of those sellers the same. And you and I know logically, you're like, well, you got to get to the auction guy first, right? That guy's urgency is way higher than that guy's, right? This guy doesn't have a problem. This guy's got a financial problem and a conditional problem and a timing problem. You see the difference here? So most people fail because of all this stuff. And what I see all the time is that people tell me lists don't work, right? But when I look closer, and it never fails, they pulled one list, marketed one time, and then just stopped, right? Then they wonder, oh, and I hear that about direct mail. It's probably the most classic example, and cold calling, I would say, just because it's difficult to do. People are like, oh yeah, cold calling doesn't work anymore. I'm like, for who? For who? I know guys that are still ripping 10 deals a month off of cold calling. I know guys that are still doing, we still doing a ton of deals off of direct mail, right? But it works if you work it. Most of the times too, people have the right list, then they start marketing to it, but they don't market to it long enough in order to generate the results that they're expecting. So you do it one time and you say, well, no one wanted to sell. And I'm like, okay, well, then you do it again and you do it again. Every single attempt, right? Sales don't necessarily, most of the times, sales don't happen on the first attempt, okay? It's very rare that somebody picks up the phone and says, yeah, I'm interested in selling at a fat discount. Thanks. Here's my name. Yep, send me the contract, buy the deed, whatever. I'm ready to go, right? And he has equity in his house. That's a freebie. That is not the norm, okay? Most of the time is follow up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12 times. Boom, then you get a deal, okay? But if you don't market to it the second time, the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, you're never going to get there. You see the difference? So, list pulling versus list building. I love this graph. It's actually really, really good because this dude right there on the left-hand side, sweating his butt off, that was me for many, many years. I was like dragging a giant rock, literally pulling lists. And then list building, which is what I'm going to show you tonight, is very, very different. Okay. One feels exciting. It's kind of like a pull. The other one is definitely a push, and it sucks. And it's always the hamster wheel that you are on. Okay. So operators don't ask what list is hot. They just don't, right? They ask what list fits my strategy, what market do I want to be in, and how much bandwidth I have right now. Bandwidth is very important. Again, if you're a one-man band or a two-man band or whatever, you're going to have a different bandwidth capacity than, say, me, for example, with a team of 10, right? So you have to meet yourself where you're at, okay? Some of you guys may be just starting off, and that's great. Welcome. You're trying to pull a list of 10,000 leads and prospects, and you're like, yeah, and I want to do, 16,000 cold calls a day and 2,000 text messages an hour, and I'm going to get all these deals. Dude, you're not going to make it past a day because you don't have the bandwidth. Now, the problem is going to be you're going to generate way too many leads, but no one's going to be there to service them, which is an oxymoron. It's kind of worse than not having any leads at all, okay? Execution gets easier when you own one lane. You see the picture on the other side? I owned one lane. When I got really good at one lane, which was wholesaling, when I stopped trying to wholesale, fix and flip, sub two, novation, all that crap, and keeping rentals and stuff, when I just started to do one thing, I said, look, I'm going to become the best wholesaler. My business took off like a bat out of hell. You always hear that, oh, you got to diversify. No, you don't. If you're broke and you're not where you want to be, you have no business diversifying. You have no business, throwing multiple lines in the water. You pick one lane. In this example, it'll mean one list and one marketing channel. Guys, you can do a lot of damage over an extended period of time with only one list and one marketing channel. The problem is that I tell you guys that you don't feel it's sexy because it doesn't sound sexy. And all of a sudden you get bored on day 32 and you run in the opposite direction. You want to go learn this. You want to go learn this other strategy. You want to go try this other marketing channel, and then you're gone, right? And you didn't give it enough time to have the results, like I said, that you would have gotten. The top three constraints: time, capital, and execution bandwidth, right? Every list must work within these constraints. What is the seller's timeline? Do they need capital, right? Which might tie into equity, and the execution capacity. What can you execute? Okay. Can you help this seller? You might be in a position to help them. You might not. And I mean that from an education perspective. Maybe you know how to stop an auction within 3 weeks. That's a high level execution, right? You're going to need some experience for that. You're going to need some know-how for that. You're going to need some resources for that. Maybe you're not there yet, and that's okay. Maybe you are more fitting to deal with a lesser quality problem where you can solve it on your own and make a smaller fee. Again, I don't know where all of you are at, right? But I do know where I was at different stages of my journey, okay? So every strong list answers 3 questions. Who is the seller? Why now? Meaning, why do they need to sell now? And what problem can I solve? Meaning you, okay? These are the 3 list building frameworks that we're going to go over. And I'll give you an example, right? A tax delinquency, property tax delinquency. There are different, I'm going to go deep into this when I get into the app here. There are different levels of tax delinquency motivation, okay? For example, in Florida, and most states work like this, in Florida, being tax delinquent, a seller who's tax delinquent 1 year, meaning they've only not paid for 1 year of taxes, let's call it 2025 or 2024, that is not a real motivated seller to me yet. Notice I say the word yet. Now, you give me a seller who's missed 2 years of taxes, boop, 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 that seller moves up in the motivation level. Now, you give me a seller who's missed 3 years of taxes, that seller has moved all the way up to the top of the chain because I know there is a consistent problem that clearly they cannot solve. By the way, when somebody ends up in tax delinquency, meaning property tax delinquency, that usually means 99.99999% of the time that there is a life event and everything else in their life hasn't been paid for because the last thing that they hold off on paying is property taxes. Why? Because it's going to go to auction and then they lose their home, their family doesn't have a place to live. So you have to understand the psychology of that seller and you have to think, wow, this person is really out there. Like they've missed car payments, they've missed mortgage payments, they've missed, FPL payments, they've missed everything leading up until this tax delinquency. And the fact that they're on year 2, 3, 4, that tells me that this is not going to be fixed anytime soon. It also probably tells me that somebody probably died along the way because usually tax delinquency and pre-probate or a pre-inherited data set usually go together. That's gold nugget number like 5 so far tonight. Write this down. One of Will's favorite lists, if not my all-time favorite list, is tax delinquency with a pre-inherited trigger, meaning somebody has passed away, either a probate's been opened or not, and the property's tax delinquent. That, my friends, will make you a lot of money in any state, any market. I bet you anything on it, okay? Market first. So you're going to start, and we're going to go into it now on the app. You're going to see me do it in real time. You're going to start with a market first, okay? And a market that you're going to work consistently, okay? Why? Because you're going to get familiar with that market, which is going to create speed. Speed is going to create confidence. Confidence to decisions, underwriting, offering, etc., comping. And confidence is going to create leverage for you to get better deals. Okay? Now, let's look at this chart real quick. Motivation layers. Okay? There's all different types of motivation layers. Okay? Motivation, though, isn't binary, meaning that it doesn't just stay in the same place. It stacks over time. Like I said, tax delinquency year 1, tax delinquency year 2, tax delinquency year 3, tax delinquency anytime beyond that. Whoa, we got big problems, okay? Also within that, by the way, it's not just going to be the only problem. There's probably going to be tax delinquency year 1, only problem. Oh, tax delinquency year 2, judgments. Ooh, seller stopped paying their car. Now the car note company has a judgment against them and they're tax delinquent 2 years. You see what I'm saying? So that is a stacked list now. That's a little bit different. And stacking, by the way, isn't about finding perfect sellers. It's about letting pressure reveal itself over the history of that seller. All right. These are some of the high leverage categories: probates and estates, pre inherited. You'll hear me talk about that. And you've heard me talk about that a lot. Tax delinquency issues. There's also other types of tax issues like IRS tax issues. Those are tax liens. We're buying one right now. It's got $1.3 million in tax issues with the IRS, different from property taxes. Code violations. These are huge, right? Usually you're going to stack this one on top of the other ones because there's a smaller subset of them. But an unsafe structure, a work without permit, maybe it was a fire damage, maybe they did an addition without permits, aka Miami, right? And then long-term dead leads. If you have any dead leads in your CRM, those are probably going to be very valuable because if they're still the same owner and they're dead, somebody has not been able to figure that out. If you can't figure it out, chances are somebody else can't figure it out, which is why you should go back to it, okay? One list is curiosity. Two lists are a signal, meaning if they're on one list, I'm a little curious, right? Depending on the list. If they're on two lists, aka a stack, now I'm very, very curious. And now that's signaling to me like, hey, I got a problem here, right? Three lists, meaning they're on three different types of lists. Now you have my attention. Now you're going to go priority up for me, especially if when I go to the picture of the house, like a Google image or something like that, and we're going to talk about virtual driving for dollars, especially if I see that and I'm like, oh, whoa, this house has all these problems, situationally, and it looks like crap. Now we got a big issue, right? Now we got a great lead. One of the biggest breakthroughs we see is when someone stops chasing new lists and starts chasing the stack of motivation. Okay. Suddenly they're not guessing anymore. It's really, think about it this way. It's like if you stack the right lists going into this and you start doing your marketing, you can literally set your watch to it. I can't tell you if it's going to be, a couple days if you're lucky, and I can't tell you if it's going to take 2 months, but I can tell you that it's literally only a matter of time before you get a deal. Why? Because you're talking to the right people that have the right problems. That makes sense? Great. So the timing mistake, one and done marketing. Guys, we're not going to hammer this anymore because this one's not about this webinar is not about marketing. It's about list building and data. But guys, you really have to stop doing this little marketing one shot to it and then you stop and you move on, okay? Frequency beats freshness, okay? Follow up creates deals. Okay, I'm sure a lot of you have heard the super cliche, expression where the fortune's in the follow-up. Take it from me, whoever said that shit was dead on the money and was right. I have made more money from follow-up than probably any other thing in my business. The problem is most people don't follow up. Did you know that industry standards, statistically speaking, most people don't follow up any more than 2 times? Statistically speaking, deals happen from follow-up 10 to 12, by the way. So if people are following up 2 times and deals are happening on 10 to 12, you got a problem, okay? And that problem can be solved by you. You understand? So let's look at this. This is a snapshot of one of our, of the app, right? Organizing for execution. So if you can't see it, you can't scale it, okay? List, die, and spreadsheets. If you have spreadsheets outside of your CRM and stuff like that, you can use them to put them into different like marketing channels or to different dialers or like a mail house or something like that. But if they're not in your CRM, you can pretty much just discount them, right? If you're using a notepad, I started that way. You better get off the notepad real quick because they will stack up and you will start to lose the focus and you will start to not be able to track them, okay? Most people don't lack effort. They just lack visibility, all right? What operators do differently, like real operators, they have fewer lists, they have efficient tracking, okay? And they have clear rules of engagement, who they're going after and why, all right? So we're going to go after targeted data. So we're going to focus on motivation, not just volume. I don't give a crap about volume, guys, okay? I care about motivation. And I'm literally going to show you how we're going to take down like an 11,000 property list down to, I think it's like 87. Maybe less, okay? But those 87 are the 1% of the 1% of the 1% in that list that you need to be talking to. And they're the ones that statistically will sell. Not, maybe they will sell if you follow them over time. Consistent outreach. You're going to set up a multi-channel follow-up system. This should be automated in your CRM, even though we're not going to get into a lot of CRMs here tonight. Okay. And I could, guys, I'm going on like on and on and on because I get ecstatic about this stuff. And my goal is just to provide so much value here that you guys leave here with your brains exploded, because I feel like a lot of people charge for this stuff, and I'm not hating on anybody, but I'm just gonna start giving this shit away for free because it's just too easy to do, right? So execution is where everybody struggles. Okay, everybody struggles. Everybody's got ideas. Everybody's, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna market to this person. When it comes to execution, though, probably 1% of 1% actually execute. Okay, so this is usually the point where people say, oh, now I get it, right? That is where execution meets success, okay? Not because of the software, but because they can finally see what's missing. By the way, the software is a component. And when I say the software, like whatever software you want to use, is a component, okay? But I am now going to actually go into our own software, and I'm going to show you the one that we use in our day-to-day business. Let me share my other screen here. Give me 1 second. Boom, boom, boom. Is this helpful so far, guys? Is this pretty good so far? Give me some stuff in the chat. I want to know. I want to know because I'm over here just spitting straight fire. All right, here we go. So you guys should see this. Yeah. All right, you guys should be able to see my screen again. Great stuff. Love it. Yes, fire. It's blurry on purpose, guys. But yeah, it's blurry on purpose. Yeah. I've spent way too much money on leads. Willie, the boss of data. Appreciate that. Great, Willie. What's up? All right. All right. Listen, I love it. Is this the RF title search? No, so this is the RF deal finder. As you guys can see, good stuff. Fire, 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 fire. Amazing. Can't thank you enough. I love it. All right. So you guys are excited. You guys are getting me excited. All right. Let's keep going. All right. So this is the RF deal finder. All right. This is our own app. Okay. We just recently developed this. It is, I'm going to take it for an entire spin here. I'm going to give you, don't worry about it. I'm going to give you the full tour. We got time. Guys, and look, I know that this is scheduled from 6 to 7. So that technically says we have another 27 minutes. I don't give a shit. I'm here to deliver, over deliver, and more deliver. I will stay here till 7:30 if I have to, and the winners will stay here that long. I promise you, you're gonna want to stay here if it goes over, because I'm just gonna keep giving more value. Okay, that's the whole point of this. We're not on here to, oh, I got a time constraint. I don't care. I love what I do. I have passion for what I do, and I love to see people win. All right. And I see way too many things about this subject in particular. So many people have so many opinions on it. So I'm gonna walk you through. So here's the deal. In the RF Deal Finder, excuse me, you can build a list, any kind of list that you want. It has all the data, literally. It's plugged into every single county in America, by the way, MLS included. And you have all the data up and down with all the motivation that you can possibly think about, okay? With lien data, with pre-foreclosure data, with all the different types of lists, probates, tax delinquencies, squatters, evictions, right? You have all that stuff, vacancies, etc. However, for the purposes of this, how we're going to get started is I'm going to walk you through one zip code. Why am I doing that? For a number of reasons. The primary reason is I want to keep it super, super tight into one very tight area and very specific marketplace. I know my marketplace well. I'm in South Florida. You can do this in any hot zip code in America. So if you were me on this other side, you were doing this live, you would say, hey, what is the hottest zip code in my marketplace? I get it. Some of you are thinking, man, Will, I'm in a small marketplace, right? I'm smaller than South Florida. Not a problem. So grab the top 3 to 5 zip codes if you don't have enough properties there. So we're going to start with 33147, okay, which is a very, very hot zip code, all right? And it has a lot of properties in it. It also has a lot of fix and flippers. It has a lot of people that do a lot of business here, all right? So we're going to go into 33147, all right? So the first thing I've done, and by the way, the app works one of two, well, actually a couple different ways. You can do the zip code, or I could have done this, all right? I could have said Orlando, Florida. Just pointing that out there. Or I could have done Dallas. Damn, there's a lot of Dallases in America. Dallas, Texas. Okay, I could do it either way. All right, so let's go back to 33147. I've made a lot of money in 33147 since 2017. All right. If you guys are familiar with this, this is the Lib City zip code in South Florida. Okay. Look, in just one, I haven't added any filters yet, guys. In just one zip code, there's 10,700 properties available. Okay. Almost 11,000 properties in one zip code. Okay. Now I get it. Will, Miami's big. I understand. I get it. We're not looking for volume here. And I don't care about 10,700 right now. You're going to see I'm going to bring this list down so fast. So here's how we're going to do this. We're going to go over to filters. Okay. This is where you start to build your data. All right. And we can go in a number of different directions, guys. The first list I'm going to show you is top 2 favorite lists of mine of all time. It works anywhere in America. And I would put my tax delinquent list against any other kinds of lists. Delinquent tax activity. Okay. Now, if you can see here, you can click any one of these. All right. Or you can exclude them if you want. All right. I am going to add and click delinquent tax activity. So what did I just do? I took the list down from 10,700. So out of the 11,000 or so properties that were available in 33147, I took this down to only 536. That's still a lot of properties, by the way. 536 properties within that zip code are delinquent in taxes. Okay. Is that a pretty good start? I would say so, considering that we took off almost 10,000 properties right out of the gate. I'm not saying those properties were bad. Okay. I'm not saying that they're not motivation in there. Don't focus on that. I'm saying we're building a tax delinquency list. Cool. Cool. How delinquent? More than 2 years? We don't know yet, Jen. We're going to get there. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to filter out any other property types that are not single families. Okay, so before some of you guys, because I know there's always overachievers here, Will, does this work on land? Can I do it? Yes, you can. Can I do that with multi-flat? Yes, you can. Right now, though, I am doing single family, so we're going to stick to single family. Okay, so out of all those, it dropped it now to 457. Still got 457 potential leads. Notice I say potential. We don't know if they're leads or not. Stop calling these things leads because they're not leads. They are prospects. We do not know yet. Okay. The next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go to property value, and I do not want to go over 600,000. Okay. In this marketplace, I just don't want to go over it. I don't want a multi-million-dollar property. I don't want some kind of commercial. I don't want any kind of like weird outliers coming in. Okay. So 600,000. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to filter by owner type. I only want individual owners. I don't want an LLC. I don't want a trust. I don't want any of that stuff. You understand? So right now, individual owners, that brought it down to 298. All right. Now I'm going to go to absentee owner out of state and absentee owner in state. You guys see that? So what do we have so far? And you can see the active filters right here. Lean. I love it. RF gang. What up, boy? So you have your active filters right there. What do we have so far? We have one zip code. We have single family only. We have tax delinquency. That is our main trigger. Then we have up to $600,000 in property value. Then we have individual owners, absentee, in-state, and out-of-state. So we have a non-owner occupied property. Why would we do that, guys? Because if somebody doesn't live in that property, they're not going to have as much emotional attachment to it. 1. 2, if they don't live in that property and they're tax delinquent, that means that the data is telling me I don't even need to speak to that person. They can't afford that house. Period. I don't know what's going on in their life yet, but the data, again, you got to listen to the data when the data talks to you. Somebody doesn't live in the property. It's a single owner, so there's no LLC, and they're not paying the property taxes. They can't afford it. The data is literally yelling that to you. Okay. We could even get a little bit more creative here, and we can say, hey, look, I want length of ownership. I want people who have owned these properties for more than 10 years. If I did that, it would bring it down to 24. Okay. Now I'm going to do, for the sake of this example, I'm going to do 6 years. Why? Because 6 years ago was 2020. If you guys remember, it was the end of the world, COVID, right? Whatever. After 2020, Property values have skyrocketed. So I'm going to say I want somebody that has a minimum length of ownership of 2020 because chances are they got a lot of equity. By the way, on this list, a tax delinquent list, it is assumed that you're going to have a shit ton, and I say a shit ton of equity. Why? Because if it's tax delinquent, chances are there isn't a mortgage on it. Because if there was a mortgage on it, the mortgage company would be escrowing or paying those taxes. Why? Because they don't want it to go to auction. Okay? So here we go. Exactly. Should have it all because mortgage would be paying. Bam. There you go. You got it. Who's that? Jen. Jen's got it. Jen, are you in the community? Because you seem to know quite a bit, which I love. Okay, guys, can we agree that this is a pretty solid list? Yes, I love it. So can we agree that this is a pretty well narrowed down list, right? So I got 37 properties. I don't want to go any lower than that. All right. I already know what I need to know here. There's 37 pretty good attempts at bat here. So here's the deal. You go click on the 37. Here's your filter, 37. All right. Now I'm just going to do, 75 per page. So now I got all 37 right here. You guys see this? Some of them have pictures, some of them don't. Why? Well, here's the cool thing. Our app is linked to the MLS, which means that if it was listed or if it's actively listed right now, it would actually say so. If it was withdrawn, if it was an expired listing, et cetera, it would actually say so. The only app that I know of that actually links off market and on market together. So if you don't have MLS data, you don't need it anymore. The app has it. Okay. So again, guys, I'm just going to pick a rabbit out of the hat here, something that looks pretty bad. Already picture number one. You guys see that, right? I mean, that looks like a whoa. Yeah, there's some damage there, right? Guys, this is probably the coolest part of this app, which is you guys have all heard of driving for dollars. I'm assuming you have, right? Because it's 2026. You've heard of virtual driving for dollars. Now, this is an aerial intelligence property scan, which is like Terminator talk for we use satellites to scan over the house and the Google image. So, like, we scan for green pools, bad roofs, right? Stuff like that, overgrown grass, like a jungle on top of a house. And watch this. So, this is the house, right? I'm going to do that. Boom. And within a second, it's going to compile it. And it gave me a moderate property condition of 47. Yeah, Skynet. We can't use Skynet. Antonio, we get sued, but it's pretty damn good. Now, when I ran that, it automatically did the driving for dollars scan, right? And look at what it tells me. Look at this description. This property shows concerning signs of financial strain and potential neglect. That's lovely. Indicated by a recent tax delinquency and a free and clear cash buyer status, meaning that the buyer owns it cash. Okay. So they don't have debt on it. This often means no institutional oversight, which is fancy for saying this is not a lender. The property was last sold over 8 years ago. Ding, ding, ding. So 2018, suggesting a long period without significant investment or updates. This combination signals an owner who may be unwilling or unable to maintain the property adequately, potentially leading to further deterioration and decreased value. That is like really fancy talk for saying this property looks like shit. He's got financial problems, and you should probably give homeboy a call because he probably would sell at a discount. Okay, that's all I need to know. So let's go through and let's go down just a little bit. We see that it's an individual owner. His name is Oscar Morales. All right. We also see here, right? You see, he lives, what is that? 15 streets over. He lives at 1776 Northwest 78th Street. So my man does not live in the house. That is good. His property taxes are $4,900. Let's call it $5,000. All right. And obviously he's tax delinquent on them. There's no loans, you see? There's no loans recorded here. Okay. And the last time he bought this, he actually bought this in 2015. He got a steal. He bought this for freaking $28,000. God bless America. I wish I would have taken 100 back then, right? So now let's just confirm. Let's just go here and let's go outside and go to Google Maps. See what the hell this house looks like. Oh. All right. Well, that was a bad one. All right. So, guys, let's keep going and let's look through another one. All right. Let's keep going through this. Bum, bum, bum. All right. Let's look at this one. Just picking it out. It has no picture. Might be a good thing. So I have a moderate, right? Now I'm just going to spot check these as I'm going through it. I like to just check the list. So as I'm going through it, boom, boom. All right, guys, what does that look like to you? I don't know about you, but that looks like an old ass roof. It looks like awnings. Why are they closed? Right? It's daytime. Why the hell are the awnings closed? Right? And it doesn't look like, I don't even know. That kind of looks like central AC. Not really sure. There's a boat. The driveway looks like crap, right? There's definitely some stuff going on here. There's definitely some stuff going on here. And I can just tell that there's no mortgage. The last mortgage was 2007. It was a reverse mortgage. All right. And now it's tax delinquent. All right. Let's keep going down. Let's pick another rabbit out of the hat. And here's the coolest thing, guys. When I find a property that I say, hey, I really like this. I like what's going on. You guys ready for this? I don't think you're ready for this. Check this out. I hit it with the contacts, and there's your skip tracing right there. So the app includes the skip trace. I mean, if that's not wild, I don't know what it. You guys have no idea if you're just in this business for like a few years. You younger people that are just like, dude, this used to be so hard. Used to freaking. First of all, you'd get charged like 11 to 12 cents for skip trades. Second of all, I used to have to go to another website, look it up. Oh, okay, Willy Mathis. Okay, here's the address. Or you used to have to download a list and then batch skip tracing came out. So you used to submit the whole batch and then get all your. Dude, it's all here. Here's the crazy thing too. You could grab this thing, and if you have the version of the app that dials, let me not call this guy right now, but you can literally click and dial. Here's another cool part. So let's say I really like this property, and let's say I call Willy Mathis, 786-283, whatever. And I have a pretty decent conversation with Willy. Maybe he's ready to sell, maybe he's not ready to sell. That's all good. Whatever happens though, I'm going to go here and I'm going to say add to my list, right? As a matter of fact, let me go back. I'm going to go to notes. I'm going to add whatever tag I want, right? You can create whatever tag. For example, a tag might be like 33147 tax delinquent. Okay, just so you remember, like, oh yeah, that was in 33147, tax delinquent, whatever. And then I can look at this, guys. I can, depending on whatever conversation I have with this guy, interested, contacted, visited, offer made, etc. Priority, high, medium, low. Like, hey, this guy wasn't interested at all. Hey, this guy was actually very interested. He said he was going through, a family matter. And he said his father passed away. He's the heir. He lives in Georgia. Those kinds of things, right? And you pop them all in here. And then the lead type, right? The type of deal. The lead source, direct mail. Did you do a cold calling, right? Whatever. And again, the selling time frame, hey, ASAP, 30 days, 90 days, whatever. I could set a reminder because you will be talking to quite a few people. You could set a reminder and then you can put blah, 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 blah. You could save that, whatever you want, and put save. Once you save it, then you can add it to your list. You can make as many lists as you want. And you can say, hey, blah, 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 blah. Here's a bucket of them. And you can download it if you don't want to use this CRM, that's fine too. You can download it to your own CRM. Now, guys, is that pimp or is that pimp? I mean, that is pimp. Like, to me, that is super pimp. That is all inclusive. That is the first app that I know of that has everything in one. And for those of you, yes, this is nationwide, 100% money in the bank. I love it. Yes, Jim, this is nationwide, sir. Big pimping, baby. Somebody knows the song. All right. So for now, we understand what have we done so far? I told you the majority of this was going to be in the demo, right? What have we done so far? We have built the list in one zip code because I wanted to show you the one zip code first. Tax delinquent, non-owner occupied, in-state or out-of-state, with equity, obviously, and a length of ownership of 6+ years, okay? Right. So skip tracing included, tracing is included. That's crazy, even in Velo charges per skip. That's right. So if you use the app, you actually get 25,000 downloads every single month, and then they reset at the end of every single month. It's up to 25,000. By the way, you guys are not going to go through 25,000 records, especially that's a lot of records monthly. Guys, you do not need that kind of volume. You need leads like this. So what I've shown you is everything within 33147. You guys following me so far, right? You guys are in there? Cool. So what I'm going to show you now is how to build this within a county. So now I'm going to show you the difference of, okay, let's expand and let's see how much opportunity, because one zip code is one zip code, right? Now we're going to look into it and say, okay, let's expand and let's build another list. So that was tax delinquency. I'm going to show you another list now. And then I'm going to show you an actual deal that we own already, and I'm going to show you where that deal would have popped up. Okay. And the fact that we got it from the software. Like we don't invent anything else. 100% equity for tax leads. Duh. That's right. Tracking, does it give you an estimated equity? Yes, it does. Skip trades included. Yep. Is there a trial period? So we do have something coming out where if you sign up for the app, if you don't like it after 14 days, we'll give you back your money. But if you don't like it, I can't see that happening. I just really can't see that happen. So we we're gonna go into a county now. All right. So check this out. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go into, I don't know, Duval County. I'm gonna get out of South Florida. All right. So I'm gonna go up to northern Florida. If anybody here is from Jacksonville, Duval is right there. Okay. Uh, so here's Duval County. I mean, it's a big, big county. All right. And I'm gonna clear the filters first of all. I should do that. So I'm gonna clear the filters. Look how easy it is to clear the filters. So you see when I clear the filters, right? Jen, I'm going to show you comps here in a second. When I clear the filters, here is 334,164. So that's all the properties. That's a lot of properties. There's over 330,000 in Jacksonville. Cool. So now I'm going to start to filter. Now what I want to go after is another list, which is going to be pre-inherited properties. Now, you're going to go down to liens, by the way. If I wanted to filter for liens, look at all the different types of liens I got, right? See that here? So list pendants, for example, which is an LP, it's the start of a foreclosure. Here you go. You got 672 in that county to go after if you want it, right? If I wanted judgments, like financial judgments against a seller, let's see how many there are. 1,139. Now, let's see what happens if I go list pendants and judgment. Oh, so now we got two. We got 1,678. Okay. Now, let me stick to, see, I get distracted. So deceased probate. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen, right here. I got 2,733 properties that are pre-inherited. You know, they say about Florida, Florida's God's waiting room. It really is true. Everybody from America comes here to retire. Sadly, you know, they live long lives and then they pass away. So there's a lot of probate. The Florida is the number one probate state in the entire country. You can look that up. You can fact check me all you want. It just is. So now I'm going to start to filter. So we're going, not God's waiting. So we're going into single family only, right? Because we're rebuilding the list from scratch. All right. I cleared off all the features. So we got single family. So that dropped it like about 100. Okay. Now we're going to do this. Remember, we're going to build up some filters here. This is like a playground. You can do as many different filters as you want. So I'm going to do a minimum of 30% equity. That's going to drop that list. So that dropped it another 300 and something. Why am I doing that, guys? Because I don't want to end up with properties that have negative equity or don't have equity, right? So I can't do a deal, or I would need to do a short sale or something like that. I don't want that. So I want to save myself from doing that. I can do it with equity. You could also do it in reverse and you can do loan to value, but why would you want to do that? Because it's just going to make it more complicated in your mind. Okay. So check this out. Even if I wanted to, guys, I could filter by the type of loan. If I wanted to, I mean, if you guys are paying attention, I could do sub twos that way, right? I could do a reverse flip and then just keep it as a sub two. So check that out. So if I wanted to, I could just go through the loan and then I could go through the minimum interest rate if I wanted to. So check that out. So I would say like, oh, hey, it has to have a minimum interest or a maximum interest rate of 4%. It's going to be a very small subset, but you're going to be talking to money leads. You understand? So let me keep going through this. Here we go. So we're going to do, where did I go? Minimum 6-year length of ownership. Okay. So actually, I'm not even gonna filter that. I'm gonna leave it at 2129. Matter of fact, let's see what happens if I go 10 years. There we go, 651. So I got 651 now that have owned this for a minimum of 10 years. So 10 or more years. Make sense? And they are deceased. Okay. Now, what happens if I do this? That is gonna 200 properties, ladies and gentlemen. So guys, what do we have so far? This is a pretty good list. The only other thing I am going to add to this is a maximum property value of 400. Actually, that's pretty heavy for Jacksonville. I'm gonna do 300,000. Send me that list. Sign up, baby. Sign up. You get it yourself. Guys, so let's review this list really quick. This is the second favorite list right here. Got some funny people in the Zooms tonight. I love it. So you got, this is the second thing. You have Duval County. So we're in a new county, okay? We went after single family. We went after deceased probate, meaning pre-inherited property. They might already have a probate open. They might not. Then we went equity, 30+% positive equity. So we know we have equity. We have length of ownership 10 plus years, meaning, hey, these people own this 10 or more years before they pass away. Now we also have an out of state owner, an absentee owner. Okay. And the property value up to 300,000 because Jacksonville has smaller property values than Miami. Miami, I did 600,000. I did 300,000 in Jacksonville. That gave us 143 properties right here. Is that a pretty niche list? Again, we started at 330,000 properties in Jacksonville, went down to 2,200 in pre-inherited, went down to 143 pre-inherited data. All right. Now we're going to click on them. I want to see what is going on here. Riches in the niches. That's right. That's right. So we're going to see, and we're going to check out some stuff. I'm just going to look at this one right away. Right away. Just caught my attention. Why? Because it looks like this. Guys, you should be very quick at noticing a property that looks like this. You say, whoa, hold up a second, right? It's also an expired listing. They tried to sell this in March of last year. Something, guys, that's another, a lot of people won't tell you this. That is another list to me in and of itself. That's another trigger in and of itself. An expired or canceled listing, right? That is another list. That's another trigger for me. Hey, these people tried to sell it. Maybe the heirs did. Maybe they didn't. Somebody tried to sell it. And I guarantee you, I've been doing this too long, but I guarantee you that they ran into a problem with the probate. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to try to point that out and try to figure that out. There's no pre-foreclosure, right? And again, the last loan was for 88 grand in 2006. So this thing, for all intents and purposes, is paid in full. So let me go and take a look at this and pop this. Now I'm going to go into Duval County. I'm going to go into Duval County. Where am I going? Property appraiser. All right. Which is one of the toughest property appraiser websites because it's just old. But hey, and it's going to be 1680 Stafford Road. You have to manually type all this in. 1680 Stafford. And then you got to hit road over here. Look at this, bro. Like it's 1999. Road. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. What do I see? Bingo was his name-o. Et al., which means and all in Latin, which is an indicator for probates. It just is. It's just how it is. Okay? Now, sales history right here. Well, this is very interesting. So we have a property that we just pulled off of an inherited list. They attempted to sell it in March of last year. The listing expired. It has 63% equity. Okay? It has liens on it. There's an order determining homestead. So I already know, wait a minute, somebody filed a probate here, right? So now I know. Now I got it. Then I go to the property appraiser and I'm just doing some fact checking. And I see here, there's probably an order determining homestead or the deed. It's not available. And you know why it's not available? Because it's a probate. And so a lot of the probate records are redacted. So et al means and all. It's Latin for and all, which is a good indicator for a probate. So look, here's the deal. It transferred July of last year. So again, this property is telling me a story. This is still a great lead, by the way. It's a great lead because they haven't been able to figure this out. And this is a $100 transfer because it was an interfamily transfer, meaning the probate. So the heirs got it. If I had to guess with my eyes closed, what happened here was they tried to go sell it in March, ran into the probate issue, had some issues, okay? Heirs probably started fighting with one another, and then it took until July to get the probate done, and boom, now it's here. There's probably still some fighting going on between the heirs, but nobody has moved on this deal, and nobody sold it. And again, the chances that this house, look at this house. This is old school. Okay, this is old school. Look, you can tell that there was an elderly person living in this house, right? And then they unfortunately passed away. You could just tell, right? So you can, it's Jeanette's kitchen. You see that? So you can tell the chances of this, because this is a listing from March, and this is what's awesome about having MLS data. The chances of this house looking better today than it did in March of last year with a probate going on are 0%. That just tell 0 percentile. Okay. And the last thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to check this out and see if I can find anything in Jacksonville. See what this house looks like. Okay, so this is 2019, so it's been a long time. So the house had a bad roof in 2019. It doesn't look any better in this picture. Okay, doesn't look any better. Will, what time do you call your sellers? Afternoon or all day? Anytime, baby. Anytime. But there is a really good window to call between 5 and 8 p.m. There's also another really good window to call between 9 and 11. But yeah, 5 and 8. Legally speaking, I think the law is you can't call anybody, I think, later than 8 p.m. if it's not a business, if it's a consumer. I don't remember. But yes, either way, man. And you know what? When sellers aren't answering, especially when I got a property like this, and if it was a realtor, I'd blow up that realtor all day until they answer my phone. Yeah, 8 p.m. is correct. There you go. So I still remember. So, guys, is this a good lead? This is a good lead. It's the first one that I popped off from the list, right? And there's how many more? Yes, 100%. There's 143. Now, check this out. Last thing I'm going to show you. After I did all that digging, guess who I can call? All the people. All the people. Yolanda, Jeanette, Reginald. Well, we know that Jeanette is probably deceased. Rest her soul. But we have Yolanda, we have Reggie, we have Jeanette, and Reginald. We got a bunch of them. We start calling, start figuring out what the hell happened here, and start calling and seeing who's got my money and who's going to sell me this deal. Who do I have to speak to, right? Guys, that took me literally 2 minutes, 2 minutes to do that. And let's go look for some more. Let's go look for some more. Yeah, you got your email too. So let's just keep looking. Now I'm on it. Oh, look at this one. Ooh, look at this thing. That's rough. Hold on. That was 2005. Oh my God. It was an MLS listing from 2005. Here we go. Here we go. Billy Dix. Oh my God. I can't believe I said that out loud. Rough indeed. All right. So you got a boom, quick claim deed. Yep. Boom, loan. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. If you ever join me on any of these calls, I say some stuff that I still can't believe I say it sometimes. All right. Can you call DNC numbers if you're trying to buy their house because you're not selling anything? Look, man, I'm on video, so I'm going to say that you can't. However, I will say that, there's workarounds, but legally speaking, you can't and you shouldn't. When you see the number on the DNC, wouldn't get sued or something kind of trouble. Yep. Yeah, and I'm also not a lawyer, so I don't know. This is edutainment, bro. I appreciate. Where does this show on the RF deal finder how many years or how much they're behind? So it doesn't show how many years for tax delinquency they're behind. You can just pop off and go to the property appraiser and go for that. Call from your personal number. Yeah. Again, I would never call from my personal number. Just saying, at the bare minimum, get yourself like a Google Voice number or something like that, or get yourself a vanity number from like CallRail or smartphone or something like that. There's so many of them nowadays. Here is a lien. Look, bam. There's another probate, guys. This stuff doesn't fail. So somebody, again, you could look through this and the case number's right here. This is a case number from 2024. That's telling me that this has a problem. Probate should not take 2 years to do, guys. This is a great lead. It's a great property. And again, look at the condition of this property, for the love of God. So let's run that. Let's look at the Google image of this house. 1572, right? I think it's this one. Yeah. Look at this house, guys. Guys, look at the next door neighbor, which is pretty clean. Look at this thing. Come on. This is light that thing on fire and start over. Yeah. Well, that's a little. Look at the front door neighbor. It's a nice front door neighbor. Look at this guy, right? Dude, you're donezo right here. Like, there you go. Right? Crawl space, the whole thing. This house is toast. Does it integrate with smartphone or similar service? It's a great question. It's a great question for the tech team, not for me, unfortunately. Guys, so do you see how fast it is that we could pull a list here? Do you understand the difference of the motive? That's my that's my ex-wife's house. There's always one, huh? There's always one guy that's got a. That was a good one, buddy. Good for you, Cyrus. That one that was a good one. Oh, that was classic. Do you guys see the power of understanding the right data? Do you guys see and understand the difference of different motivations? Did I need a serious 10,000 person list, 1,000 person list? Do you need that? Do you guys still believe that coming into here? Do you really still believe that? The answer should be no, right? Do you need more leads, guys, or do you need the right leads? Do you need a bigger list or do you need to know who to go after? Right? You need to know exactly who to go after, guys. And if you do this job every 30 days, the data is uploaded. If it's updated. If you do this part of your job, because this is your job, okay? This is your vocation, this is your career. Okay. If you do this part correctly, the rest of this is going to make everything else easier. Easier. I'm not saying easy. I'm saying easier. But what I see a lot of people do is that they make this part hard, so they make everything else exponentially harder for no reason. There's no reason to go through that, right? There's no reason to go through all the trouble, right? All you have to do is do this. Guys, I'll tell you this, and I said this to one of my team members today. I said, if I went after the 200 or so people here for the next 12 months, I guarantee you I could pop off 10 deals. 10 deals. It's like 1% of the entire thing. I could pop off 10 deals. And at an average of, let's say, 40K a clip, which is very easy for reverse flip, just 400 grand. Even if you get that dead wrong, you only got 20 grand a clip. You're talking about $200,000 a year. You don't need any fancy system. You don't need any cold callers. You don't need anything. If I had to start all over again, that's exactly what I would do. And I would rebuild myself right back up. I'd make 200-300 grand like this. Like this. I'm curious why a realtor can't sell these homes since the sellers are motivated. Because realtors don't know how to handle these situations. A realtor doesn't understand the probate. A realtor doesn't understand, what happens when a house isn't financeable. A realtor does not understand these kinds of things. And I'm telling you, like, throughout my entire career, and this is not like a jab at realtors, because some of them are really good. The bulk of realtors are not trained and are not equipped to be able to handle these types of situations. Period. Plus, most of them don't even answer the phone. Like, they just don't, right? They don't know how to price them. They don't understand how to do them. They definitely don't understand how probates work. So they list this property, and then all of a sudden, oh my God, the first buyer comes along. They listen to the daughter or whatever, and then they sign the listing with her, and they're like, wait a minute, you haven't done a probate? What's a probate? Blah, blah, blah. And then you end up here, right? So let me get some questions here. Can we upload our data that we had bought before? I mean, upload it to what? Realtors are actually dumb and they're stuck in following. Well, Rob, that's one way to put it. Violations and liens scare buyers away too. Absolutely. You got to get the right kind of buyer. And that's why you have to know how to price these things. Is there a time frame for that integration? No idea, Alma. Sorry. You don't if the sellers are motivated or until you contact them. The number of sellers I've talked to in theory would be motivated to sell, but when you talk to them, they swear that they'd rather die than sell grandma's house. Yeah, again, could have been a bad day when you talk to people like that. Could just be the wrong seller. Could also be the opening of the call, right? Maybe you haven't followed up with them enough. Trust me, motivation moves throughout time. Motivation moves up throughout time. You will talk to somebody today, and I've been doing this way too long. I'll talk to somebody today. It's like, no, I'm fine. We got no problem. We're going to do this. I talk to that person a month from now, totally different situation. I talk to that person 3 months from now and be like, yeah, man, you know what? Turns out we couldn't do what we said we were going to do, and we tried to do that, and then my sister got involved, and then there's a squatter in the house, ain't nobody paying the property tax, boom, right? But if I don't follow up month 1, month 2, month 3, I'll never know that. Most guys never get them. Can you call them directly from the CR? Yes, you can. Any special promotions going on for the sign up? There's a link here somewhere, I'm sure. No time frame at the moment. Yep. I can't get title insurance, correct? either cutting hair or making IG videos. I don't know what that is, but yeah. Oh, that's the realtors. Oh, that was funny. There's the link right there, RF Deal Finder. That's already the best price that you guys are gonna get. Yup, I never assume motivation. I call everyone on the list and find out what's going on, and then follow up, follow up, follow up, follow up. Yes, yes, exactly. Now let me go back to what we're talking about here. One second. Hold up. Hey. Oh, somebody asked me before I jump. Hold on. Before I jump back. One second. Somebody asked me, Jen, I think it was, can you run comps? And you know what, Jen? You can. So watch this. I'm gonna just click this one. Check this out, Jen. And everybody. This is the dopest part about this thing, too. Boom. I click comps. There's your comps from on market and MLS data. It'll tell you sold, active. Look at this. This is porting in directly from the MLS. Guys, if you haven't been in this business, you have no idea how wild this is. Like to have the MLS access. This shit is crazy. Like you used to have to go 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, I don't have MLS. I have a friend who has MLS. Now you have it. Yeah, that is fucking awesome. That's the damn right. Like I didn't want to drop an F-bomb, but that is a freaking awesome. So here's your subject property. It's a 31988. I can look right here, man. I have sold, sold, sold. You can filter by distance, right? Just like you would on the MLS. And again, remember, you're including off market and on market. See public record, real MLS, right? Why is it called reverse flip? Because I wanted to be cool. No, because we teach you everything. We do everything in reverse from the traditional wholesale business. So typically you put something under contract, right? You order a lien and title search, then you find out the problems. In this strategy, we find out all the problems, just like I kind of briefly showed you here. Then we structure the deal how we want it. We also get a deed instead of a contract, hence why it's done in reverse, hence reverse flip, bam, bam. That's what it is. Can anyone get access to MLS data? Well, you can if you have this. You can't if you're not a licensed realtor otherwise. Prop stream who? Yeah, I have no idea. Public record picks them up off the off-market deals. Yes. Training available or any weekly calls. Again, all that stuff depends if you're in our community or not. I'm doing trainings like this. We're
Will,
gonna have different jacks.
can I hop in
Yeah,
on that question? Can I hop
go
in?
ahead.
This is what that sign up to the software. We're actually giving away his mastery course, which is a $3,000 course on exactly how to utilize this, is a part of this. So you sign up for the software, you're not just getting the software and the tool, you're actually learning exactly how to run it as if Willie was doing it himself. It's like hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of training. So yes, it does come with training. And then for you guys that are like, hey, I still want to know how to do reverse flip, he does deal desk lives every day on YouTube. If you're not following Will on YouTube, you're missing out. Every single day he goes live and he runs the play, is what he calls it. He actually evaluates and runs how he's doing 50K, 100K, 150K deals, doing reverse flip deals. He does it. He literally will, if you got dead deals, he'll like run the play for you. Like, so follow him on YouTube because he's doing this every day. He's training every day on this. But you get the software, it does come with the training. Yes, I just wanted to clarify that, Will, because that we're doing that right now. It may not be like that moving forward, but right now we do have his $3,000 training included with the software right now at the moment.
Yeah, guys, I appreciate that, guys. Like prop stream again. This is not like a pun at prop stream, but now that you guys have brought up the subject, prop stream's $97 a month. It does a fourth of what this does, and it comes with nothing else. Just enough said. And it doesn't come with skip trade. Like the skip tracing alone is stupid. The skip tracing alone is stupid because you're gonna spend 11 to 12, 13 cents a hit, a record outside in skip tracing alone. You start doing the math. Every 1,000 records is $150, $130, whatever it is. That's about the cost of this every single month. You get 25,000 records. There's no way you're gonna go through the 25,000 records unless you have a stacked team. So Willie, once we negotiate a contract with an owner, will you purchase the property? Depends. We don't really do contracts, so that's more of a wholesale thing. I'm not going to say that we'll turn it away, but we focus on reverse flips and we focus on buying deeds. So what I show you is how to buy deeds.
Can we do this? I had 3 people since this training was asking about how you do these deals. Can we just show them how you do a reverse flip deal? Can you just run the play? Well, actually, let's get permission first, guys. I know we're well over time, like well over. And Will says he doesn't care about, giving more value, but obviously we want to respect your time. Is it fine if we just show you and give you the sauce on exactly how you do a reverse flip, how Will's going against the grain. Because the reality is what a reverse flip is, while everybody is in a red ocean where all the shark infested people are and it's oversaturated, a reverse flip is a blue ocean where literally no competition is because no one knows how to do these deals. Legit, I'm not even just saying no one knows how to do these. So Will is eating them up. So do you want him to run the play? Get that. Let's keep going. Yes, yes, yeah. All right, cool. Hey, let's run the play. Well, let's just show them what a reverse flip deal is.
Perfect. Well, this could run till midnight for all I care. That's so funny. All right. Look, so I'm gonna actually show you guys a deal that we bought. So let me just show you that and I'll kind of just run the play high level. All right. Which one is it? We'll go with this one. So if you guys have been on any of my YouTube lives, you've seen me. I think I ran this deal like a week ago. I'm just gonna show you this now. Southwest 144th Avenue. This is in Miami. Cool, dope. So let me give you some background here, all right, on this deal. This is a single family, all right. It has a mortgage. The debt, it's in foreclosure, pre-foreclosure. The debt is 373, if I remember correctly. And the ARV of the house easily like 625. Okay, so there's spread, right? And now you might be wondering to yourself, for those of you that are newer to RF, well, why would somebody with $300,000 worth of equity, in theory, sell you their house at a discount? Well, it's a valid question. The short answer is they didn't own it. So there's multiple heirs. There was four of them. One of them's in Cuba. The other three are in America. So what we did was we bought, this is how reverse flip works. We can buy on the reverse flip side partial interest because we buy deeds, not contracts. See, when you get a contract on the wholesale side, again, no disrespect towards wholesale because I come from that world. You can't get a contract to partial interest in a house. It just doesn't exist. It's not how the law works. I didn't make it up. This is what it is. On the reverse flip side, I could go, let's say there's four siblings, 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%, right? Ownership. I can go and get sibling one, sibling two, and now I own 50%. And I could either force the other two to sell or they can join and I can own 100%, right? So that's what happened. We did a probate. We ended up we're doing the probate, better said. This is a recent deal. We already have cash offers at 470 and 480. So again, 373. The heirs are getting 20 grand on the back end, meaning we structure it with $0 up front. Okay. And just like you would a wholesale deal, by the way, because a lot of you wholesalers ask me the same question. You guys are like, wait, how do I give them money on the back end? Well, how do you do it with wholesaling? You go get a contract on a deal. If you got the same deal, you go get a contract. Do you give the seller any money up front? No, right? You wait till title clears and then you sell it, right? Or you wholesale it and then you close and then the seller gets their money. It's the same exact framing conversation for RF, all right? So here's the loan. It was 213. Now
Wait,
it
Will,
is.
are you sharing your screen? Because
Oops.
no one can see your screen this
That's
entire time.
right.
So
You're absolutely right. My bad.
I
Bam.
got you, folks. I got you, folks. We're gonna take care of you.
Appreciate you guys. See, I get excited and then boom, I'm off to the races. That's what happens. All right. So thank you, Andy. So here is the screen. All right. This is the house, 105 Southwest 144th Ave. Guys, I'm going to show you a picture of this house so you can actually see, okay, what the house looks like. Because I know a lot of you guys are going to think that all of these deals look like this. Couldn't be further from the truth because this is actually what this house looks like. Come on, Google. Hit him with the Google. Hold up. So you guys see this house right here? This is the actual house. I don't know about you guys, but that's a pretty clean looking house. Okay. Now the inside is a partial rehab. So they tried to do the rehab. So there's some like walls missing, like partitions and drywall and stuff. Not the end of the world. Some of the lights are missing. The AC is like partially renovated, not partially done. There are impact windows, which is super nice, right? The roof needs to be replaced. This roof is old. I know it looks like a decent roof, but it's actually old, right? Well, yeah, this is a decent house. This is a nice house. This is what you would call a wholesale in the wholesale world, okay? How do you have it already pre-sold? Do you already have a list of buyers lined up and how much they will pay in advance? So yeah, so I do have a list of buyers. No one's going to pay in advance. It's just pre-sold while the probate finishes. The probate's probably going to take 30 days or so, less, because we're already started. So you just line up a buyer. Line up a buyer. That buyer puts in a hard escrow. We're on the front side. The two worlds meet in the middle. We're going to make the spread. The seller's going to get their 20K on the back end. Buyer, let's say we do sell it for let's say 480. Okay. Let's just use the example of 480. So we're going to go 480, right? 480 grand on the back end. And now we're going to do, the bank is owed 373. Okay. So 373 minus 20K to the heirs on the back end. And let's just add 5K, 5K in closing costs when all is said and done. Is that right or what? $82,000. That is the net profit on this deal. Start to finish, this deal's probably going to take a whopping 41 to 43 days. I don't know about you guys, but that's a damn good deal. That is a reverse flip deal. No wholesaler could do anything with it. They couldn't. Clearly, the marketplace said it. We're going to do the probate. We're buying the partial interest. That's how we got them done. That's how we got them here. You're in the wrong house. It's the one across the street. I don't know if you're kidding or what, but no, this is the right house. This is the one.
Well, so what if you didn't have a buyer? So what do you do? What do you do?
Oh man, super
It's
easy.
almost that
So
deal.
if you don't have a buyer, right, which is a great question. If you don't have a buyer, you can do one of two things. You can JV with somebody who has a buyer. Inside the RF community, there's tons of people stacked with buyers, by the way. There's actually buyers in there. I'm a buyer, number one. Two, you can just list it on the MLS. That's the easiest part. And you know why you can list it on the MLS? Because you own the damn deed. So you don't have to worry about the contract and, specific performance and, equitable interest. No, sir. When you own the deed, you can do whatever you want with the asset because you're the owner. So now you list it on the MLS, could easily list this for 49999. I just know this is a really good area. I have strong buyers there. There was a guy actually who came in. His name is Pombo. He's in the pro community. He brings a lot of buyers. That's what he does. He's a co-wholesaler. And he brought me a buyer. He said, look, I got this guy at 480. He's solid. He's down to put in a 10K non-refundable escrow. Beam, bam, boom. That is it. Is this method legal in all 50 states? Yes, sir, it is. 100%. Wholesale it. I don't want to wholesale it. We ran through the numbers, and for me to wholesale it, I'd have to put a roof on it and finish up the inside rehab. So it'd probably be like another 50 to 60 grand. And to make an extra 50 grand, it's not worth the risk. It's also not worth the time. So again, guys, if you're doing this strategy, or if you're doing wholesaling, right? Particularly reverse flip, what I teach is velocity of capital. Okay. Velocity of capital. And what that means is I would rather make $1 today than $2 tomorrow. Okay. But how do you buy the deed when is four people own it and one is in Cuba? Yeah. So we buy them in pieces. So you can get individual deeds. You don't need one deed from everyone. So let's just call it, I got a deed from John, I got a deed from Jane, and I got a deed from Joe, and then I got a deed from Paul. And that's it. Where do you get the capital to buy the deed? So Janice, there's $0 up front. Zero. The sellers are all getting their money on the back end. Literally what it is. Yeah, fractional deed, you can call it that too. Partial interest, whichever. So if you bought the deed for 20K after the probate was done, you could have held on to the house to rent it out if you wanted to also. Yes, sir, you could have. We do that all the time as well. It's a reverse flip rental is what that would be. But yes. Do you buy the deed before a probate? Yes, you can actually buy a deed before a probate. Yes, you can. You can't record it, but you can buy a deed. Sometimes you can record it too. That sounds great. Velocity of capital. Absolutely. So yeah, guys, this is the method that we teach. This is completely different to what wholesale real estate is. And again, I love wholesaling. I just don't do it anymore, very rarely. This is what I teach. I teach RF. We based everything around this strategy because these are deals this was a dead deal to everybody in the marketplace. And we're making $84,000 plus or minus on this deal. By the way, the JV is splitting this deal with us 50-50. So they're going to make 42. We're going to make 42. We put up the money. We paid for the probate. We put up all the capital, anything that was needed for that deed. We put up the resources and they just brought the deal. Do you visit deals in person before locking up deeds? No, this is fully virtual. Yeah, 100%. Could this be done using a land trust? Yes, I literally All my properties are put into a land trust. Yes, 100%. So true, Willie. Velocity of capital. Money never sleeps. Yes, sir. How do we find what's a hot market? Great question. So you're going to go into your marketplace and you're going to look up all cash sales in the last 6 months. There used to be a pretty ghetto way to do this, which screw it. It's still the way to do that. So you could go to List Source. You can sign up for a free account. You can go into a like Dade County or whatever county you're in, and then you look up all cash sales. So no mortgage in the last 6 months, or you could do the last year. And it'll actually give you all the cash transactions. You can download it. It's an export feature. It's a free list. And then from there, you filter by the top 20 zip codes. And those are the zip codes you're going to go after. So you're going to reverse engineer that. What's the difference between what you are doing and doing sub two? So what we are doing is actually taking control of the property and we're creating a large spread by fixing paperwork problems. We do keep some properties subject to. What a subject to is, and Pace is a good friend of mine, you're just taking over the property and you're using the existing financing in place to either sell it to another buyer in the form of kind of like a wrap to make a spread in between, or you're going to keep it as a rental because it's going to cash flow. Like let's say the monthly payment is 1,000, you're going to rent it out for 1,400, you're going to make the spread, which is the $400 in between. Yeah. Is the 147 per month only valid for one zip code? So that's a great question too. So this is the 147 comes with one zip code for the driving for dollars. However, all the other markets, all the other zip codes in your market, you can still get all the other data. You just won't have the driving for dollars for every single zip code. You can buy all the county or the state, which is a separate fee because it's very expensive for the driving for dollars. But yes, 147 gives you one zip code for the driving for dollars only, but it still gives you all this list building ability in all the rest of that marketplace.
But
Okay?
but I want to say I want to be clear. You can change that zip code every month, guys. So if you
Correct.
say just like Will was saying, you can use and go through any zip code anywhere in the United States, do all the features in the software. Just specifically for the AI driving for dollars, you choose one zip code because it's very expensive. I will tell you, it is very expensive for us. And if you want, you can have more zip codes, but you can also change it every month. So if you say, "Hey, I'm done with this zip code this month, I'm going to switch to another one," you can absolutely do that.
Yep, you can. You can. So again, guys, what I would tell you, what if the zip code is a bogus one? You have to wait 30 days. Well, I would highly advise you to pick a good zip code because yes, you would have to wait for the 30 days. Will buying, obtaining the deed trigger any due on sale clauses? No, Tio, it will not. Yeah, that's a very common question. Like, people would be, banks would have to have an entirely humongous department to validate all the transfers in every single property that they own. Um, Bit off topic, but I'm looking to learn more about this. How in depth is the mastery course, and what are the big differences between the mastery and the accelerator?
Can I take this one, Will? So, because
Yeah.
just to let you guys know, guys, I'm the whole goal here is to take the knowledge from Will, because Will's not a guru. Just to let you guys know, he's an operator. My goal is to take the knowledge from his head and give it to you guys. I'll tell you the biggest difference between the mastery and the accelerator. So, the accelerator, think about like getting his entire business on a silver platter. Like it really is. I'm not even joking. It's talking about 9 years on a silver platter. We're talking over like 200 hours worth of specific content. I'm talking live seller calls, deal seller calls, everything as in depth as you can possibly get. So if you said I wanted to buy a business, that's what the accelerator is. Anybody that was qualified for the accelerator, I'd highly recommend it because that is the number one community where people are doing the most amount of deals. That being said, we created the mastery to give everybody exactly what they needed to start doing RF deals themselves in a condensed version. So imagine, over 200 hours condensed to about 12 hours. It's not holding back on anything. It's everything you need to start doing reverse flip deals. So it's not like, hey, I'm going to the mastery, I need something extra. Everything you need is in the mastery. I want to be very, very clear about that. It's just more of a condensed version. So if you were between the two and you were already approved for the accelerator, I would highly recommend it. But the mastery also doesn't hold back punches. It's just more of a condensed version of it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Rick, someone from our team will reach out to you. Jim, I have 69 zip codes in my city area. Yeah, Jim, I bet you that you do not need to focus on all 69. I would focus on the most the most the hottest ones, the ones with the most amount of cash sales. And I would really focus on like the top 20, let's say. Miami-Dade is a very similar market. I think Miami-Dade has like 60 something zip codes as well. It might have more. So we don't go after all 60. We go after the top like 30, right? Can an introvert do this? Absolutely. I've seen introverts make stupid amounts of money in this business. If you have a phone, if you have a laptop, if you really want to get after it, you can absolutely do this. How does short sales work? Do you deal with them? Would work for short sales. The bank won't allow a sale. Yeah, we don't really do short sales. We refer them out. We're not focused on them. We don't really teach them. Do you work in Florida or other states where you can use an AOH instead of a probate? Yes, we do. Okay, focus. Yes, Jim. Exactly. Boom. Perfect. So we should just focus on a zip code with homes valued under 600,000. No, again, the value under 600,000, that was for my marketplace. What I would do is the medium home price in your marketplace and go, from that below. So if it's like 350, go up to 350. You don't want homes bigger than that because it's just going to be a lot harder to find buyers for that. So, guys, this doesn't close deals for you, all right? But it just makes execution cleaner and more consistent. Again, totally optional. If you guys want support or anything like that, you can scan that QR code. You guys have a lot of questions. I see clearly I've stirred the pot here about what's this app, this, that, how do I sign up? There's a QR code. There's also a link there, the rfdealfinder.com. You guys can sign up for it by all means. It's a month-to-month thing. There's no commitment. And if you absolutely do not love it in 14
Yeah,
days, without
I was just gonna
question,
say.
we'll just give
Yeah,
you back your money. Like,
yeah.
trust me.
We want people to use this to run their business. So if you don't think this is going to be the best thing to run your business, please let us know. Like, no questions asked. You have 14 days to really play around with it. What I would encourage is this: is that when you sign up for the actual program, we're going to give you the mastery course with it. Go through the mastery. That's the first thing. Second thing is to watch Will live on his Deal Desk Lives on YouTube because you get to interact with Will just like you're doing now. So if you start working on a deal that you go through the app and because the mastery course is going to show you how to do it. And once you start going through the deal and you want to say, hey, I have questions about X, Y, and Z, literally just like send that address and talk to Will on YouTube because he'll help you get it over the top. You have 2 weeks to do this, right? And he's live like every day. So, what I'm saying is we know what this does. We absolutely have seen it. Our whole idea about this is how can we put everything in a compact form to make it affordable and give everybody they need as a tool to be able to do a reverse flip deal because it is a completely big blue ocean and it's a new world to a lot of you guys, especially if if you've been focusing on flipping and wholesaling. But the reality is this, is that the people in our community are doing 50K, 100K, 200K deals. We had Dimitri within 3 weeks lock up a 170K deal that he's JVing with Will on. He'd never done a deal in his life. He was a roofer. And so we know
Mm-hmm.
how this works. And there's no competition where we're at. We're literally just by ourselves. And so the reality is there's so many deals out there that we're not in regards to markets that you guys are in. And we want to get in those markets. We want to do more deals with you guys. So our whole goal is how to give you guys all the tools that you need to do these deals. And so I encourage you, go in there, play around with it, talk to us, communicate with Will on the lives, go through the mastery course. And after 2 weeks, if it's not a good fit, then no problem, reach out to us. We just want to give you guys all the tools that you need to be as successful as possible.
Correct. And guys, like I said, I mean, Anthony really has said most of it. I'm on YouTube live every single day. All right. We do deals live every single day. I do JVs every single day. I'm a deal junkie. I love to do JVs, right? We do deals in many, many, many states, mostly Florida, because that's my home market. If you're interested in learning more, if we have all these different levels of education. It's really up to you where you want to go. But the purpose of this was to show you what list building should be like from a pro and how to do it. The app that I wish I would have had my entire freaking career because it would have been awesome to not have to bounce around between 6 different softwares and make it as easy as possible to remove all the obstacles and all the objections and all the friction of getting on the phone with the right person to potentially get a deal. I mean, it's not rocket science. Again, I'm not smarter than anybody else. I just have an unbelievably good knack for execution. And okay, that's what he said. All right, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna call for 90 days, blah, 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 make the offer, but boom, I get the deal. That's it. That's all it is. And if you get stuck, JV with us. I mean, that's it. It's literally that simple. Again, like I said, here we go. If you want to actually have the app, there it is, rfdealfinder.com. The links are all over the chat. Again, predictable deal flow starts with list building. I cannot stress this enough. All right. I just want to say thank you. I know we went over. I enjoyed it very much. I know Anthony did too. I can clearly see you guys did too. We had like 140 something people here the entire duration. We still have 130 people. I'll see you on the next one. We're going to be doing a lot more of these value trainings like this. And check out the Deal Desk Live on YouTube every day and reach out if you get stuck. Okay. Decide whether you want to quickly learn RF by yourself. My unsolicited advice to anyone still on the fence or if money is the constraint. Decide whether you want to learn RF quickly by yourself or if you want to have your RF business built for you. If the former, go with RF Mastery. If the latter, go with RF Accelerator. Then get a wholesale deal to fund the option you want to do. Yeah, I mean, again, I appreciate that. I think it's awesome. Great Zoom. Thank you. Thanks, Will. Appreciate it. Guys, thank you. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you to the team. We enjoy doing this. And as always, dude, we will see you guys on the next one. Anthony, you got anything else? Or we're good to go?
No, no, we're good. We're get the value. I appreciate you, Will. On behalf of
Thank
everybody
you.
here, thank you. Appreciate all the value that you give these people. Appreciate you guys, and we'll see you on the next training.
Yeah, guys. You guys have a good night. Take care. What up, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up? What's going on, people? Good evening. Good evening. It's technically evening, 6 p.m. What's going on? What's going on? Welcome, 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 and welcome. All right, let's get some people in here. Let me get my screen 1 second. Make sure we get this right. Boom, boom, boom. All right. All right. Can you guys see that? Just want to make sure. You guys should be able to see it bright and clear. So, guys, we are here tonight to talk about this is part two in the series, first of all. All right, last week was part one. This is part two. Next week will be part three. So, part two on the six-figure deal series is underwriting. All right, this is probably, not probably, it is my favorite subject when it comes to real estate and reverse flip as a whole. Okay. But even outside of reverse flip, talking about wholesaling, flipping, etc., investing in real estate as a whole, I love underwriting. And what I'm going to show you tonight and where the bulk of our time is going to go is to actually breaking down and underwriting and really showcasing a deal, all the details, every single step, every single thing that you need to know about this deal that is netting two guys in our community $90,000 minimum with a potential of $120,000 plus, depending if they can do one thing on that deal. Okay. So who is excited to know about that? Because the last webinar was awesome. I mean, apparently, according to all the news that we got, I mean, everybody, the feedback, everything, everybody was super excited about what we showed them, and building data and all that stuff. So this is progressive, meaning that it's building on each other. Each week, I'm going to show you something different, a next step in the series. Okay, so we're building lists. We already did that last week. This week, we're underwriting the leads on that list. The week after that, we're going to do some acquisition and actually dissect an acquisition call of my own, all right, with an actual seller and an actual deal in an actual situation. Then after that, we're going to talk about documentation. So what kind of documents you need to get? How do I get these things to turn from a lead and a good conversation to, a series of pieces of paper that actually give me control of the deal. And then after that, we're going to talk about the legal work and what we're going to do and how we're going to get that deal over the top, different scenarios, probates, partitions, this, adverse possessions, et cetera, et cetera. And then lastly, we're going to talk about exits, which is also one of my favorite things, right? Which exiting the deals. How are we going to actually make money? How the hell is this going to turn into money? So we got some questions already. I guess I missed that one. Was it recorded? Yes, it was. Was there a replay of part one? That's a great question for my team. They can answer that one. So get ready. Let's roll. I'm high energy tonight. I am high energy tonight. So this is my goal for you. Okay. My goal for you is to stop being a traditional investor. Okay. And go to the RF approach, the reverse flip approach, curative title, whatever terminology you relate to it. Hairy deals, not so simple deals, or maybe on the surface level, they're not so simple deals. Basically, different deals that are going to give you a higher return for your time, for your money, and for the strategy that you're doing. Okay, this is very important. I see too many people in this industry, myself included, from back in the day. I was wasting so much time on little baby things, on little deals that at the end of the day, no matter how much time and effort I put into it, right? It's like a W 2. You're only going to make so much, right? There's only a ceiling to it. So if you're already going to invest the time, like you're investing into this webinar, if you're already going to invest the energy, if you're already going to invest money, right? But your time is your most valuable thing, is my most valuable thing, it's everybody's most valuable thing. If you're already going to invest that, wouldn't you rather swing for the fences? Wouldn't you rather actually get a swing that, hey, if I hit it, I could hit a home run, right? So I'm going to walk you through exactly how I underwrite my own deals, exactly what I teach inside of RF, and our coach Darren teaches inside of RF as well. I'm not gonna hold anything back. There's not gonna be a pitch. There's not gonna be a sale. There's not gonna be anything. Okay, so you can sit back, relax, grab your popcorn. Definitely grab a notebook or a piece of paper. I don't care if you have to grab a napkin. I really don't care if you write it on your hand. For all I care, I just want you to write key things down as I go through this night that I am going to give you, because they're very important. And I'm going to drop a lot of nuggets here, and you're about to learn. I'm not kidding you. You are about to learn some seriously high level shit, like really, really high level stuff. This is coming from a dude that's been doing this for 9+ years. I have paid a lot of money in brain damage and actual money over the years for this kind of information. And people pay a lot of money inside of reverse flip for what I'm about to show you. So by the end of this, you're going to have clarity, all right, about what you've been missing, AKA, I'm not creating any new deals here, guys. Okay, just be clear. I'm not Harry Potter. I don't have a magic wand. I can't just create new deals in your marketplace. These deals already exist. Okay. The only difference is that you don't have the glasses, the lenses to be able to see them. And even if you did, and they were staring at you right in the face, you wouldn't really know what to do with them. Most people don't know what to do with these things, right? And at the end, you'll have an option to use the software to speed up the process that I'm going to show you, because I'm going to literally train everything off today off of our RF deal finder, which we'll get to in a second. Okay. So what we're going to be covering today, if you want to write this down, you're going to learn how I find high equity leads. Okay. We're looking for equity. I'm not talking about non-owner occupied high equity, like some Mickey Mouse low motivation stuff. We're talking about deals with equity. Okay. How I underwrite them for max profits, 50K plus on deals. I do not swing at a deal unless I can actually make minimum $50,000 or more. I'm not saying that's where you need to start, but that should be your floor. Okay. How to do this all faster with software and AI. Guys, I don't know if you knew this, but it's 2026. There's a lot of cool stuff out there. There's a lot of software. There's a lot of technology. I was out at dinner with 8 of my really close friends last night. All of them are entrepreneurs. All of us come from the real estate industry, all out of South Florida. We've collectively in that table probably have done over, 5,000 transactions or so. Some of us have turned into developers. Some of us have gone into different spaces, me creating reverse flip, all that kind of stuff. But we all started off in wholesaling. That's the key thing. And I can tell you that we were all looking around. One of us started, the oldest one had started in 2013. I started in 2017. There was another guy that started in 2015, 2016. So right around the same time. And we were all laughing at the table. We're like, dude, bro, did you see this new software? Did you see this new thing? Did you see this that popped up? Did you see that you could do this stuff? Did you see that skip tracing comes included with shit now? Like, we were just baffled, because I guess we're getting to be like the older group in the business, where we're like, dude, it is so much easier than ever right now to get deals. Like, really. And we were all like, dude, we don't. Now, one person at that table And I don't say this to be cool. I just tell you because this is really how high level people think and talk. Now, one person at that table was like, man, it's really hard to get deals right now. Man, I just don't know where to find them. Not one. We were all like just excited for what the industry is doing right now. Okay. So if you're new here and you don't know who the hell I am, like, hey, who's this big bearded dude yelling at me with this little house image on him? So look, my name's Willy Numbers, Will, but I go by Willy Numbers online. So I've done over 800 transactions since 2017, profited over $15 million dollars, probably north of that now, since I got started in business between wholesales and fix and flips and rentals and creatives and reverse flips and all that kind of stuff. So that's profit. That's not just like amount of real estate that I've done. And my goal right now is to build the number one coaching community in real estate, period, right? Using reverse flip, okay? Using the information and the knowledge that I've gained over the last painful 9 years of business and very exciting 9 years of business. And believe me, guys, I don't know everything. You will hear me say that throughout tonight. I do not know everything, but I do know one thing, that I don't know everything. And I'm always learning, okay? And I do know a little something about this crazy thing that they call real estate investing. All right. I've been around the block there, and I'm just going to show you how I do things and how I've done things in my career and how this has propelled me to the top of my industry, to being the top 1% of the 1% of the 1% within my industry, which I'm very, very proud of. And now how I've helped other people. I've created quite a few millionaires. I've helped a ton of people get into the thousandaire status, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. I've helped people get started. I've helped people take their business from here to here, right? Scale to seven figures, etc. Using this method and the way that I think of real estate and I transact in real estate. Okay, so that's who I am. We will keep going. So the big opportunity right now, okay, I want you to look at this image. And then right after this, we are getting into the actual deal example, which I'm going to take all the time in. I want you to look at this. This is a nice tree, right? The blue apples are RF deals. Okay, the red apples are the normal size. And again, nothing against wholesalers. I love wholesalers. I come from that world. Just hear me out and trust me for a second. Trust me when I tell you this. The red apples are the low-hanging fruit. I'm sure you guys have heard that, right? Oh, the low-hanging fruit, right? They're smaller deals. Now, they're lower for a reason. They're smaller in size, right? And they're going to have a lot more competition than the deals that we go after. Why? Because they're easy to get. Everybody can go after them, right? They don't really have big problems. You always hear me say, bigger the problem, the bigger the profit. So that is an example of what we're going to be talking about tonight. I'm going to be talking about the higher part of the tree, the blue ones, okay? The bigger ones, okay? Why high equity deals with problems? Well, here's a profit distribution, okay? I want you to go after these kinds of high equity deals. When you go after these kinds of deals with these kinds of problems, the way I teach you how to do them, and I did a podcast today with Al Nicoletti, a good friend of mine, talking about how basically how we teach in reverse flip is the opposite. We teach you how to underwrite these deals correctly, okay, beforehand. So we call it pre-deal underwriting. I call it running the play, okay? And I'm going to show you how to do that, okay? And getting paid for your time. So let me ask you a question. Do you agree that there's an opportunity here to tap into? Just hit me in the chat. Just hit yes. And if you hit no, we're just going to boot you out of the Zoom. No, I'm just kidding. We're not going to boot you out. We're okay. All right. Yes, yes, yes. Heck yeah. See. Hey, see. There you go. All right. Why? All right. I love it. Yes. All right. Look, there is a giant opportunity. Okay. There's people getting deals in your marketplace that you don't even know exist every single day. All right. Now, types of deals that we go for. Now, here we go, guys. We're going to start getting into this. All right. Types of deals we go for. Some of these you might have heard of, some of them you might not. Okay, it's probates, fire, flood damage, tax delinquent, squatter situations, adverse possessions, liens, violations, judgments, etc. IRS liens, property liens, code violation liens. There's all different kinds of liens, okay? Land deals with issues. Yes, we do land. Some commercial as well. Zombie foreclosures, zombie mortgages, and pre-foreclosures with equity, okay? That is probably the top 10, guys. Okay, there's probably like another 20. So if there's someone in here that's like, hey, you know, what about this? Yes, we deal with those as well. These are the top ones, all right? Some are familiar to you, some are not. How we do this? Well, we search public records, all right? Now I'm going to show you this, rather than just like tell you about it, I'm actually going to walk you through all the websites that we use apart from our RF Deal Finder app to check this stuff out. Okay. How I do the investigative work, how I do the digging for these kinds of properties, and why we dig for what we dig for. What are we digging for? And how we use that information to structure the best deal or to walk away from a deal, right? That happens too, by the way, guys. Not every single deal should be done. Believe me. Okay. So here we go. I'm going to show you a docket here in a second. This is a picture of a docket. I am going to show you the real docket of a property and what the hell is going on. Okay. The docket, for those of you that don't know, if you've never heard that term, hallelujah, I'll be the first one to say it to you. So the docket is a summary of what is going on inside of a legal and or court case, be it a probate, be it some sort of lawsuit, be it a pre-foreclosure, that kind of stuff. That right there, that chronological order is called the docket, the summary of what's going on in these cases. All right. Then I'm going to show you how to, yeah, digging for gold. Somebody nailed it. Then I'm going to show you how to find problems. All right. Now we're going to find problems ahead of time, right? Because we've already done that last week. We're going to build the list and I'm going to show you this property and the problems that we found, right? The list is going to tell you, hey, this property has tax delinquency. Hey, this property has a deceased person. It's a pre-inherited property. Okay, that's what the data is going to tell you. But then you're going to start to do the underwriting beforehand, after the fact, and then the story's going to unfold, which I'm going to tell you guys a story tonight about this deal. Fair enough? All right, so you guys ready to go into an actual deal breakdown and how to show you how these guys are going to make 90 G's on this house with basically no money up front? You guys ready for that? Yeah? You guys all sleeping? Is that what's going on? Just kidding. Just checking. All right. Yes, sir, like your storytelling. I appreciate that. All right. Here we go. Let me share my other monitor. All right. So you guys. All right. Can you guys bring it? Let's go. Let's get it. Yes, please. Done. Awesome. Your wish, my command. Can you guys see this? You guys should see a screen that says 307 Northwest 6th Street. Can everybody see that? Yes. Ava. All right, let's go. Perfect. Guys, this is the house. Now, this is the part where you follow along with me, okay? This is an interactive webinar, all right? I'm going to change your life here. I'm not kidding. I'm literally going to change your life here. I want you guys to write this down, okay? That's the address. Go fact check it if you want. That's the address. Where did this property come from? What list? I get that question asked to me and my team 1,000 times a week. Where do you get the list? Will, what list was this on? So here's the list. Tax delinquent, property tax delinquent, and pre-inherited, meaning someone is deceased. So both of them together is called a stacked list. So write that down. Tax delinquent, pre-inherited. Cool. Here's the schematics or the summary of this deal. There are 3 heirs. That means 33% apiece, right? A third, a third, a third. Cool. One of those heirs passed away. They had 5 children. Again, guys, follow me here. Write this stuff down. So you got 3 heirs. One of those heirs passed away. That heir had 5 children. Okay? So in other words, you got a third, a third, a third. This person's third, they're dead. Their third went down in 5 different ways. I don't know what the percentage of that is, but it's like 6% a piece per heir. You guys following me here? Cool. Now, 2 probates. He is not kidding. Laugh out loud. Sometimes I wish Will did not teach this. I appreciate that, bro. So that must be good. So now there's 2 probates that need to be done. Both of these probates have already been filed because the community members already bought it. We're JVing on it, so it's already filed. I'll show you that in a second. So there's 2 probates. Now in Florida, there's 2 types of probates. There's a formal probate and a summary probate. Don't worry about the minutia right now. For the sake of argument, all I need you to know is that both of these probates are summary probates, which means that they're just faster. You guys follow me? Cool. 93,867. Write down that number. $93,867 in homestead penalties. Write that one down because that shit is crazy. So these people, the heirs, owe $93,867 to the tax collector. That's a lot of money, people. That's a lot of money. Now, this property is free and clear, meaning no mortgage. So write that down. So no mortgage. One heir is living in the house. So now we're talking about property occupancy, right? Is it vacant? Is it not? Is there a squatter? There's one heir of the five that is living inside the house. The house, in terms of renovation, okay, needs $70,000 to $80,000 worth of renovations to bring it up to ARV conditions or after repair value. Does everybody follow me on that? So when a fix and flipper buys this from me, they will need to put in $70,000 to $80,000 in repairs to sell it for top market value. Cool? Cool. From the first time that this JV, this community member of ours, marketed found this lead the way that I'm showing it to you right now, and marketed to the first heir, to the first deed being signed, it took less than 5 weeks. These are real figures here, people. So take that down. That's another question that I get a million times, all right, a day. Will, how long is it going to take me to get my first deal? Okay. How long do I have to do this before I get my first deal, right? Guys, this person literally came in to our world, just like you are right now in this webinar, did not know about this world, came into our world, used our app, downloaded a list, picked up the phone, called. Less than 5 weeks later, he now owns a house and he stands to make $90,000. Does everybody follow me here? Does everybody follow me here? This is a big deal. That is not a long time, by the way. So the next thing, well, what are the deal details? The numbers. Write this down. $3,000 is what the JV, our community member, paid for the deal up front. You do not always have to do this. Usually it's $0 up front. In this case, there was 3 separate heirs, so $1,000 a piece. Before you guys freak out and say, oh man, what if I get a situation like that and I don't have the money? Don't worry about it, because Uncle Willy's here and he's got some money and he loves real estate and he loves to JV with you. I will put up the money. These guys are part of the community. I put up the money. They don't have to worry about the money. That's why we're JVing on the deal. So the money, their obstacle is out of the way. Okay. What about the fourth heir? Well, there's no fourth heir. Remember, there was 3 heirs. One of them died and they had 5 kids. So those are like heirs of heirs, but we're not going to get super hairy. Guys, stay with me here. Don't get lost. 3 different people. Think of them like 3 different people. 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. That other 1,000 is going to split it into their 5 heirs. Don't worry about that right now. Okay. All right. Now, if you're asking yourself, well, Will, what else do these people get? Are they only getting 3,000? Well, that's a great question. No, sir. They are getting 117,000. Write that down. 117,000. Okay. On the back end. You guys follow me? So think about it this way. There's the front end transaction and the back end transaction. What does that mean? You can structure deals however you think, however your little creative mind desires. Okay, this is the beautiful thing about real estate. You can structure it however you want. So they get, hey, Mr. Seller, you are going to get, you and your 3 heirs, the 3 heirs, you're going to get $3,000 up front. And when we're finished and we do the probates and we transact on the house and we resell it, you're going to get 117,000 split 3 ways on the back end. How's that sound? They were ecstatic, okay? Because these people right now owe $93,867 to the tax collector. Also, guys, remember, most of these people, the heirs, do not even live in the state of Florida. They don't even live here. All right. Sounds like the ARV would be 375. Oh no, it's a lot higher than that, my brother. It's a lot higher than that. The ARV is somewhere around. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna let you spoil it. So now we're going into what this is. So, guys, let's recap this, okay? It was a cold call. Tax delinquent, estate of list. Three heirs. One of them died and had five kids. Two probates, summaries, both of them. They owe $93,867 in homestead penalties. Huge motivation, guys. They owe $93,867 in back taxes. That's huge. Now, their heirs owing that money, so they definitely don't have that money. One heir is living in the house. Let's call that for free. The house needs $70,000 to $80,000 in renovations. We're going to walk you through some pictures here in a second. From start of the lead to finish of getting the doc sign, it took these JVs less than 5 weeks to do so. It took $3,000 up front. I put it up, JV'd, and $117,000 on the back end. Cool? So the total amount that this deal, the basis, write that down, basis, which is, hey, how much money is this deal going to take all in? So you add with me here, 117 plus 3,000 plus 93,867 plus $6,000 for two probates, $3,000 a piece. Does everybody follow my math there? When you add all that up together, it gives you somewhere around $220,000. Now, let me be very, very clear on what I'm saying here. You are not putting up $220,000 on the front end, not even close. You guys follow me on that? Cool. But when the deal is all said and done, the basis will be $220,000 plus or minus a couple bucks. Now, here's the moment you guys have all been waiting for, and then we're going to dive into this. What is the as is of this property? Now, one of you guys took a guess at the ARV being 375. The as is of this property, you guys ready for this? Is at least minimum $300,000. So you guys write that down. So the as is $300,000 minimum, and I'm being very conservative on that, and I'll show you guys here in a second. I actually think it's probably going to trade somewhere around 310, 320, but let's just say. So if they're all into this deal for 220 and this sells for $300,000 minimum, how much money do they make? That's a real question for you guys. Let's see who's paying attention. 300 minus 220, people. The garbage cans cost more than 375. That's right, baby. They do. 80K, 80K. Let's go. Anybody else? 80K, 80K, 120K. Steve, my man, how'd you get to 120? I'd love to know. 80K. All right. All right, so the people who said 80K are right. However, Steve's not totally wrong because I told you guys that $93,867, right, in homestead penalties. Those are penalties. Those are not all back taxes. This is the beauty of reverse flip. I'm going to show you some wizardry here where we have an attorney that specializes in this. Again, that's why UJV and the resources that we bring. And we are going to, we've done this in the past, we are going to try to negotiate down the 93,867 with the tax collector. Let's say we get that down to 50K. Well, that's all profit because the heirs are already taken care of. So that deal could easily go from 80K to 120 like that. If we get most of it wiped out, which I've done in the past before, it's rare, but it can happen. You're talking about a lot of money. you might have a 150K deal on the line. All right, guys, so you guys following along here? Yeah? Was that a cool breakdown so far? Was that simple? Did I lose anybody on that? I hope not. Try to make that as straightforward. Are you factoring in repairs? Yes. So let me show this let me show this to you guys in a different way. I'm not doing the repairs, by the way. We don't do fix and flips here. But let me factor this in. You guys can see my screen, right? You guys can see my little calculator. So if I factor in repairs, let's say the ARV is 450. Okay? You guys following me? 450,000 times 80%. If you want to go the Mayo formula, maximum allowable offer, the wholesale route, 450,000 times 80% minus $60,000 in return in repairs gives you what? $300,000. So someone will pay us $300,000. And a matter of fact, I know that to be a guarantee because I have cash sales at 300,000. So Eddie, does that, was it Eddie? Yeah. Eddie, does that answer your question? Right? So yes, the repairs are already factored in. We will net $80,000 to maybe $120,000, depending on what happens with taxes on this deal. All right? Easy money. Yeah, we see it. Yes, sir. Beautiful, Eddie. See what I'm saying? Yeah, sometimes these it's a lot of numbers that I'm throwing at you guys, so don't feel, don't feel shy to ask questions. This is very interactive, guys. I love answering questions. I love to get them because then you can really understand it. What I don't want is for you guys to leave here and say, "Oh shit, I don't know. I don't know what that meant," right? Ask it now. Don't be shy. No one's going to judge you here. I was once, new and I didn't know what was going on. And I asked, I mean, I still am the guy in the room that I'm like, listen, I'm going to ask a stupid question. And I ask questions, right? But people, they usually don't tell me that now. What was the as is value? So the as is value is 300. Tim, 300. I know nothing. I love it. What would you net if you took the deal, did the work, and flipped it? John, there's always one that asks this. Uh, Not enough to make me take the risk. That's the answer, right? So if I can make $80,000 by literally flipping a piece of paper with no hammer, no hard money, no private money, no risk of the city, no code violations, no permits, no babysitting contractors, I'm taking it. I'm taking it 100%. Even if I did the work, man, maybe I'd make 120, 130, right? No problem. Quinn Smith, why don't the heirs sell it themselves as is and capture the additional profit? Because they don't know how. They don't know how to do the probate. They don't have the money to do the probate. They don't know how to solve this legal issue that unlocks the equity. That's what we do. That's what an investor. Listen, if everybody knew how to make, Big Macs, then why would McDonald's exist? That's what I ask people, right? What's the point? If everybody knew how to make I mean, I can teach you how to make a pizza, right? So why does Domino's exist? Why does Papa John's exist? There's no point, right? Why does Jimmy John's make sandwiches? We all know how to make ham and cheese, right? No, man. People want people want convenience. They're out of state. They don't have the money. They don't even know that this is going on. One of the heirs didn't even know that this was their inheritance. Imagine that, right? That's some of the best sellers you could get. I'm gonna have to watch the recording. Mind blown. Appreciate that. That's good stuff. Is the 300K factored into the repair? Yes, it is. Oh, all right. Let me make sure I didn't lose anybody. All right, cool. So, guys, we're gonna keep going here. All right. So this is our app, the RF Deal Finder. Okay. So in this specific app, you can see recently delinquent, free and clear. Okay. And it was on an estate of or a pre-inherited list. You see the owner here was Nether Hicks MEST. What the hell does EST stand for? It's short for estate of. You see this in counties all across America. So if you here's gold nugget like 14 for tonight. If you ever see a property appraiser website with the person on title and it says, John Smith EST or EST of or HE even, that would mean estate of. Somebody has passed away. That person has passed away. People will pay well to solve big problems. You damn right. Like Hermosi says, solve rich people's problems. You make a lot of money. In this case, you can solve poor people's problems too and make a lot of money. All right. So you guys follow me on this? No mortgage, no liens, no pre-foreclosure because the house is free and clear. All right. Now I'm going to move on to the next phase. Now we're going to go to the property appraiser and we're going to go look because what I'm seeing here, it's saying, hey, this is recently delinquent. It's on a property tax delinquent sheet or list, excuse me. It's free and clear. and it's got an estate of. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start to run the play. I'm going to start to go into the deal and I'm going to start to look stuff up. Okay. So I'm going over here. This is BCPA. This is Broward County in Florida. Again, you guys can go through any one of these sites. Every county in America has a property appraiser website. Okay. Well, yeah, 99% of them do. So here's the same house. You guys see the picture of the house, right? Okay, we'll get to that in a second. So you see here the EST, right? Estate of. Here you go. Now, the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go down to this tab right here and I'm going to check tax. Why? Because I want to see how tax delinquent they are. And let's just see, guys. Drum roll, please. This is one of the worst ones I've ever seen in my career, by the way. It's a big one. Woo! Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. These people have had, the decedent has homestead penalties since 2001. Okay? The Twin Towers were still up, and this person already had homestead penalties. All right? That's how far back this goes. This is a quarter of a century of homestead penalties. You guys see the amount here? Is the screen big enough for you? You see where I got the $93,867? You guys see that? That is the amount. Now, you might be wondering to yourself and saying, Will, how the hell does someone not pay their property taxes for 25 years and they don't lose the house? Well, it's a wonderful question, number one. Number two, it's not all property taxes. It's homestead penalties. You have to understand the difference. So they do owe 2 years in property taxes. This is true. You have 1 year here and 1 year here. So 2024 and 2025. Okay? Yeah. Tim, I'm going to don't apologize. That's a great question. I'm going to get right into the homestead penalty here in 1 segundo, my friend. All right? Every year, there's property taxes. All right? In the state of Florida and in many states in America, there's something called homestead protection. What the hell is that? Homestead protection comes from a very, very old school law. What it means in relation to the example that we're talking about is a homestead is your primary residence, meaning you live inside of it. It is your primary domicile. So you're claiming homestead. It gives you certain protections. One of the protections it gives you in the state of Florida and in many other states is reduced property taxes. As long as you live inside of it, you're the person on title and you're claiming it as your homestead. Okay? So, this person, Nether Hicks, died a very long time ago. Like a very, very long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Okay? When someone dies and they have homestead protection and their heirs do not claim homestead protection, guess what happens? Bing, bing, bing. Here you go. You get homestead penalties. That's what happens. Okay. So in this case, these heirs did not know, most of them, none of them knew that they had to file for this. So unbeknownst to them, for the last 25 freaking years, they've been getting slapped up with homestead penalty fees. When we spoke to them, now they're back on their taxes for 2 years. Now they have this probate issue going on. You see where the motivation is moving up, right? They went down to the tax collector and the tax collector says, yeah, well, you could pay your taxes, but do you know that you owe us $93,867? And you could probably imagine where the hell that went in terms of a conversation. They probably shit their pants and they were like, wait, what? What are you talking about? Right? So that's where these problems start. So what we're going to do, because we do some pretty cool stuff here at a Reverse Flip, is we have an attorney that we work with that you can negotiate these homestead penalties. There's a lot of technicalities that you can negotiate this with. It takes a couple weeks to do. It might work out. It might not work out. I've had some cases where it does work out and it works out very well. I've created 6-figure spreads on some deals because some of these get up to the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And in some cases, they tell you to pound sand. They're like, no, you owe it all, whatever. We will get something though, probably 30 to 40 grand. So that makes our deal size even bigger. Does everybody follow me here? Okay, cool. Homestead penalty is tax delinquent. I'm from California. Yes. So a homestead penalty is something that you're getting charged on top of your delinquent taxes for not claiming your homestead protection. Okay. So everybody follow me on this, right? Is this a really motivated seller? Yes or no? Tell me, people. How motivated do you think this seller is on a scale from 1 through 10? They got two probates to do. They owe $93,000 and they're 2 years behind on their taxes. Year 3 in Florida, by the way, it goes to auction. And it needs 70 to 80K worth of work. Yes or no? Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. How many wholesalers do you think were talking to this person but couldn't figure this out? How many wholesalers do you think were talking to this person and couldn't map out the family tree and know, oh, there's 3 heirs, one of them had 5 kids, beep, 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 oh, I need all of them, right? That's the problem, right? Now, when you buy deeds, you get partial interest, all right? So anyway, all of them, Willy of the 7, 3, do not care. Yeah, that's right. Not motivated because it's been a long time. Well, Gabriel, you are unfortunately wrong. Super motivated. They just didn't know. A million, a gazillion. Wow, now I understand. Great. All right, so let's move on, guys. Now let's look at this property from the physical aspect of the property, right? You know, I always tell you guys, you should be doing driving for dollars virtually, going to the Google map, right? Picture of this property. I mean, guys, this is the house, by the way, this little blue thing. From a physical perspective, like physically wrong things, let's just call them all out. Landscaping sucks. Fence falling down. Wall unit AC falling out the window. Okay, they do have DirecTV though. Good for them. The electrical is old. I could just tell by the panel. The roof, you can tell, needs to be replaced. There's shingles everywhere, right? It needs work. There's a giant jungle. Looks like Vietnam back there. There's a giant jungle going on back there. So they have a lot of overgrown trees, a lot of overgrown grass. Again, the driveway is discolored. And of course, the house itself just looks old, blue. It's fading. This window's falling out, right? So guys, you see where I'm going with this? Old windows, right? Like from a physical perspective, just think about it logically, guys, right? And this is what I try to teach people. I'm just like, guys, just use common sense. If you were driving by and you're like, da, 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 and you drive by and you go, whoa, 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 what's this little blue thing doing over here, right? This little Smurf looking house. What the hell's going on over here, right? It would catch my attention immediately. And then, of course, when you go to the financial issues, remember, there's physical issues, circumstantial issues, situational issues. The situational issues, which are the taxes and all that, that just builds up to the story, right? This is probably the heir that lives there. They're just hanging out outside. All right, so let's move forward. So we know everything that's going on with this property. Now we are going to go do the comps of this house. All right, motivation on motivation on motivation. That's right. So let's run the comps. Our app pulls comps from off market and on market. It pulls MLS comps too. Only app to do so, by the way, which I think is pretty pimp if you ask me. So what we're going to do here is we're going to zoom in. Our app grabs a half-mile radius. I want only these properties here. So how do you do that? You grab here and you go beep, boop, bow, beam, bam. Then you double click. That's it. You are in like Flynn. This is our subject property. These are all comps. If you wanted to move this around, you could, but obviously we don't need to. We want to keep it right here. The first line is always our subject property, ours, okay? So we have a 4-bed, 2-bath, 1,300 square feet. You guys follow me? That is our subject. So we are going to compare that against the other properties, all right? First one doesn't matter to me. That's a 3-1. Don't worry about that. Here's a 3-2, okay? First one right out of the gate. Now, if I click on it and I want to say, oh, well, did this sell cash or conventional? Well, I can tell you right now, just by looking at it, this is a cash sale because we're buying ours at 220. So somebody probably paid cash here, right? Because the ARV is higher. So let's click into it. If you click into it, our app will now open that up. How do I know if this is a cash sale or not? Just go down to the owner. H Capital Inc. So it's an LLC, right? It's not a person. That's a cash sale. I'm also going to go down to the financing and bada bing, bada boom. There it is. There's no loan. They bought it cash. A wholesaler here made, and I know Home Inc. funny. They made a nice rip. They bought this for 202. They sold it for 290. That's a good day. And they were doing a probate, right? So right here, I already know. Can we all agree that, and by the way, this is a 3-2. We have a 4-2. So we have a superior product. Can we all agree that we would at least get 290 grand here for our property? Can we all agree on that right now? That there's a cash sale for 290? Yes or no? Come on, people. You guys are sleeping. Did I freeze? Yes, yes, yes. Oh, okay, there we go. There we go. Cool. So let's just think worst case scenario here, right? Let's just think worst case scenario. You're having a conversation with these heirs. Put yourself in that mentality. You got them all lined up. You all agree. You do the math for your numbers, right? This is all underwriting, guys. This is what we teach inside of RF. You do your numbers. You ran through everything I just showed you, and you did all your math, and you say, well, what do I pay these people? What do I pay these people? All right. Well, the first question I'm going to ask you is how much you want to make? How much do you want to make? Right? What did I say? 50K minimum, right? So let's do the math. You did the math. You added up 117, right? Plus 3,000, or excuse me, let me do that again. You added up 93,000. Let's just say you can't get the taxes wiped out. Let's say you had to pay it all at the end. You have 93,000. And you say, well, I got to do 2 probates. There's summaries. It's going to be 3 and 3. 2 3-pieces and a soda. Great. So 6 grand. So 93 plus 6 is 99. Let's round it up, guys. Let's call it 100. All right. And then $3,000. Now you start to think, and you're like, all right, well, what do these people want up front, right? Let's say you come up with 3,000. Okay. So what you have left, if you add all that together, what you have left is somewhere you have 102 there, right? Minus 290K. So what are we doing? We're grabbing the cash sale. What we feel we could dispo this thing or disposition this thing for is 290 minus 102, the taxes, the probate, right? So 290 minus 102, leaves you with what? $188,000. You guys see me? You follow that? You took the cash sale price minus what is owed on this house, $93,000 in taxes, and you're going to need 2 probates to get clear title. $6,000. Add them all together, you get 102. 290 minus 102. So that number, write that down. Will said we have 188K worth of spread. That's it. You follow me? So $188,000 is the spread that you have to play with. So again, if you're talking to all these heirs and you get all of them, to agree, and they say, you know what? We're going back and forth. We'll take 50 grand. Well, 188 minus 50 is 133. Congratulations. You are freaking on your way to being rich. You just made $133,000. Okay? If you're talking to all of them and they say, look, you know what? We need 100K. We want 100K, right? You negotiate. This is negotiating back and forth, back and forth. Well, congratulations. 188 minus 100K, you're still going to make 88K. Now, if you're talking to these people and you're talking, blah, 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 and they're like, we want 150. We won't take a penny less, which highly unlikely that that'll happen. So 188 minus 150 is 38,000. There's no way I'm doing all this amount of work and doing all these probates to only make $38,000. So now you got to bring these people down to reality, but it's a fantastic start. And remember, you're the only one there because no one else can compete with you because this is a very specific skill set to be able to do this. Somebody asked, sorry, where is the 290K coming from? The estimated value? No, the 290K is the cash sale that we have right here. So we went in to find like what's our as is, what's our cash value, and you can see it right here. It's 290. So we found a cash sale, the comp, exactly. So we're working backwards now. So you're basically telling yourself, like, what's the most I could sell this for? Hey, I could get 290 for this. Okay, great. Well, it owes $93,000 worth of taxes, and it needs 2 probates, which is about 6 grand. Add 93 plus 6, call that 100, okay? So now you're saying, okay, so 290 minus 100, that leaves me 190 of spread. That's how much I can play with and give the heirs. Different heirs are going to want different things. Maybe one only wants 10, maybe the other one wants 40, maybe one wants $500. Doesn't really matter, right? It's irrelevant. These are all numbers. Why is that two probates? Alex, that's a great question. This is why there's two probates. Remember I told you guys, Nether died. Remember Nether? Nether's our friend. Nether was the original owner. Remember her? She's the one on title. Nether Hicks estate of. Main lady died. That's right. The main lady had three heirs, brothers and sisters. That's one probate. One of these three heirs died. They had kids. That's probate number two. You got that? Got it. Perfect. And one of them died. That's right. Oh, you guys are following along. The 290 comp is just the sold comp. Correct. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. I get it. Awesome. Perfect. Now, let's keep going back into the comps, right? You guys can see here that we got 450, right? Sold. 1,200 square feet, 3.2. That's our ARV. I got another one pending for 475. Okay. And I got another one that's active for 449. Okay. So, guys, we can safely assume that this thing is 450. That the ARV. Okay. With one heir living there, what impact does that have? Just needs to be out when you close. That's it. Not really a big impact. Usually fairly easy, especially because they sign and they're getting money. So basically, take this. So they're getting 117, right? So 117 times 0.66. So the two main heirs are getting 77,220. So you got 77,220 minus 172, 117, excuse me, leaves you with 39,780 divided by five heirs. Each one of those five heirs is going to get 8 G's. It's very simple. Hey, I don't want to leave. Great. So you don't want your 8 grand? No, I was just kidding. I want my 8 grand. Okay, so here's your 8 grand. Now get the hell out. That's it. I got a lead. I'm looking to loop Rodolfo in probate deal. I posted in the Facebook group. I love it. We don't really use the Facebook group anymore, man. You got to get into the starter group in school or the accelerator. And by the way, guys, the next time that I do this webinar, I'm gonna actually get the Zoom feature with like the whiteboard, so I can actually display for you guys. Does everybody get the numbers on this deal? Does everybody understand that there's an 80K deal here minimum with a potential of 120K plus deal? I mean, would anybody not do this deal in this chat right now? Come on, I'll be honest. Yes, it's starting to make sense. I love it. Doing it. Doing it. I love it. How do I get into the school group? My team will post a group there. Yes, I understand that I do that deal 100 times a day. Yeah. So me too. I'll take it. All in. Love it. Love it. How do we know we are getting a 290K sale? Because you got cash sales. Makes great sense. It makes sense. Yup, we see it now. The RF is an app. This is the deal finder app. That is correct. Take it. Take it the deal. Who is selling it? You're going to list it on the MLS. You're going to sell it. Easy peasy. Or you can JV with somebody who's going to bring you a buyer. Easy peasy. Or maybe I'll buy it, Lydia. Either way, there's options. I can tell you that. Easy peasy. Trust me, you get a deal like this, the last thing that you need to worry about is finding a buyer. No, ma'am, you don't need to worry. Thank you. You're welcome. Take the deal. There's the app right there. All right. All right, guys. So, like I said, this would be very, very simple, and I'm just going to show you a very simple way here of doing building this list. Okay, just really simply. So here we go. Let me refresh my screen here. Okay, and I'm just going to do what's going on here. One second. Okay. Well, that's great. One second. What is going? Well, my keyboard just decided to not work. Let me stop sharing screen and share again. One second. All right, there we go. I got it. Crisis averted. Guys, I'm a hell of a real estate investor. Not the best Zoomer, if that's even a word, but we're working on it. Okay, even I have faults. All right, so we're gonna go Broward County, and I'm just gonna quickly loop all this together and show you where you would have found this deal. I'm gonna go Broward County. I'm gonna go single family, and I'm gonna go delinquent tax activity. That's what I'm doing. All right. On top of all that, I'm gonna go down, and I'm gonna say, hey, I want deceased probate. Boom. 317 of these buckaroos in Broward County. All right. And I'm going to put individually owned 223. Guys, do you see how easy that was? Does everybody see my screen here? These results, the 223, that is your list. That's where these guys got this $80,000 deal. There is literally no easier way that I could show you. And as a matter of fact, I'll make it even clearer. Let's go to this deal. This is how they got their numbers. Poof, voila. That's how they got their numbers. They literally pulled a tax delinquent, deceased probate, found one they liked, clicked on contacts, grabbed the phone. It's already skip trace for you. If you have our app, the skip tracing is included. So there was no way that this deal could have gotten any easier. How do you make sure there's no mortgage? Great question. A lot of the times, well, let me say it to you like this. When you're pulling a tax delinquent list, 99.9% of the time, there's no mortgage because it's back on taxes. The mortgage company would have paid them. Another way to check them would be go into details, scroll down, and you could just see right here, there's no loan, right? At all. There's no loan. So that's why. And there's a probate that was done here, right? So this is a probate. So this is a good example of deceased property. How do you make sure that the heirs don't back out after doing the probate and try to sell it themselves? Oh, that's a great question. Because you got the deed, baby. That's why. Because you're the owner. You're the owner well ahead of time, and you got all the docs. You file everything, and you can record everything. That's why wholesale. That's actually one of the main common problems with wholesaling. You could do all that work, and all of a sudden these heirs try to back out on you, and now you got to sue them. I do not have to do that. Does your attorney work exclusively in Florida for these negotiations? Yes, I have multiple attorneys that work in Florida. Yes. Yep. So that's why you get the docs. That's why you get the deeds. That's why you become the owner ahead of time. So at any time, if any one of these heirs gives me any shit, I can record my deed or record it ahead of time and you got no problems. Because now I'm the owner. That's not a contract. I don't need to enforce it. Now you need to pay me. Okay. That was a phenomenal question. Phenomenal question. Okay. Now, guys, you see how easy I just built a list for you? Does everybody see that? That's high level. It's fast. All right. Let me go back to our regularly scheduled program. 1 second. Here we go. All right. Hey, how do you get them to sign over the deed to you? Well, the same way you get them to sign over an agreement or a contract. Very, very simple. Like super simple. Just have a conversation. Hey, yep, we're ready to move forward. Here's the documents. You send a notary over. Boom, boom, boom. Always get the deeds, baby. Thank you for the link. Bam. Jerv, don't get hung up on the whole deed situation. It's so easy. So, guys, here is that deal, right? Yeah, deeds over contracts, 100%. You guys can see my screen, right? You guys see these guys right here? You guys see how happy these guys look? That's Matthias and George from our community. That was their deal, okay? That's a gamble, getting the deed without verifying because you can come across other skeletons. And how can you find out the MERP? Gabriel, that's what we teach inside the community. We do the pre-deal underwriting. We go through the official record search. We go through the civil case search, all that kind of stuff, which I did a good portion of that tonight. That's why we teach pre-deal underwriting. And again, most of the time you're getting these for $0 up front. You're getting a lien and title search after the fact. But yeah, that's what you're doing. That's what you're getting good at is pre-deal underwriting. Absolutely. It's also a gamble, by the way. It's a bigger gamble when you're doing it wholesaling because you're just praying. 99% of wholesalers would have gotten one of those heirs and said, yeah, I got a deal. Yeah. And they get all excited. Then they send it over to title and title comes back and slaps them with a title search. And they're like, you got 1/5 of who you needed. go back. And they don't have anything, right? In this case, my guys, we teach them how to do it 100%. So these are the guys that you're looking at. This is me, obviously. This is Matthias. This is George. These guys are excited. Like I said, if you want to take a picture of this, take a picture. This is exactly the details of the deal. Tax delinquent, multiple heirs, pre-inherited, $3,000 up front. We JV'd, $111,000 owed in back taxes and the probate and all that. And then you have two probates, and the as is 300,000, might be 325. I'm going conservative, and I'm going to say it's 300,000. The heirs are getting 117,000 on the back end, so they are happy. It's not like they're getting pennies; they're getting six figures. All right. Now let's recap what we've covered. We I've shown you how to find high equity deals, high equity leads, literally in seconds. Okay. I've shown you how to underwrite them and how to get these deals. Okay. Was this valuable to you so far? Yes or no? You guys don't lie to me. Matthias and George is the truth. That's right, Will. You know the deal. Will's in the community. He knows the deal. Will's a loyal freaking. But Will, you're always on these calls, man. I love you for that. I appreciate that. Hell yeah, yeah. Did I show it to you in a sense? Do you think it's rocket science? Be honest with me. You can be honest with me. Did I show it to you in a sense that it's rocket science, or did I break it down to you in a sense that like, hey, this is doable. This makes sense. Like I understand what he did, right? Right. So you guys, maybe some of you guys came on to this webinar, and maybe you were a little intimidated. Maybe you were like, dude, I don't know what the hell this guy's going to teach, right? But if any of you guys are in wholesaling, was this easy to understand like a wholesale? Too simple. Exactly. RIP batch and prop stream. That's right, baby. God, I spent a lot of money on batch and prop stream. They were not good products, but like the proverbial scarecrow, outstanding in your field. That's pretty funny. Hardest part is making the list and calling the heirs. Oh man, yeah, that's easy, dude. That's easy, bro. Bro, I'm telling you, if you could just close your eyes and focus for 90 days, you can make hundreds of thousands of dollars. How about REI Works? I have no idea what that is. Oh yeah, valuable in that it has me very interested. I love it. It's pretty easy, well taught, simple. No, like, no, he doesn't doubt it. Unbelievable. I love it, man. All right, great. So that's awesome. So if you understand the what and the why, this is the only thing that I am going to end this with, and then I'll take some Q&A if anybody has Q&A. But I'm going to leave this up there. If you guys want more information on the app, go for it. If you don't, and you say, hey, I love PropStream does all of this, which you know you'd be lying, go for it, stay with it. If you don't, there's the app right there. Anybody got any Q&A for me as far as any questions or any questions on this deal specifically, any questions on the community, anything I didn't clear up? By all means, I'm all ears right now. PropStream does not skip trace, by the way. No, it doesn't. Our app for every month gives you 25,000 records skip traced every single month. Does the app have nationwide tax delinquent? Yes, it does. As long as your county provides tax delinquent data, yes. By the way, this app doesn't just work in Florida, it works across the country. How do you find the heirs? Well, when you get all the skip trace data, they usually give you heirs, which is included here, and if not, obituaries. We teach that inside the community as well. Buyer. Can the personal representative sign a purchase agreement and deed? Yes, but you're still going to need the other heirs. That's a common mistake. Today, I made more calls than ever. Pay me. Love it. How do we partner on deals? It's very, very simple. You can bring a deal and we can JV on it. Or if you're in the community, we can JV on it as well. I also do YouTube lives every day from 6 to 7 from 5 to 6. There's a QR code there, and I will literally live deal review just like this. If anybody who's been on those calls knows what I'm talking about. The MERP, for clarity, has a what? Has an expire date. When you say MERP, do you mean the title commitment? Is that what you're talking about? Or the Alta? They usually last for 30 days, but we don't really use MERPs. Medical? I'm confused. Spreads could actually be, hold on. Spreads could actually be even bigger. I think I've seen you buy deals and develop on them, and split profits with partners. Yes. Yeah, the short answer is yes. My biggest deal to date is $1 million off of a single family that I turned into something else. Can delinquent taxes be redeemed at closing? They can be paid off, yeah, at closing. Yes. We leave everything to the closing. We never put up this money before. Medicaid estate recovery program. Um, I don't really know if that's a feature, if we can pull that, but it does pull all different kinds of liens. I can tax delinquent. Yeah. What date are you going over adverse possession, zombie mortgages, etc.? Every other day on YouTube Live is different, man. So I may do it any one of these days. Can this work on land deals? Yes, sir. I said that at the very beginning. Yeah, we do land deals as well. Definitely works on land deals, especially an inherited land deal because people hate those. Like at least with the house, they have somewhere to live. With land, you don't have anything. What are you gonna do? Pitch a tent? Um, yeah, guys. So like I said, man, it's been an absolute pleasure. Okay. Oh, we got some more. Whoa, hold on. Wait a second. Hold up. Okay. Can you take? Oh, wow. We got like six. Okay, you guys are coming in hot now. Hold up one second. Okay. How about reverse mortgage? How about them? I love them. As long as there's equity. Can you take over reverse mortgage properties and hold them as rentals, or is that illegal? It's a gray area. Technically, you're not supposed to do it. But you can do it, but you shouldn't do it. That's my official position. You should not do that. How long do your probates normally take? I have a few potential deals that have tax redemption tax redemption dates, excuse me, in July. Not sure if there's enough time to go through probate. You could just pay the taxes if it's a really good deal and you get the sellers at a good price. We've done that as well. We've stopped sales for that. And probates, again, this depends on what type of a probate and if it's a summary or an admin. I've done probates in as soon as 3 days. They've taken as long as 90 days sometimes. MERP is part of county recording. Yeah, you can skip trace within prop stream, but you have to pay extra 10 cents per skip. Yeah, you definitely don't do that. Phone numbers aren't as accurate as using standalone skip trace. I love Burton, but I may have to drop my prop stream subscription at the end of the month after beta testing RF Deal Finder. Boom. Love it. Also, keep in mind right now the RF Deal Finder comes with Willy Mastery. Yeah, it actually does too. It actually comes. We're giving it away right now with the Mastery course. So like that's basically the condensed version of all that teaching that I'm doing throughout these webinars that you're going to get at the same time. That's not going to be a long-term thing, I can assure you, because it's just a stupid value. But yeah, guys, and if you're not subscribed to my YouTube or the YouTube lives, you should be because I go live literally every single day, Monday through Saturday. I don't do Sundays because that's the Lord's Day. And I do them 5 to 6 p.m. every single day. I do this stuff live for about 30 minutes to an hour. Every single day, I review a different deal. I review a different scenario. I review a different aspect of real estate every single day. I do live seller calls. I do everything on those lives. And if you bring me a deal, which Will knows, and a lot of guys that join the YouTube lives, the reverse flip deal desk, they bring me a deal and they're like, hey, can you run the play on 123 Main Street? And I will do it live, right? The YouTube channel right there. Boom, there's the link. It's Willy Numbers. It's my YouTube. What is the link to the mastery course? So you get the mastery course with the course. So if you or with the app, if you sign up for the app, you're going to get it. So just rfdealfinder.com. What's the YouTube channel name? It's at Willy Numbers. Can't miss me. You'll see the beard, I'm sure. Appreciate the live. Yeah, anytime, man. Great live. Oh, I appreciate that. Appreciate that. All right, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure. There's 70 of you still here, so that's awesome. Deal Finder has lessons to learn it. There's a bunch of videos in there as well. Yeah. Yeah. It's very easy, man. It's very self-explanatory. It's really not that complicated. All right, guys. Appreciate it. Have a great night. As always, been an absolute pleasure. I thank my team for being here. Appreciate all you guys for being here. Tune in next week for the next webinar where I'm going to be going over acquisition and dissecting a live seller call and breaking it down. You're the man indeed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll see you guys on the next one. Take care, guys.
Beautiful. All right, all right. We're gonna get going right away. I know y'all are coming in. Las Vegas, Coral Springs. Let's go. Let's go. Memphis in the house. Las Vegas in the house. Woo, baby. Man, I'm gonna let y'all know I'm so excited about today's webinar. So if you guys have been following along, this is part 3 of our 6-figure series that we've been talking about here. We're talking about how to do bigger deals, talking about how to do more deals, how to acquire deals that other people, other real estate investors can't. All right, doesn't matter if you're wholesaling, fixing, flipping, buying, holding. We're showing you how to acquire those, and this is part three. If you haven't seen part one and two, let us know. We'll drop the link in the chat so you guys can watch it. But this is part three of our six-figure deal series, and I'm gonna tell you, this is one of my favorite parts because now we're talking about sales, baby. We're talking about how to acquire and close six-figure deals. Now, some of you guys, I don't know if you're brand new to real estate or if you've been in the game for a while. I'm gonna tell you right now, our community makes it a common theme to do six-figure deals. We have students in our community that's all they want to touch are multiple six-figure deals. And so I'm excited about today because now we're going to show you some of you guys that have been doing this for years. We're going to show you how to take the same stuff that you've already been doing, literally not even change like it's like one or two dials, and you're going to go from doing an average of the average wholesale deal is 23,000. We're going to show you from going from that to 50,000, 100,000, 150,000. For you guys that are brand new, why play small, baby? If you want to do your first deal, might as well be six figures. And so this is what I want y'all to do. I'm not going to delay it any longer, but I'm going to need y'all to light up the chat. All right. So I'm going to bring out the one, the only Mr. Willy. No, let's go, baby. Let's go, Willy.
What up? What up? What
Oh,
up? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
what's up?
What's up, people? Good evening. Happy Thursday. It's Thursday. That's what it is. What's going on? Yeah, so like Anthony just said, man, first of all, welcome. Appreciate you guys being here. This is going to be awesome. Sales is not something I typically like focus on or lead with or talk about a lot. But at a lot of popular requests, you guys have asked for it, so here it is. I do sales a little bit differently than most. I do not, by the way, I'm not here saying that I'm, a sales coach or anything like that. That is certainly not my forte. However, you got to be pretty decent at sales to do, 800 plus transactions at this point. To me, sales is really relating with somebody, figuring out what their issue is, and then framing it in a way where it's a win-win for everybody and it's fair for everybody. That's really what sales is for me. So that's what I'm going to show you here tonight. And let me share my screen here. One second. Let me make sure. Boop. All right. You guys can see that. We're good.
Yep,
Cool.
all good.
That's the most important part. All right. So this is part three, like Anthony said in the webinar series. The the part that we're going to be talking about today is acquiring acquisition, as it's called in our space, and how to close bigger deals, right? Six-figure deals. Yes, it is not uncommon. There's a bunch of people in our community that have lined up and closed six-figure deals. I know, sounds crazy. I'm not promising that every deal is going to be six figures. That's not what I'm saying here. I'm just saying with this method, it is a lot more prevalent, that's for sure, because you're solving a different quality of problem. Okay. So my goal for you guys tonight is to learn how to profit from deals that everyone else throws away. Okay. That is kind of the entire premise of reverse flip. And that's what we show you, right? Dead leads, dead deals. Maybe not even necessarily totally dead, but hey, I have this lead, I have this seller. I know there's something here, but I just can't put it together. I don't know how to put it together, right? Remember, there's two types of things: stuff you don't know, and then there's stuff that you don't know you don't know. Okay. The second one is really going to be a drainer on your professional career and your life. And believe me, I've been there, done that. There's still stuff that I don't know. I don't know, right? But I know that I don't know it and I want to know it. That was a tongue twister. All right. I'm going to walk you through exactly how I call sellers, my sales framework, right? If that's what you want to call it, for closing these types of deals. All right. By the end of this, you're going to have clarity that you've been missing, right? To be able to clearly implement. And if you've been around or following me and reverse flipping all that, and you've seen it as of late, I go live on YouTube every single night, 5 to 6 p.m., even on Saturdays, 12 to 1. Sometimes I do sales in there. I talk a little bit about, different facets of the business, but I do live deal underwriting and all that stuff. And then, of course, now we have a lot more content coming out with me actually being on the phone and, closing or explaining. And tonight, we're actually going to dissect start to finish. It's about 11 minutes, but it was a very, very good sales call with a realtor and a seller's attorney. All right. Now, why? We'll get into that in a second, but I'll show you how they thought, and I quote, this is a scam when the JV, who did nothing wrong, by the way, originally presented the offer and how we were going to buy the property and all that, to them agreeing by the end of the call with me and me actually just breaking it down very logically, building rapport, etc., and not making it very complicated. Okay. With sales, man, you shouldn't really have to convince anybody. Okay. You should just be showing what you can do, particularly in this business, showing the value that you bring, right? Displaying and understanding what the seller's needs are, or the heirs, or whatever, what their pain points are, how you're going to solve them, and the education behind it to educate that seller on how that's going to happen. And that's how you build trust. And then, of course, delivering on it, right? In a creative way. So, what we're going to be covering today, how I find high equity leads to call. We do not call on low equity deals or negative equity deals and stuff like that. How we skip trace them. We're going to show you that in the app. And then what to say when you are on the call to get the deed. All right, it's very simple. Very simple. If you don't know who I am, I'm just kind of going to fly through this intro. A lot of you guys do. If you don't know who I am, Willy Numbers, been in the business since 2017, largely wholesaling. I did about 800 transactions to date, give or take. Not an exact figure, but it's definitely up there. Since 2017, excuse me. Profited over $15 million. That's profit. That's not gross. That's not, hey, that's the amount of value of real estate we moved. That's actual profit. And right now, my entire focus is building the number one community for real estate investors through reverse flip. Okay. How reverse flip came to be is very, very simple. In 2019, I got sick and tired of running into dead leads that I couldn't convert and I didn't know how. And I went down the rabbit hole figuring out, okay, how the hell do you look at these deals differently and do different things behind the scenes to figure them out and have the equity unlocked. That's how reverse flip came to be. So here's the first step. Okay, we're gonna find high equity leads to call. We did that already in a previous webinar. Okay, that was the one. There was a lot of you guys. There was like 200 of you guys there, and we went through and we built lists and we did all that kind of stuff, right? And I'll just briefly show you what that looks like. Just give me 1 second, and I'm gonna move this out. Here we go. Let's switch gears here. All right, so you guys should be able to see this. And again, this webinar is not about this. This is just briefly showing you how the heck I'm going to find a bunch of leads with high equity, all right? So let's say I go to tax delinquent, just one list, single family. I'm going to delete all this other stuff. And if they're tax delinquent, they're already high equity, right? Because the mortgage companies always pay the taxes. They rarely ever miss paying the taxes. That means that there's no mortgage on this. So then I'm going to select individually owned and, for example, just absentee owned, right? So I got 987 leads right here, boom, that are tax delinquent. And that means 1 year all the way up to 3 years, etc. Different levels of motivation, but all of these are 100% equity. There's no question about it because they are tax delinquent. Okay, so that's step one. Let's go back to the slides here. Okay, so now, oops. All right, here we go. So step two, okay. Step two now is going to be skip tracing the owner. So again, for example, I'm going to click on this address right here. Okay. Look at this house. I would say it fits into the motivated bucket. And then I'm going to go contacts. Boom. There's your skip tracing right there. Everybody see that? Right? So, oh man, how do I find these people? Listen, there's other free ways to do it too, guys. Okay. There's other different types. There's so many skip tracing tools out there. However, our app already comes with it included. So why reinvent the wheel, right? And then, of course, step three is call and make the offer, right? And figure out what's going on with the situation, etc. and then start to build that relationship with the seller or the heirs and, move forward. So let me go back to my slides here. Mm-mm-mm. All right, here we go. So in step three, this is where a lot of people get lost. All right. Right. Typically, and this is the issue, right? In wholesaling, and I learned this throughout my career in wholesaling, but in wholesaling, most people are taught, if not all, to go right in for the kill. All right. You start talking about the property and you start talking about, the AC and the roof and the issues and what kind of repairs were made and when was the last time you made repairs to the house and all that kind of stuff. Look, I'm not here saying that that is not important. Obviously, it is important to know what the hell the condition of the house is. Yes, of course it is. But I don't really focus on that. What I focus on is the seller or sellers or heirs problem, like their actual issue behind the scenes. The property is secondary to me. Why? Because if I know that they have equity and I know that they have a problem, and obviously I know because I'm filtering the list and I'm building that, then what I have to know next is how can I extract the information that I need from this person, really get down to the root cause of the issue of why they're not moving forward or why they haven't made a decision. And a decision can mean, have you, why didn't you list it with the realtor, right? There's a ton of decisions they can make. Why didn't you list it with a realtor? Why haven't you tried to sell it? Why haven't you started the probate? Why haven't you paid the tax delinquency, right? Why haven't you, paid the foreclosure, et cetera, right? There's a lot of different, why haven't you gotten this water out, et cetera, et cetera. It makes sense, guys? And that why is where I start to figure out, oh, okay. And I uncover the true, oh, so the squatter's actually the brother. Oh, okay. This is interesting for me. That's why this hasn't moved forward. Oh, the probate hasn't been done because the guy that I'm speaking to on the phone lives in Georgia and, works a 9 to 5 and doesn't have the money or the know-how of how to do a probate in Florida or Texas or Jersey or whatever it is. It makes sense, guys. And I'm going to get them to explain it to me. And every single time I hear a pain point or something that is important, don't blow over it, emphasize on it, expand on it, right? Because that's really where you're going to get down to how you're going to help the seller. And you want to look for as many yeses as possible. And you want to, kind of like an onion, you want to peel back as many layers as possible. And you're like a little detective, right? I'm uncovering things. Don't get me wrong. The data that I'm showing you, right? Hey, tax delinquent, the house looks like crap, this, that, maybe it's in foreclosure. It says in a state of, it's a pre-inherited property. It's got liens, got violation, right? They went through a divorce, whatever the situation is. Okay, that is important. That's telling me a story for sure. What the story that's telling me is, hey, there's a problem here. Here's a red flag. There's a problem here. But the color, if you will, of the story is the seller explaining to you why that got that way, how long it's been that way, why they haven't done anything, and what are they planning to do. That's a really good question, right? You normally don't want to, and here's a nugget for you, right? You don't want to ask somebody like, were you considering selling? That's a silly question. Number one, that's an invasive question. Number two, it's really easy for them to say, no, I haven't thought about it. Right. But if you ask it like this, hey, Mr. Seller, so what are your plans with the property? Do you have any plans with the property? That's a different kind of question. Now it's very open ended. Now they got to tell you what they're thinking. They can't just say, yes, well, I asked you what your plans are with the property. Yes or no, right? That's not a yes or no question. Now they have to explain to you. And then you can see their logic, right? You can start to hear it, and then you can start to dig into that. Does it make sense? So here's some obstacles, right? Real obstacles in the RF solution. So I've heard this over and over again, and I literally hear this all the time. And when JVs, by the way, if you're inside the community, you can actually go on live calls with me or listen to me do live calls, or maybe I'll do live calls with you, etc. And some of that content's coming out now too. They know, like when I get on the phone with a seller or with an heir or with a realtor or with an attorney, and I'm going to show you here in this recording in a little bit, they know they're actually kind of shocked. They're like, dude, I didn't hear you talk about the property, or I didn't, I really I thought it was going to be a lot more complicated than that. You just kind of had a conversation with them. And I'm like, yeah, of course. It's just having a conversation, guys. That's all it is. So I couldn't close this deal. And I hear this all the time because of multiple errors, too many liens, squatters, title issues, can't find the heirs. That's a really good one. It's one thing knowing the heirs, it's another thing you can't find the heirs. Don't know who inherited the property. That's another one too. Property is a tear down, and of course, IRS liens and stuff like that. So these are real objections in the field. Okay, but in reverse flipping, we bypass them, and what we really do is we control the deed and solve these problems. Okay, so let me keep going here. Internal obstacles. All right, I can't close that deal. So these are internal obstacles that I hear all the time that you guys are thinking of. I can't close that deals. I don't know what to say. Valid. I'm not experienced enough. Well, remember, we all started, even I started off with zero experience, right? I don't know where to start. Well, we're going to discuss that too, right? We did the first webinar was where to start, which is build your list data. This one is okay, now I found the data. Now I'm calling, what do I say? How do I get it over? Okay? But the reality is, let me tell you this. A lot of this stuff is BS. Keep in mind, when I signed my first deal ever in 2017, I didn't even have the paperwork. The seller asked me what I wanted to pay. I didn't know what to answer because I had never run a comp before. The guy who was teaching me the business, bless his heart, had never taught me how to run a comp. He never gave me a contract. I actually ended up leaving the seller's house. I went to Kinko's. I printed the contract. I called him on the way. I said, what should I pay? And he gave me the number, and then we ended up signing it. My answer, though, looking back at it, was pretty good. The seller said, what are you looking to give us for the property? And I stumbled in that moment. And in my mind, the first thing that came out was, what are you looking to get for it? Again, it's like a little ping pong match, right? And to my shock, the seller was actually like, well, we have a realtor friend and blah, blah, blah. And then the whole story came out, right? And well, we know it needs some repairs and this and that. And, then they unlocked their time, constraints and, we need to sell and this and that. So again, don't focus so much on like, oh man, they just asked me for a number, 250. Right? You don't need to do that. Do not let a seller pigeonhole you into that. Like, what's your offer? Well, listen, I would love to give you an offer. I just need to ask you some questions so that I can give you the highest number because I don't want to lie to you. Because if I lie to you, that's not going to make me look good, right, Mr. Seller? So if you can, and if you don't mind, let me ask you some questions. Then we can discuss the offer. Does that sound fair? Fair, I call fair the F word. I took that from Chris Voss. If you've ever heard him, never split the difference. Fair is a really, really good word to use throughout sales. Is that fair enough? Sound fair? Sound fair? Right? That is a word. I want you to write that down. Fair. Use it as much as you can. Don't go running around like fair, 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 fair 20 times in a call. All right. Mirroring is also very important. All right. And I'm digressing here a little bit. But for example, and I'll get more into detail here, but for example, if I have an aggressive seller, and we're talking about on the phone, if I have an aggressive seller on the phone and he's got, a certain type of tonality and he's being aggressive or she's being aggressive, do you think I'm going to get very far if I'm docile? The answer is no. You have to match, mirror. That's called mirroring. You have to mirror that seller. Now, I'm not saying you should, say the F word to them. Just say, hey, you know what? Go pound sand. No, don't do that. But you have to be assertive. On the same token, in the other extreme, if I'm speaking to an 80-year-old older lady and she's speaking very softly and she's speaking low and she's speaking fast, if I start talking to the seller like this and I'm just completely lost that seller, she's gonna feel uncomfortable. There's no way I'm gonna be able to build rapport. There's no way I can build trust. It's just not gonna happen. Okay, I'm gonna mirror her and I'm gonna say yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Make sense, ma'am? I'm gonna lower my tone. I'm gonna speak at her pace, right? I'm gonna explain things. I'm going to listen actively. Active listening is a real thing. So I get this question. We get this question all the time. How do I get a seller to agree to sign? Well, by showing and sometimes saying directly, I'm here with the resources and knowledge to solve your problem. Okay. I'm not going in there assuming or even worrying about like, oh, well, how am I going to get this person to sign with me? No, 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 no. Now you're attracting that, right? If you follow the process, show them, educate them, etc., that's really what matters. Ask them questions about what their situation is. As they give you more information, ask more questions about the information that they're giving to you. Eventually, before you know it, you're having a good conversation, you're building rapport. Next thing you know, you're ready to make a deal, and that's that. Okay. The reality of wholesaling is that your seller's talking to 20 other people. Okay, so if you are wholesaling, there's nothing wrong with it. I still love wholesaling. You got to be really good. Okay, and you got to be very persistent. In RF, they have way too big of a problem to be speaking to that many people, and most people don't market them to them anymore because they either pick them as a dead lead and or they don't even know that this seller exists because they're not building lists for that. Okay. This is a good mindset shift for you, and write this down. One day, a very long time ago, I was at a seller's appointment, and the seller was just being a jerk, and I realized, okay, this deal is not going to happen. And what came out was, hey, listen, Mr. Seller, with all due respect, you have to sell your house. I don't have to buy it. And when I said that, the seller's tonality kind of changed. And, at first he was taken aback. And when I said it, I was like, oh, shit. Did I just piss this guy off? But what I really did was establish dominance. And really, I established a frame there where I was like, hey, whoa, whoa, take it easy. Look, look, look. I didn't even say I was going to buy this house. I'm over here. In other words, you should be convincing me of why I should buy this house. I have 10 other sellers that need to sell that I want to buy. So you need to sell. I don't need to buy. Makes sense? So that's a mindset shift, and that's a whole different way of looking at this game. Okay. So write in the chat to us if you've ever been there, right? If you've ever had these kinds of motivations or these kinds of issues or these kinds of objections, right? Have you ever been there? Have you ever ran into any of those? I just want to know. And if you're brand new, that's cool. You can say, hey man, I'm brand new. That's all good too. It'll only be a matter of time before you run into them, I can assure you. So opening the seller call. Here's the deal. So an inheritance property example, all right? There's different types of seller calls and different ways to open up these calls. Everybody always wants to know and make such a big deal about, well, how do I open the call? What do I say, right? Do I say that I'm an investor? Do I say that I was driving by and I saw their property, right? Et cetera, et cetera. Guys, look, the reality is, here's what not to do. Don't jump into price or commitment. But I can tell you that right now. And what I mean by that is, like I just explained to you, the example of a seller saying, well, what's your offer? Do not get fed into that. Don't get fed into that because they're going to run you right over, right? You need to repivot that call. And by the way, sometimes if a person's just like, well, if you don't give me an offer, okay, sir, then you know what? Then I guess this isn't for you because I can't just give you a blind offer like that. If guys are giving you blind offers and you want to go with somebody who's lying to you, go for it. I'm not that guy though. Do you want to keep going or do you want to hang up? Again, and I talk just like that. There's nothing wrong with that, guys. That's not being rude. That's valuing your time. That's being professional. And by the way, the right seller will actually stop and say, yeah. And they might, resent you for it for a second. They might like fight it, but they'll be like, all right, well, what do you want? Ask me what you want to ask me. Boom. There you go. Classic one, too, by the way, guys. And there's a bunch of calls that we've made where you can hear when I open the call, the seller's like, oh yeah, man, you know what? I'm actually busy right now, and be like, listen, I understand, but like less than 5 minutes, I just hate to lose you and call you back later. I know you don't want to be bothered, but you got 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. 9 out of 10 times that person's either gonna say, no, it's fine, okay, schedule a follow-up, or a lot of the times when you press that extra inch, they're gonna be like, okay, all right, man, make it quick, make it quick. Boom. Now my foot's through the door. Most people, though, in sales just will take that and be like, oh, okay, I guess I'll call you back another time. And that's that, right? And what happened on that call? Well, the seller sold you. You didn't sell the call. You didn't sell the seller. Okay. So, second, don't ever say this. Don't ever say this. So, what do you want for it? Don't ever say that early on into the call. Please, for the love of God, guys, come on. We're better than that. I know that you might be tempted to do that, please don't. That's just not good. All right. That shows the seller that you haven't done your homework, number one, either consciously or subconsciously. Number two, it's what every other guy or girl on the phone has also said to them. Okay. You want to learn to distinguish yourself from these people. Okay. And you have to be able to gauge who you're talking to. Again, going back to the example, if it's an elderly seller and she's telling and she wants to talk about her family and her kids and the thing and her husband and how he passed away, for the love of God, shut up and listen actively, right? And when you get a moment, chime in, ask some key questions. The more they talk, the more information they're going to give you, and the more that they like you, and the more there's a higher chance that they're going to remember you if there's a follow up, which a lot of times there are, and the further you're going to get into that trust window. Now, I'm not saying sit there on the call either for 2 hours listening to stories from 1967, right? We want to gather data, we want to validate pain, and we want to secure the next call if it is not a one call close, which again, one call closes do happen. Again, I'm just being realistic with you. The majority of your career and the majority of your calls will not be one call closes. Okay. Guys, here's a nice little table for you, a chart where I actually like this very much. And I'm going to go through the step, the purpose, and some example language. Okay. So, is that right? What I'm also going to show you is you always want to ask for permission to open or reopen a conversation. You want to ask for permission to do something. For example, I'm just going to ask you some questions about the house versus Mr. Seller, is it all right with you if I just ask you a couple simple questions about the property? Is that okay? Different. Much more inviting on the second one. It's respectful. And if they say yes, then that's that. Now you have an agreement, right? And again, you're looking to get as many agreements from this seller and as many times for them to say yes and agree with you as you possibly can. Because psychologically, now you're training for the yes. Okay. So let's start with the first one, right? Confirm the context. Make sure you're talking about the same property and problem. I know that sounds logical and I know that sounds obvious. And hey, common sense says, guys, please, hey, this is 123 Main Street. Is this Adam? Yes, it is. Great, Adam. Let me talk to you about 123 Main Street for a second, okay? Maybe it's not. Maybe you dialed the wrong number. Maybe you dialed Jack, and now Jack is going to talk to you for the next 10 minutes. Be like, yeah, buddy, but I don't own that house. I don't know what you're talking about. So again, what does that example language sound like? Awesome. Just to confirm, blank, this is for property at 123 Maple, right? And it's still vacant. Or, hey, there's a probate open, right? Or, hey, is the mortgage current? All right. You don't want to say, hey, no, you're behind on your payments, right? No, 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 no. You also, here's another nugget for you guys. When you're asking about mortgage, right? And I get this question all the time. Well, how do you find out what they owe? Well, number one, you have the app for that. Number two, though, the wrong way, here's the wrong way to ask that question. Here's the right way to ask that question. Wrong way to ask that question. How much is owed on the mortgage? Boo. Negative, super invasive, very easy way for you to get none of your damn business, or I don't feel comfortable disclosing that to you. Okay? Now here's the right way to ask that question. The property's free and clear, right? Well, what do you mean it's free and clear? Oh, I'm just asking. The property doesn't have a mortgage, right? Let them correct you. See, that's non-invasive. I'm assuming something positive. They will correct you and say, oh, no, 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 no. Yeah, it does have a mortgage. Oh, okay. My mistake. Again, my mistake. If you don't mind me asking, more or less, it doesn't have to be an exact figure, but more or less what's owed on the mortgage. See, that's a secondary question. They've already corrected you and they told you, no, 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 it does have a mortgage. So you didn't invade. They relieve that information to you. Now you can ask a follow-up question. You say, if you don't mind me asking, again, if you don't mind me asking, what's owed on the house? Oh, what's owed, I don't really know. Doesn't have to be an exact figure, Mr. Seller, Mrs. Seller. Just a ballpark. Is it somewhere around 100, maybe 150? Maybe you don't know. Oh yeah, I think it's about 135. The last time I heard, 2 months ago, it was about 135. Okay, great. You write that down. Boom, 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 boom. Build trust fast. Reassure them that you're there to help. Again, you're not there as an investor. You're not there to, buy their property. Again, that's what they're used to hearing. You are there to reassure them that you're here to help, not pressure. No pressure. No one likes a horny chihuahua. Please, for the love of God, okay? You're not here to hump a tree. You're here to figure out some information and genuinely try to help these people. Believe me, it will help you get much further. Perfect. Here's some example language. Perfect. My role is to figure out what's blocking this from closing so we can explore all your options. No commitments yet. Does that sound fair enough? Boom. That's the way that you set that frame, okay? Doesn't it sound pleasant when I say it? Now we're gathering the story. This is very, very, very important, okay? Get the emotional and financial details. There's all different kinds of problems. If you guys are on the YouTube lives with me, I talk about this all the time. There's situational issues, there's financial issues, there's circumstantial issues. Okay. A financial issue is tax delinquency, pre foreclosure, they owe money on the HOA, etc. A situational issue is, hey, I recently lost my job. Yes, of course, that's finance related, but that's a situation. Or, hey, I'm getting relocated for my job, or I need to relocate because my relative is sick. Again, situational. All right. Circumstantial. Man, I'm getting a divorce. Ooh, those are circumstances. Make sense? So every other one of those is going to lead to a different line of questioning. Okay. Here's an example. Can you walk me through what's been going on with the property? Again, you notice I'm not asking a yes or no. I'm asking you, can you tell me a little bit about the property? Naturally, people aren't prepared for that kind of question, so they're just going to start to tell you exactly what the hell's wrong. And the longer they talk, by the way, just shh, but the longer they talk, the more they're going to divulge for you. Okay. And that's where oh, I mean, well, what actually happened? And then when you hear something like that, like, well, and you hear that sigh or you hear that tone drop, what actually happened was my brother was living in the house and, all of a sudden our dad passed away and, he wasn't helping me with anything. It's been 2 years and I live in Georgia and this guy, I mean, he doesn't pay any of the bills, and I'm the only one paying the taxes, and da da da. Boom. Now you got it, right? Beforehand, that seller might have told you, like, yeah, there's someone living in the property. Okay. Well, is there a lease? Are they paying? What's going on? How long have they been there? Who are they? Right? There's a lot of questions I have. Identify the obstacle. Diagnose their RF lever, the reverse flip lever, which is air, liens, title issues, etc. Right? Whatever you can get. Got it. Blank. Sounds like the title is tangled up because of a divorce, because of your brothers and the probate, because of, oh, the probate hasn't been started yet. Got it. Okay. Oh, the title's tangled up because of the liens and the violations on the property. I got it. I understand. Well, what are the liens for if you don't if you know and if you don't mind me asking? How much are the liens? What are the liens for? What are the violations for? Have they been corrected, right? Now I can go down through a whole, not all those questions at one time, but I can go down a line of questioning now. It's very, very different. Okay. Schedule the solution call or the offer review. Okay. Transition to the next step. This all goes in descending order, obviously. Transition to the next step. Do not pitch price yet, like at all. Okay. Do not. And I had a mentor that used to say, if you're talking about price more than twice, you're having the wrong conversation. He couldn't have been more right. And this guy bought thousands of homes way before my time, and he taught me a lot. So this is, again, example language. Let's hop on a quick Zoom call. Zoom calls are fine with sellers, by the way, or FaceTime call or regular call. So I can look up the documents and give you clear next steps. What's better, later today or tomorrow morning. Again, you always want to give two times. And if they say no to either time, have another option available. You definitely do not want to ever leave a call without having scheduled a follow up call. That's a classic sales mistake. Please don't be lazy. You did all this work. Don't let a seller tell you, well, I'll call you. No, no, that's like the girl telling you, it's not you, it's me. Bullshit. No, you did something wrong. Trust me, you got to get there. All right. Guys, was that helpful to walk you through some of that stuff, right? Does that kind of set the tone for what we're doing here? Great. So if you've ever talked to a seller, you've definitely heard these before, right? These are some common, obviously there's hundreds of objections, but here's the most common, right? Seller objection handling. Some of these are not really going to be relevant to reverse flip type sellers because their problems are so big that usually it's not your offer's too low. Just as an example, right? I need to think about as a classic one too. What's there to think about? Well, listen, I'm on the phone already. Maybe I can help. That way you don't have to, stress about asking questions. What specifically do you need to think about so I can help you? And again, not trying to put pressure on you. I just want to make sure that I did my job. I want to make sure that I did this right. Because maybe it's something that I didn't explain. Put the blame on you. No, 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 it's not anything you did. I just with work and this and that, and I got to talk to my wife about it. Classic, right? Well, can we get your wife on the phone? Is there a time that we can schedule with your wife? By the way, don't ever go to a seller appointment without their spouse there, because that's a classic way for you to get a objection and be like, oh, damn it, even if the person agreed, I still need their spouse to sign, right? So don't do that. Make sure, hey, is your husband going to be home? Is your wife going to be home? Oh, she's not. Oh, yeah. Well, we only, go to see properties when both spouses are together because, naturally people would like to make decisions together, and we're there to buy the house. We're certainly not there to just view the house. So we want to make sure that if we do come to an agreement, both decision makers are present. That's a perfect way to frame that. And if that person says anything else other than, yeah, well, that makes sense. Yeah, I'll make sure my wife is here. Yeah, I'll make sure my husband is here. Then you do not have a seller who's ready to move forward yet, or you haven't uncovered the true motivation. Does that make sense? Cool. So we teach you how to get the ammunition. We go full in on each deal. All right. No one ever comes as prepared as we do. And you'll see that in the call here with the realtor and with the attorneys. All right. Objections are never, ever, ever, ever the end of a conversation. Okay. They are the start of it. When a seller objects, it means that they're engaged, but it also means, remember, natural human behavior. People naturally are non-confrontational. What does that mean? That means that they'd rather lie to you, aka an objection, rather than tell you the truth. They don't want to offend you. They don't want to be rude to you. They don't want to let you down, right? Believe it or not, a lot of humans are like that. Humans are programmed for that. So they'd rather tell you, like, man, I got to talk to my wife about it, or, oh man, I got to think about it. You think about what? Right? So, what you can say to a seller, let's say you're at a seller's house, and this is a classic one, and they're like, well, you know what? I got to think about it, or, oh man, I got these other guys, and they're coming here, and blah, 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 blah. Here's a great one. I've used it for a long time. It's awesome. Mr. Seller, Mrs. Seller, I totally understand that, and I agree that. However, do you mind if I just tell you something? Yeah, sure, no problem. Because I don't want to lie to you and I want to be transparent with you. It's totally fine if you want to do that. However, when I leave this house, I have 3 more, 4 more, 5 more, whatever number you want to insert there, more appointments today with sellers in very similar situations, just like you. What I don't want to happen, and again, I don't want to lie to you. So, what I don't want to happen is for me to go to one of those sellers' homes and they're ready to execute and they're ready to move forward, and we sign an agreement, and now, unfortunately, Mr. Seller, I don't have unlimited capital. I wish I did, but I'm not Jeff Bezos. I don't want to have to call, get a call from you later, maybe tomorrow. And you say, hey, Will, I'm ready to move forward. And I say, Sally, I am so sorry. However, I signed with another seller and I allocated the money to them. So are you sure that you still want to think about this? Because I'm here now And bird in hand is better than two in the bush. That's a soft close, by the way. It's not a hard close. That's giving them an out. But also, you are inciting a response from them. And it's going to be one or two. They're going to say, yeah, no, listen, I appreciate you telling me that, which they will appreciate it. You're being honest. And they're going to say, I'm still going to think about it, though. Great. That seller wasn't ready. I can tell you that. Or, even better, number two, they're going to say, you know what? Okay. All right. Let's sit down. Let's talk about it. Now you're moving into a close. That's totally different. Okay. My attorney says bankruptcy is my only option. Jesus, get another attorney. Jesus Christ. A lot of attorneys say this, man, and it's crazy to me, right? And my bank said no. Said no to what? Said no to what? If you have equity, what are they saying no for, right? So let's go through this live seller call, okay? And I'm going to show you what this is a real call, just for perspective. This is a lead that a JV got. House is listed on the market, going to foreclosure auction March 11th, so less than 30 days. It has equity. He owes about 525. The house is worth ARV because it's in pretty good shape, but it needs a couple little things done. More of like an ovation deal. The house needs about 10, 15 grand to make it tip top shape. The house would sell for about 650. So 525 to 650. There's more than enough spread there. Originally, the seller wanted 600. No go. We said 550. And when we went through everything and the JV presented the offer and he said, look, this is, we're going to get the deed and we're going to do this, da, da, da. And again, no fault of the JV. The realtor, who, respectfully probably messed that up through a game of telephone, tried explaining that to the attorney and it didn't sit well with the attorney. And then the attorney said, hey, this is a scam. Don't work with these people. So here's what happened. I told the JV, get me on the phone with these people and let me speak to them. Okay. So one call with a realtor and lawyer, change perspective, and this is how it goes. And let me make sure, can you guys tell me if you can hear this? I just want to make sure.
Uh,
What about now?
Cost. All right, so go ahead and tell Andre
Perfect.
exactly how you guys are proposing this is done.
Yeah, how you doing, Andre? My name's Will.
Hey, Will, another day in paradise, my friend. Another day in paradise.
That's how we all got to look at it, my friend.
Exactly.
Any other way is ludicrous. So, yeah.
Back to me, okay.
Yeah, guys, look, I mean, typically we buy there's two ways that I do it. I mean, we could do it the traditional route, right? Just to kind of cut right through the chase. You could do it with the PSA, right? All that kind of stuff. Go through lien and title, et cetera. I mean, we're going to do that one way or another. Or sometimes we buy the deed up front. We hold it in escrow with our attorney. We negotiate the same exact scenario. In this particular case, when there's an auction coming up or there's a pressing, time constraint, that's typically how we like to do it. But I'm more on this call just to try to figure it out. Whatever makes you guys more comfortable. Our last offer was 565, if I'm not mistaken. I know your seller was at 600. So that's really all I got.
Right, and then the 1% commission to me to.
All right, guys. So I'm just going to interrupt here for a second. So as we go through this, I'll just kind of highlight what's happening. So again, realtor is connecting Andre, the attorney for the seller, and myself. Okay, first time I'm speaking to him. Second time I'm speaking to the realtor. I'm setting the tone for the call. I made him laugh right away, right? Ha ha ha. He laughed at my comment. Cool. It's a pretty good start to a call. I'm setting the tone and I'm saying, hey guys, so typically there's two ways to do these kinds of transactions. We could do it the normal route, the PSA, the purchase sales agreement, blah, 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 blah. Or, in these cases, because of the time constraint and the fact that there's an auction, etc., really like to get the deed, and that could be held in escrow by the attorney, right? So they understand, like, all right, this guy's coming in, he's explaining to us, I have the confidence, right? I'm not here to bullshit them. I'm just shooting it straight, right? Non-aggressive, just professional, all right? Now, the realtor's going to talk a little bit, and you'll see.
Facilitate, make all this somehow happen.
Sure. And the 1%, just so we're all clear, am I paying that or is he paying that or how's that being?
Again, she says, and the 1% commission. clarity. I'm saying, am I paying the 1% or is the seller paying the 1%? I know it's customary for a seller to pay the 1%, but I don't want to assume. And then we get down to the line. It's like, well, no, you said you were going to pay it, right? 1% on a house like this is like 6 grand, right? It makes a difference.
Split.
Typically, the seller pays it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. The only thing, I mean, and Will, I get what the way you're trying to do it. I was talking to Mary a little bit before we got on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
So if you take, like, you typically would like to do everything with your attorney, correct?
Yeah, ideally.
Ideally. Okay. Yeah. The only thing is that we were talking about, is like, I mean, obviously, look, we want to make sure that you guys are protected as well because of the scenario that we have with this property.
Sure.
We can pretty much do the same. Because I was saying, like, we would have to send the payoff amount to the courts to stop that, right? And typically, we will have to get a payoff from the attorneys, and they typically will, for round numbers, whatever it is, they might tack a little bit more just because of their drawing up the payoff and stopping the sale.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Minus last summary final.
for round numbers, whatever it is, and
All right, guys. So you guys see the screen share, right? As I'm doing it, let me make it large. As I'm doing this in real time, they don't know this, but I am on the docket inside their foreclosure sale, looking at the final judgment and looking at the last thing filed in the court. So I have all this information very handy to me. This is what we teach you in RF. This is why, like a regular wholesaler or something like that, again, no disrespect, but they're flying blind. They have no idea what's going on. They're listening to the attorney and they're like, oh, okay, it's just said that they owe whatever. They're taking them at face value. I'm trusting, but verifying. I'm also going to be able to correct them professionally. They can be like, oh, well, yeah, you're right. You're right. How'd you know that? Because I'm looking at your docket, right? That brings you up to a certain caliber of investor that now they're like, oh shit, this guy's serious. This guy's sharp. He knows his stuff.
might tack a little bit more just because of their drawing up the payoff and stopping the sale.
Mm-hmm.
And then from that, I guess, the seller will get his proceeds from that part.
Yeah, so let me just use, for the sake of argument, the last summary final judgment, which this is from December 11th of 2025. So granted, it's going to be higher, but let's just use this just for the sake of argument, right?
Let's say 570. Let's just call it 570, right?
Well, here it's 517. So
I'm sorry, 517. Okay.
yeah.
Let's call it 520.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it 525 just in case, just because I know that these attorneys get cute and you know how that goes. But anyway, 525, right? And let's say that we did agree to 565. Again, I'm just using numbers that we spoke about. So 525 minus the 565 gives a spread of 40 grand, right? So there's gonna be 40 grand left over. Again, this is assuming that there's no like liens, violations, or anything like that. I'm just taking face value of the final judgment, right? That amount, it would be a traditional closing. When we fund the 565, the bank, and we're going to get a payoff because my attorney's title company is going to need one too. We're going to fund the bank, whatever it is, 525. And then the delta, the remainder, the 40 is going to go to the seller, however he wants it.
Got it.
Mhm.
Got it. Okay.
It's pretty straightforward.
No, it is. And that's why I was like, Mary, I mean, we just have to get you on the phone to see exactly what way you guys would, like to accomplish this. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty straightforward, Mary. It's just a matter of who does it. I mean, we can do it, or, just for the sake of argument of holding the escrow, the deed until, obviously we get a payoff, we get an amount, and then, obviously wires are sent out.
All right, so let's stop here for a second. So I hope you guys were able to hear all that so far. What do I have so far? So we went from this was a scam, this was fraud before getting on this call, to now I'm on the phone with the attorney and the realtor. I now have him agreed with me and say, hey, you know what? Totally makes sense to me. We can hold the deed. Now he's agreeing to, yep, I can have my seller sign the deed ahead of time. Now, why would I need a deed ahead of time? That's a great question. I'm going to answer it here in this call because he kind of asked it to me. But again, I'm not afraid to present my offer and the process and the way that we're going to do it. I also understand that they're in a position where timelines are very tight, so they don't have time to waste, right? So with that confidence, I'm explaining it to them in a way where they're saying, "Hey, you know what? That makes sense. Yeah, no, no. Yeah, no, Mary, that makes sense, right?" Because again, this is an attorney. This is no longer a realtor. No offense towards the realtor, but the attorney is going to understand this way better. So I know I have to talk to him in a different way.
In exchange of the deed, you know?
Yeah,
Are you guys gonna do like a lien search, title search, all
of
that
course.
on a separate? Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah, we're gonna do that either way.
You
Again,
can send the payoff or any exchange of any monies, right?
correct, correct. And again, the reason why I get the deed, and I'll be honest with you, again, not saying this is the case in this particular situation, but I want the deed because just in case foreclosure sellers are notorious for, going ghost or defaulting, or God forbid something happens to this gentleman. And I'm just telling you a real scenario that happens. He passes away, and now I got to do a probate all of a sudden, and this thing's going to go to auction before I can do that. But if I have the deed and it's in your possession or my attorney's possession, I don't have to really worry about that, and I know that the deal is good as done because I know I'm going to fund it.
Right.
Okay, so guys, again, I have now explained to him, and I gave him a really realistic, very good answer to, hey, here's why I want the deed. What if something happens to the seller and we have an auction date a month out? God forbid he dies, or God forbid he disappears to Mexico and he, whatever, he found Jesus. Now I got to get this guy back to sign seller docs, and now this thing's going to go to auction. We're going to run out of time, right? And of course, the attorney's like, yeah, no, no, makes sense, because attorneys think that way, and it's hard to argue with that kind of logic.
I have no, as of right now, I mean, I'll relay this to the attorney.
Sure.
Okay, and obviously we will speak to the seller directly just to explain our conversation. And, huh? Our conversation, right? Our conversation, right?
Right.
And then, he would speak to our attorney as well, and then, just present to him the option that you're presenting. I mean, we see it as not a problem, and, he just have to make the final decision and come in and sign a deed and hold it in escrow.
Right. It's not being released. I mean, it's not, I have no problem with it being, staying with you. Yeah.
We get it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Get it.
And obviously, let me,
Circumstance.
if you don't mind me asking you guys a couple questions.
Sure.
Look, these sellers are back and forth, right? I know he got an extension on the foreclosure. I'm looking at the docket here, but where is he at? Is he ready to make a decision? Because he just keeps eating away equity here.
No, he is. I had the conversation with him.
Okay. And is he all right with the 565, or is this going to be a back and forth? Because I'm pretty solid on that number, just to be fair.
We've already had the conversation on the 565.
Okay. Wonderful. And what about like vacating the property and all that kind of stuff?
Christopher, I
Mhm.
said, if he needs 2 weeks, he's been working on a place, trying to find a place. But if he needed 2 weeks post occupancy, I did talk to Christopher about that. He did indicate, I think he mentioned it to you, that that would not be a problem.
No, no, it certainly wouldn't be the end of the world, obviously, as long as he's executed everything and everything like that. And, I feel confident, secure, and now we own the property. That's fine with me. I don't mind. I just don't want to end up with some sort of an ejectment or something like that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
No, and he's not like that. I mean, I know him personally, so.
Yeah, listen, this is, again, no offense towards him. I'm sure he's a great guy, but just buying 800 properties in my career, I've dealt with every single one. Everybody's great until they're not,
Right. Listen, I'm just gonna laugh over here by myself because yes, I mean, everybody has a different scenario. I mean, I think we all have those stories where everybody's happy, nice, and until they're not. But yeah, we get it for obvious reasons on both.
So again, the attorney's actually the male voice, the female is the realtor. She is very irritated. This is a family friend. I found out through the process of this. She's been dealing with this for over a year. Actually, over a year and a half, which is crazy. And the attorney now is even laughing when I said about like, hey, I've seen it all. And he's like, yep, I'm just gonna laugh over here because everybody, everybody's just nice until they're not, right? So again, these people are now understanding and they're totally on my side. They get it. They know that I'm being very frank. They know that I know my numbers. They're they understand like, wow, okay, yeah, no, this makes sense. This is certainly the best call I can tell that they've had with any other buyer, and the most serious and the most professional as to like, hey, there's no doubts. This is what it is. This is how we're gonna do it. What I've done really is instill confidence that, hey, this guy, if we go with him, we're not going to have to worry about this property going to auction, right? I've also set the tone and I've asked some questions, right? You notice when I said, hey guys, and when they're like, yeah, no, we're good. And I said, hey guys, if you don't mind, can I ask a few questions of my own? And they say, yeah, no, absolutely. Oh, I'm asking for permission. Now I'm going in and I'm saying, hey, what about vacancy? And I'm confirming, hey, the realtor has had this conversation with the seller now. They are in agreement with 565. That way I'm not assuming like, well, we still have to talk to the seller first. We haven't told them the final number. No, 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 no. She says, nope, we spoke to him. I told him he's good with it. So now I know we got a deal from that perspective. And also, very important, what about vacancy? When is he looking to vacate? Hey, does he need a post occupancy? Is he going to stay in the house? When is he going to let me get in? When is he going to let my team get in? Right? All those kinds of things.
Sides, as far as what we need to do. Okay. All right, Mary. So I think the next step is just being able to schedule something with one of the attorneys in office to speak with the client and go from there.
And by the way, guys, I just want to extend this out too. My title attorney, and he basically does all my legal work. I have two. So I have Giovanni Borges that does a lot of like my probates and stuff like that. And then Nicholas Grandal, which used to be Capote Grandal, is now Grand Slam Title. He's out of Miami. So I'm more than happy to connect you guys on an email for comfort, for transparency, whatever. That's fine by me.
Okay. Yeah, we're good. Mary, I'm good. I'm good with this information. It's just a matter of us now talking to the seller and having the talk with our attorneys. Okay.
The heart to heart. You got it. All right, guys. I appreciate your time. Very nice to meet you.
Thank you, Will.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. Andre, I'll talk to you.
All right. So you get the point. The dispo strategy is just literally relisting it on the MLS. So the reason why this deal didn't sell is because the seller was very difficult to show access, and the house is actually really well done, but it has a lot of like aesthetic things that need to be changed, like the paint on the outside looks ugly, right? And they were asking for $699. Keep in mind, you heard them say, and they agreed that I'd be getting this for $565. Okay, so $135,000 off of the ask. And this should have sold if it was painted the right way and you had access and it was vacant. This house would sell for 640, 650 all day long, very, very quickly. So this is a very easy deal per se to put together. Okay. So let me go back to the slides here. Hold on one second. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to recap what we've covered so far. Was that call helpful? Was that call good for you guys to kind of see it in practice? All right. This is how I find high equity deals. All right. To call in minutes. This is how I skip trace them and what to say when you get on the call. Okay. Guys, can I ask you an honest to God question? Whether you're new or experienced, did I do anything here that was rocket science? For real, be honest with me. Did I do anything where you can sincerely tell me like, damn, Will, I can't believe what you said and it was so cool and wow, I would have never thought of that. I mean, right? The average person can do this, yes or no? That was not crazy, right? I'm not here to blow myself up. This is just simple conversation, understanding the person's needs, being transparent, and of course, you heard me at the end providing trust and saying, hey guys, if it's helpful to you, I can connect you with my attorney. Here's the names. Again, guys, it's just communication. That's what this is all about. So Here's the replay. All right. So, was this valuable for you so far? Right. And what I'd like to ask, for your permission, to tell me more about the most exciting program I've created. Right. That's really, really what I want to know. If you want to know that, then you guys need to let me know now. Okay. So now that you know the what and the why, okay, are you ready to implement this a lot faster into your business? Because you should be, because it's not that hard, right? So here it is. This is the deal finder. We get a lot of questions about it. Again, it's not a pitch, it's not a sale. If you guys want to use the same app, there it is. By all means, you guys ask about it all the time. So we figured, hey, why not put a link in here with the slide? Because we literally get questions about this all the time. And YouTube, everything that was done, apart from the call, everything that was done because of this app and through this app. And we got all the data, everyone's numbers, everyone's contact in that. We actually found the lead there too, by the way, because it was listed on the MLS and it was pre-foreclosure. So there's a system in the app. You guys know what you got to do. Guys, it's always an absolute pleasure. Are there any questions before we jump? Because I'm happy to answer any Q&A right now. Good shit, Willie. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Any questions before we jump? Anybody? Anybody? Where did this JV find this deal? So it was pre-foreclosure and in Envelo. Or excuse me, in Deal Finder. So it was pre-foreclosure. That's what it was. You can record calls through the app. No, so the app doesn't record your calls. You can get a simple dialer to do that. Any dialer will do that, or you can record them on your own phone. Yeah, the app does not record calls. Yeah, that was like an app of my own. But any dialer that you use, which you should have one anyway, for your own business, should do that. Are there any differences between multiple air and single air situations? Is it the same buyout process? That's a really good question. Could go a lot of different ways. Really, it's just the number of whatever percentage equity they have, or excuse me, whatever percentage interest they have, and then different deeds for each heir, right? And it could get complex, like, oh, well, they're half brothers, right? So it was, from a prior marriage, that kind of stuff, depending on what state you're in and all that. Thanks for your time, man. Got a boogie and Zoom recorded calls. I love it. All right, guys. Well, listen, I appreciate your time, man. It's been an absolute pleasure. We love seeing all you guys. We will see you next week. And for everyone on YouTube, I will see you tomorrow night, 5 to 6 p.m. Be ready. Have a great night, guys. Take care.
So I'm excited about today. We're talking about six-figure deals. If you guys are not familiar with how Willie does it, his small deals are 50K. And so we're talking about how Will and a lot of our students are doing not just a six-figure deal, but multiple six-figure deals, right? We're talking above 100,000, but then also doing multiple of those consistently. We have some students that don't touch anything less than six figures because there's deals that are out there. So many deals out there that a lot of people, no matter how much experience you have in real estate, don't know how to touch. We work with a lot of experienced investors that have 20 years, 15 years under their belt that have no idea where to find these deals, let alone how to structure them. And so we're excited. How do you structure these big deals? How do you find these deals? What do you do? And so I'm extremely excited to be able to get this thing up off the ground because there's a lot we got to cover today. So now what I want y'all to do, y'all been really good in the chat so far. Allentown in the house, St. Louis, baby. Oh, all right. Before we get going, if you guys missed the previous series, I'm going to have me and myself and my team will get the links to part 1 through 3. We'll post it in here. You can also find it at Willy Numbers, at Willy Numbers on YouTube. If you're not following Will, like and subscribe him. He literally goes live every day, but we're posting the replays on his YouTube at Willy Numbers, but we'll make sure to put the link here. But now, we got a lot to cover today. So I want you guys to light up the chat with as many emojis and fire emojis, whatever you got to do, because this the man's going to show you how to structure these six-figure deals. Let's bring it up. Let's give it up for Mr. Willy Numbers. Let's go. Let's go, Willy.
What up? What up? What up? What's going on? Can you guys hear me out there?
We got you. We got you.
Good? All right. Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate that. What's going on, people? Back again. Is this part 4? Is that right? It's part 4? Yeah? All right.
Part
I think
4.
so. I don't know. I'm losing track because there's so many. I love it. Guys, welcome. Happy Thursday, right? I hope your week's been going well. I hope you guys have been crushing it. I hope you guys have been taking action more than anything, because everything else is just busy work, right? So I'm going to share my screen first and foremost. Let me do that. It's going to be difficult to do it if we don't do it this way. All right. You guys should be able to see my screen now. Cool. Let me move this over here.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, sir. So, guys, we're going to be talking about structuring deals today. All right. So, what the heck that means is this is a part of a six-figure deal series, right? So, now I'm going to talk to you about documents, a little bit more of, hey, so where are we right now so far in the series? So, we've learned how to build data. We've learned how to build a list. We've learned how to market to that list. We've learned how to talk to that list, aka acquisition, etc. Now we are at the part which is the rubber meeting the road, so to speak. Okay, I have a seller or sellers or heirs or what have you that are now ready to transact with me. We are ready to do a deal, quote unquote. Okay, so this is the part where the theory has turned into action. You've spoken to people. Now you're ready to go. These people are ready to go. Numbers have been spoken about. The agreements have been verbally, committed to. Now what the hell are you going to do? Right? How are we going to structure these deals? And I'm actually going to go over 3 case studies, actual deals in our community, how they structured them, what types of deals, and what kind of spreads we are seeing on those deals. Okay, so my goal for you is to obviously learn how to structure these deals using curative title to create six-figure profits. Listen, I want everybody on this call, because you guys are so loyal and you guys have been here for a while. There's been hundreds of you on these last couple webinars that we've done. You guys need to get used to the word curative. Okay, curative. That is the word that is going to be in the real estate market. And if you check back on my Instagram, you check back on everything, you see me talking about it in 2024 and even way beyond that. All right. And I said it. I said, people are going to get into this curative business, right? This niche of the business. It is happening now. You're starting to see it. I know I'm starting to see it more often. So get used to it, guys. Curative title, for those of you that don't know, what the hell's curative title? Simple. You know how sometimes you fix and flip a property? If you ever know what a fix and flip is, right? What are you doing to increase the value of that property? You are closing on that house. You are physically renovating that house, kitchen, bath, floors, paint, whatever, etc. Then you're selling that house for more than what you paid for and more than what you put in. That is a fix and flip, right? So you are physically fixing up that property. That's how you're creating value. Curative title is, hey, I have this property, let's say this is the property. I have this property, 123 Main Street. It has all these clouds, all these problems, paperwork issues, right? On title. It could be liens, it could be violations, it could be, hey, I got 3 owners that want to sell and 1 that doesn't want to sell. So let's say there's 4. That's a curative issue, right? So basically you're fixing all that paperwork stuff, the title work, the lien side, right? The ownership side. And then once you fix those issues, now that property is worth a lot more. Why? Because someone can actually buy it from you, and now it's clear title or curative title. And that's how you're creating value there, okay? That is all curative title is. Don't let everybody, scare you with the word. What does that mean, right? You are curing the title issues. That's what it means, okay? By the end of this, you should have the clarity that you've been missing and a clear path to implement this, all right? Now, always remember this. I had a mentor in 2019. His name was Ray. He was awesome. He had been through 06 and 07, and he told me something that I never forgot. He said, Will, deals are not found, man. They're created, right? Like deals of a good size. Like I'm not talking about, again, no offense towards wholesale. I'm not talking about like a 20K, 25K, 30K wholesale deal that was just sitting there. It was high equity. The owner really had no motivation. He's just right place, right time. You were there. Great. Kudos to you. Good job. When you're talking about bigger deals, right? Like these curative deals, RF deals, those deals are created. They are not found. What you find is a big ass problem. What you fix that, and what comes out the other side, that's what is created, and that's where the profit comes in. So what are we going to be covering today? We're going to be covering how I structure my deals for low risk, which is the key here, guys. We are mitigating risk as much as possible. Why we use curative title and why we use these types of strategies to maximize profit. Also, what it doesn't say there is to not compete as much, because not a lot of people go after these deals for now. And real deal case studies. That's what we're going to be studying today. If you do not know who I am, I will not spend a lot of time on this intro. However, I've been in this business since 2017. Wholesaling is where I got started. Then I got really into curative deals in 2019. Then I continued to scale my wholesale business. To date, probably 800 transactions or so. That number goes up every single month. Thank God. Profited over 15 million bucks from assignments, flips, RF deals, etc. And right now, I'm building the #1 community for real estate investors in the curative title space. Period, point blank. That is what reverse flip is. This has been something I've been talking about at masterminds with some of the highest level real estate entrepreneurs, and nobody's listened to me till now, right? Nobody's listened to me till now. And now everybody wants to get into curative, which is awesome, right? How I structure my deals. Now, this is where we're going to get started. The biggest difference is that I get a deed instead of a contract. Okay, so write that down. This is just a big difference. Deed is greater than contract. You know that little symbol in math class that we used to use? Just put deed greater than contract. Why the deed instead of the contract? That is a lovely, great question. Contracts are not bad. Okay, there are still some transactions that I will use a contract on if I cannot get a deed. Fine. If I need to use them, I'll use them. But contracts are not control. They're not ownership. Okay, don't let anybody fool you. A contract is equitable interest. What that means is that you made a promise as a buyer, usually, with a seller or sellers to transact on said real estate. That's all a contract is. It's a promise. Okay, it's just the right to buy it. You cannot record a contract, right? The only way to enforce a contract, let's say a seller doesn't want to sell, which happens all the time, right? Or let's say your lovely seller goes and signs with another buyer. The only way to enforce that is by suing, which sucks, right? And that's called specific performance. So rather than doing all this stuff and dealing with all the, ownership issues and the circumvention, right, and all that kind of stuff, why not just get the right document from the beginning, right? Like, why not? Let's just go get a deed instead of the contract. Does everybody understand that so far? Cool. Title issues show up later. That is the wholesale model, okay? You're getting a contract, you're underwriting the deal, and most wholesalers, this is how they operate, and I know because I was one. They go and underwrite the deal. They say 80% of ARV minus repairs minus my wholesale fee. Boom, that's my MAO, my maximum allowable offer. Boom, done, right? That's it. But they forget about all the stuff that goes on the title and the lien side, right? And the debt side. What we teach is, hence the name, reverse flip. We do it in reverse from the wholesale model. We teach you, hey, you have a property, 123 Main Street. You are going to do your pre-deal underwriting, what you hear me on YouTube and all that stuff talk about when I say, hey, run the play, right? When I run the play and I look at everything, I analyze everything, basically everything that the lien search and the title search company is going to do, I like to do it ahead of time so I know what the hell I'm getting into, all right? That's how we avoid a lot of issues. Now, why the deed, Will? Why is the deed so important? Well, you get ownership from the start, okay? I get ownership from the get-go. Like I said, if I had the deed, I could record it, which makes me the owner. You cannot do that with a contract. You can do what you want with the property. Well, what does that mean? Well, I can list it on the MLS if I want, right? I don't have to deal with all the BS and the rules and, listen, legitimate legalities around, hey, 11 states now have made wholesaling illegal in some form or fashion. Now, I'm not here to, talk about doom and gloom and stuff like that. That's not for me to do. I'm just making you aware that there's a better way to do this. If you want to do it, that's up to you, right? And trust me, I've caught up with the times and I'm looking at it. We can begin to start clearing the title issues because we own the deed now, right? It gives us a lot more control. And if sellers are scared of doing this, which is probably the most common hesitation and objection that I get or we get, when people hear about RF, and they're like, hey man, how am I going to get a seller to agree to this? Well, listen, first of all, how do you get a seller to agree to sign a contract with you? You're not giving them any money up front, last I checked, not in the wholesale model, right? So how is it any different, right? It's the same exact thing. It's all about framing the conversation. Worst case scenario, if the seller is scared of giving you the deed, if they even know what that means, hold it in escrow. Have your title company hold it in escrow. It's not a big deal, right? Like these are not deal killers. These are just explanations for your seller with objections. You pay $0 up front. Now, let me caveat this. Excuse me. When I say pay $0 up front, I get a lot of Ranger Ricks on my social media. They're like, well, you can't pay $0 because technically you have to give something up front. Yeah, you know what? There's always the smart asses. So you should always give some form of consideration. What is consideration? Consideration is what's required for an agreement of any kind, including a deed, to be valid. Now, consideration, legally speaking, can be $1. All right. I wouldn't suggest you give $1. I would suggest you give it a little bit more so it looks a little bit more serious. A couple $100 maybe, right? Something like that. So we usually structure it with a couple $100 up front, virtually $0. You could do it with $0, but if you ever run into an issue with the seller or the heirs or whatever, that might be an issue for you. And then the rest of it, well, how do the sellers get the rest of their money? Amazing question. They get it on the back end, just like a wholesale deal when we close. Okay. So we pay $0 up front to take ownership, aka the deed. We're paying up front, right? Beforehand, or excuse me, paying up front per contract has high risk. Okay. Now, I would never, and I know that this is something that some guys have done. I've done it in the past, believe it or not, when I didn't know any better, but now I know better. You would never give a seller, or you should never give a seller, $2,000, $1,000, $3,000, $5,000 up front when you're just getting a contract. Why? Because that seller, there's a high likelihood that that seller can cut bait and run. Now you got to go sue them. Not only do you have to go sue them, but now you got to go chase down your money. If I give sellers money up front and I get the deed and they disappear on me, well, what's the beautiful part about that? I'm already the owner. I don't need the seller anymore. Does that make sense, guys? $5,000 to $7,000 per contract. It's a lot of risk, right? Per deed, it's a different story. You have no control when you get these contracts, all right? And of course, we pay $0 up front. Ideally, every deal is a little different, but ideally, up front, we pay zero. Okay, maximum $2,500 if they want to get something up front. Again, there's exceptions to every single rule. If it's a smoke show of a deal and I know what I'm looking at, I know what I'm doing, I might give more to the seller, but it's got to be a very, very, very rare exception. Okay. We pay the seller on the back end for low risk and maximum leverage. Pay the seller on the back end. Let's talk about this. Number one, it decreases our risk. Number two, sellers are already used to this because nobody signs a contract with them and gives them $5,000 up front. It's just not how it goes. They get paid on the closing, just like everything else, right? You're never going to transact on a property until you close. They get paid when we get paid. That's how you should structure your deals. Why would you structure them any other way, right? And again, this is all framing and conversation. Most sellers are fine with this. They were getting nothing anyways from the foreclosure or the tax auction. Let's keep that in mind, okay? These are very, very, very motivated sellers, hence less competition, right? Ownership first, deal structure recap. Here we go. So we're going to take the ownership of the deal from the start. We're going to pay $0 up front. Max $2,500 if the deal makes sense up front. I would advise you to JV with somebody on that, like myself. Pay the seller on the back end, low risk and maximum leverage. That's what we're obtaining. We are getting control of the deed, not the contract. And there's no circumvention because you are the owner now. So let's say you get a deed and you go record your deed, right? And all of a sudden your seller goes and signs a contract with somebody else and he's trying to double dip. It happens all the time. Ask me how I know. Well, it won't matter because you'll probably get a call from that other buyer and say, hey, I see this deed here. And be like, yeah, brother, I already own it. Good luck. Find another one. All right. It's one of the best calls to get. Why are we using curative title strategies to maximize our profit? Well, I've been doing this for a long time, right? We're going to look for triggers and title issues. Okay, there's a lot of them. If you guys, and I know some of you are here, you follow me on YouTube and you watch my YouTube lives, which is literally every single day, I go through a lot of these title issues and these trigger issues. Okay, we look for deals with title issues or financial issues. What are some of those? Well, let's look at a nice little list here. Tax delinquents, right? It says 3+ years in parentheses because these are like the hottest ones, right? And you hear me talk about this on YouTube too. Tax delinquency is a general statement like, hey, is the property tax delinquent? Okay, everybody thinks, oh yeah, if it's tax delinquent, it's motivated. Not necessarily. 1 year tax delinquent is not that motivated. They just missed 1 year. 2 years tax delinquent, a lot more motivated than one. 3+ years tax delinquent, especially in Florida, because they go to auction after 3 years. That tells me, dude, this person is not coming back, probably is also dead. Usually they interlink deceased properties and tax delinquent. And this is a big problem because now the motivation goes boop, 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 all the way. If it has homestead penalties, which is common in Florida, even more. Liens and penalties, just spoke about that. And then there's all different kinds of liens, right? There's liens from the city. There's liens from the IRS. There's liens from contractors. There's all different kinds of liens. Probates / deceased owners. Well, that one's self-explanatory, okay? If somebody passes away and now the property is in an estate and no probate is open, or if the probate is open, that is a lot more motivated of a lead than not, right? Multiple heirs. This is a biggie. This is a biggie. So very common. Person on title dies, aka the owner of the property of 123 Main Street passes away, okay? Unfortunately. Now, they had 3 kids. So that would be, again, simple example, all else equal. That would be a third, a third, a third, right? 33% each, 3 heirs. Cool. Usually what you're going to see is 1 or 2 of them want to sell. They are ready. They don't want to deal with it. Most of them live out of state, especially in Florida, and they have their own life to deal with. They have their own problems to deal with. And then you're going to see the one that is usually, and it never fails, usually the one living inside the property for free. That one does not want to sell. And that is what's known as a partition. You buy 1 of them, 2 of them out, and then you file for a partition. You sue the other party, and now you're going to force the sale. Okay, those are multiple heirs. Those take a little bit longer. Pre-foreclosure and list pendants. So the list pendants is the start of any pre-foreclosure. A pre-foreclosure means the bank is foreclosing on the property. That is what a pre-foreclosure is. The most important thing to look for here on pre-foreclosures, by the way, is equity. Write it down. Equity. Okay, so for example, if I go to the docket, which I'm going to show you here in a second, if I go to the docket, which is where the summary of the pre-foreclosure case lies, and I'm looking through and I say, hey, the judgment or the final judgment or the complaint at the beginning of the foreclosure says that they owe $250,000 and the property's worth $250,000. Is there equity or is there not equity? The answer is no, right? But if I go, same example, $250,000 and the house is worth $400,000, is there equity or not? Yes, there is. There's $150,000 worth of equity. Now, the only other question you have to ask yourself is how much work does the property need to get it to be worth that $400,000, right? That's the repair. You discount that off. Out-of-state owners. I kind of already talked about this with multiple heirs and deceased people. Out-of-state owners is a big one, right? Usually, remember this, the further away someone is, the more emotionally removed they are from that problem. Do you think it's fair to say that if a person who you're talking to physically lives inside the property that you're trying to buy, they are much more emotionally attached than a person who has a property that they inherited in Florida and they live in Tennessee? Which one do you think in that example has more emotional attachment to said property? Of course, the person who lives inside of it. They're about to lose their home. They're about to lose their shelter. The guy in Tennessee could care less. He's probably never seen this property. So for them, we call that found money. Okay, we pull these lists, in our app very, very fast. I'm going to show you a quick demo. I just want to make sure. Let me see that can you guys see the RF deal finder, or do I have to unshare my screen and then share it again?
No, we can see it.
Beautiful. Thank you. So I'm just going to pull a quick list here, guys, right? Just to show you an example. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to pull a tax delinquent list, which is actually, I'm going to clear all these filters out. So Miami-Dade County is a massive county, by the way. There's 813 properties, okay? Now, if I wanted to narrow that down and say, hey, I only want tax delinquent, well, there you go. Now I'm going to narrow this down to single families only. Boom. Here it is, 8,812. If I would like to narrow this down even further, I go to absentee owner, out of state, and in state. That chopped it down from 8,000 to 2,000. You see where I'm going with this, guys? This is a very, very, very motivated list. If I wanted to take it an even step further, I'll do deceased probate. Now I got 95 properties that have a probate trigger that are tax delinquent with out-of-state owners. Is that a motivated list or not? The answer is hell yeah, okay? And again, I can go down and build as many different lists as you could possibly think. So if I wanted to just build a list and take out the deceased probate, right? If I wanted to just build a list of, hey, absentee owners. What constitutes an absentee owner? Well, very simply, their mailing address is different from the subject property address. That's it. That's all it is. So if I wanted to go to absentee owners, and I took off tax delinquent, by the way, and I go over here and I say, hey, I want to know that these people have equity, right? So I want 40+% equity, right? Because I know I could do a deal now, and I know I'm not going to run into a short sale scenario or that kind of problem, right? And then I can come over here and take it a step further, because that's a big list. That's 47,000 people. I could take it a step further, and I can start to add whatever kind of liens I want. I can add utility liens, which there's 1,400 of them. This is a pretty damn good list, right? And again, I can stack on more. I could say, hey, I want HOA liens and utility liens. Well, wow, that's a lot, right? Or I want 8 utility liens and judgments, right? Oh, that's a lot. Or hey, I just want judgments. Well, that's not a lot, but that's good. That's a pretty motivated list. Now you got to make sure that the judgments are active, right? That's a different story. But you guys get where I'm going with this? This is how you narrow down your list. If I wanted divorces, this is a much smaller list, but you got 64 of them right here. I don't advise divorce lists. I don't like them. They're a pain in the ass to work. And honestly, they're very, very difficult to get through. They're not, they're very difficult to work. They're very difficult to work. So, all right, let's go back to where we were. So, you see how fast that was, guys? I pulled like 3 different lists and it took me all of, I don't know, 90 seconds, maybe, right? I can literally pull that list now and I can go and start marketing to these individuals, okay? That is how fast I want you guys to understand that you can do this business, okay? Here we go. This is how we curate and clear the title issues. Don't let this fancy sentence fool you. This translates into layman's terms how we're going to fix the problems to be able to sell our deal and make a lot of money. Does everybody get that one? Right? Everybody make sense? Cool. So think of it like a dirty car. Your deal is dirty. Your car is dirty. What do you do when you have a dirty car? You go to the car wash, right? Or you have somebody come and wash your car. That's it. Then you get it looks like a brand new car, right? It's amazing. That's exactly what we're going to do with the deal. The deal is dirty. We're going to go and we're going to pop it out. And now it's a clean deal. And now it's worth more. If it's cleaner, it's worth more, right? You can also sell them. You don't have to fix all the issues, by the way. This is a fun fact for you, and here's a nugget. Everybody thinks, or a lot of people think, oh man, I got to clear off every single one of these issues. No. Just clear off the major ones. Most of the times I'm clearing off the major ones. But like, for example, I'm selling a property right now in Hollywood, Florida. It's my personal deal. And the house is a single family. It's got tons of liens and violations. But I got it at such a price that I don't care. I have it for 200. We sold it for 300. That guy at 300, it knows that it's worth 600. Okay, renovated. So he's going to clear off all the violations. He's going to clear off all the liens. He's going to do the physical work to it. He's going to fix all that crap. I don't care. Here's the beauty of it. I haven't paid 200 for it. It's all structured on the back end. So what I've actually paid for this is nothing, really. So when we close at the 300 with that cash buyer, his 300 is going to pay off my seller at 200. And what does that leave in the middle? 100,000 minus some closing costs and stuff like that. Let's say I net around 92 grand, 93 grand. That's not a bad day considering that it was like 67 days of work, right? I don't know a lot of people that make $93,000 in 67 days. It's pretty hard to do, right? That's like surgeon money. You understand? So we're going to remove the issues clouding title. Like I told you, if this is your deal, think of like a big black cloud on top of it. Those are the clouds we're going to remove. Paying back the back taxes. That's another thing. All the back taxes that I've ever paid in my life are going to be paid on the back end. You don't come in and pay taxes up front. Very rarely. And I wouldn't advise it unless you're at the expert level. Pay any liens or violations, right? Or penalties. These can be negotiated. So a lot of people are scared and they see a property with liens and violations like, whoa, they owe like $250,000 to the city. And in my mind, I'm like, I could probably get that down for 15 to 20 grand. Just like that, right? So all I got to do is get a right price with the seller and I'll take it with them. And then I'll go negotiate it. Even better, I could do a couple different things. I could pre-negotiate them and sell it to the next buyer with, a letter from the city that says, hey, look, we'll accept 20,000, 25,000. Or I could just sell it with it. And I got a good enough price from the seller, not a problem, right? Pay or negotiate late payments with the lenders. You can do this. This is much harder to do. And honestly, it might not be worth its weight in time because it takes so long. You should probably not even, worry about that right now. Usually it's not worth it. File probates or partitions. So that's how, again, we are clearing up a title issue. That is not a financial issue. Does everybody get that? Financial issues are like back taxes, liens and penalties, a mortgage foreclosure, right? An HOA lien. Those are financial issues that we're clearing up. Those are pretty straightforward. Why? Hey, X is owed to the city. Great. Get a discounted payoff, pay it or sell it with it. Not a problem, right? Now, a probate or a partition is different. This is curative title here because that is a non-financial issue. This is a title-related issue. Why? Because a lot of people in this business will go to a lead and using the example of the 3 heirs, they won't be able to get all 3 to agree. They walk away from deals like that and they say, oh man, you know what? I couldn't get the sellers. Or worse, they'll go tie up one of the sellers, run it through the whole process, go take it to the lien and title company, run the title search, run the lien search, and then boom, they get the sad news because they didn't know what they were looking at. And they say, hey, you got to do a probate here. Oh my God, what do you mean? Well, you got to get all the heirs. Well, who are all the heirs? Well, you got to find that out. That's what we teach you how to do inside the community. Once you do the probate or the partition, probate, by the way, is where you're moving a deceased owner, somebody who's dead, that is the owner on title. You're closing out their estate and you're moving it from their name legally to their next of kin, heirs, beneficiaries, etc. A partition is when you're buying a portion of interest in a house. It's called partial interest, whether it be 10%, 50%, 75%, and you are legally suing the other party to force a sale. I literally had a call, which is going to be posted on content by my team, I'm sure in the next few days. I literally had a call right before this call with a 50% owner. I already own 50% of a condo. He's the other 50% owner. And he said, hey, why did you sue me? I'm okay with selling. And I said, well, you wouldn't answer your phone, so I had to get your attention. And that was that. And now he's agreeing to sell, and we're going to make some money. We'll probably make like 50 grand. And then a legal team can do most of this for you. That is very important. This is probably the most important thing on this screen. I know you guys are probably thinking to yourself, damn, how am I going to learn how to do all this stuff? Who's going to do all this stuff? Well, that's why the right legal team is so valuable. And that's why this community is so valuable. And that's also why JVs are so valuable, right? That is usually, if I had to guess, if I had to tell you, there's 2 reasons why people JV with me or joint venture with me. One is they don't have the money, whatever they need for that deal. Maybe it's the money up front for the deed. Maybe it's the money for legal, etc. Reason number 2 is, hey, I do have the money or I don't have the money as well, but I don't have the legal resources. I don't know what to do and I don't even know where to start. Can I JV with you? I found the deal. Here it is. But I know you have the legal team to break this down. I don't have a probate attorney. I don't have a bankruptcy attorney. I don't have an attorney that can do a partition. I don't have a title company. I don't have a title company that understands this stuff, right? That's usually the second reason why people come to me. Now, the moment that we've all been waiting for, and it's my favorite moment, real deal case studies, okay? We are going to show you 3 different deals here that have been done by members of our community. Extremely, extremely good deals, by the way. And I'm going to walk you through everything inside of them as much as we can here, right, with a limited amount of time. And we're going to break it down, okay? Any questions you guys have too, by the way, I'm here to answer them, okay? So the first one, we're going to go right over here. If you guys want to follow along, by the way, if you want to like copy and paste the address, go for it. If you already have the RF Deal Finder app, do that too, because I'm going to just break it down step by step, okay? So here we go. We're going to grab, 307 Northwest 6th Street. All right, this is a deal. 307 Northwest, 307 Northwest 6th Street. And that is going to be in Deerfield Beach, South Florida. Free and clear, recently delinquent, so it is tax delinquent. It was also in a state of, how do we know? Hicks, Nether, M, estate. So you see the EST, estate of, okay? I'm going to pop this screen over here. So, again, first thing I'm going to check, I got deals everywhere. First thing I'm going to check is the Google Street View. Here we go, Willie. You got this, buddy. Okay, there we go. 307 Northwest. Hey, there we go. Google Street View. Why? What the hell does this house look like? Well, yay, it checks out all the boxes for me. Old windows, old roof, old paint, fences down, landscaping sucks. You got a dude hanging out outside. Not that that matters, but hey, it looks good to me. This matches all my boxes from a physical damage perspective, okay? Now, I'm going to walk you through this. What we're going to do is, so this is the deal, and you can write this down. This was a probate because it was a pre-inherited list. It was tax delinquent. It is tax delinquent, like a lot of money, and I'm going to show you that in a second, okay? And it had a ton of equity. Why? Because there's no mortgage, all right? So multiple heirs, they couldn't do the probate, and they had a massive tax bill. It was like 92 grand, okay? So let's copy and paste this. I'm going to show you where I would find out all this information. And again, if you guys are on YouTube Live, you guys know that I call this running the play, and this is how I show you all the stuff. This is all free information, guys. It's all out there, okay? So you can do this in any county. So here's the house. Again, when I see an EST, that stands for estate of, estate, meaning somebody passed away. So the first thing I would do here, in this case, it's not going to apply because the JVs have already done the probate, so you would see an open probate. But if it wasn't open, what I would say is if this was a new lead, the first thing I would do is grab this name, and I would go Broward County Civil Case Search. I would go look up if Nether Hicks ever had a probate open, okay? So here we go. Nether. I always read that name and I think it's Heather Nix, but it's actually Nether Hicks, which is very confusing. I think they did that on purpose. Here's your probate, right? So I see here, hey, this is Gio, my attorney. Jerome Hicks is the petitioner. That is the heir that we found, right? And Nether Hicks. Now, this is where I will really want you to pay attention to. So what date was the probate filed? Because there's a big misconception on probates, okay? Big misconception. People are like, oh, man, probates take a lot of time. Does anybody want to take a guess or take a look here and tell me how long it took from filing the probate to the order of administration, which is the finality of this probate? So January 30th, 2026 to February 10th, 2026. I don't know about you, but that's like 11 days to me. Is that fast or is that fast? It's lightning fast, guys, in the probate. This is why it pays to have a great attorney. Now, we don't have time to go over every single detail, but just some nuggets here for you. Some things that I would be looking for if I was looking at a probate. Intestate. What does that mean? Well, it's Latin for no will. Okay, no pun intended. So if it said testate, you would see, that means with a will, you would see a will here. So intestate means, hey, there was no will. Okay. Now, here's your joinders, your waivers, all that kind of stuff, and the summary of administration. So that's that. This lady lived a very long life. Good for her. Damn, she was born 100 years ago, literally almost to the date. So what did these guys do? Well, what they did was they marketed to all of Nether Hicks heirs. They went through all of that. They found one of the heirs. That heir led them to the other heirs. They bought their pieces. All of them decided to, sell together. So they got 100%. And they went ahead and filed 2 probates. Why was there 2 probates? Here's the deal. Write this down. Nether Hicks, which is the deceased owner, right? We need to do 1 probate for her. You got that? That's 1 probate. That's 1 level of generation. Nether Hicks had 3 children. 1, 2, 3. One of those 3 children is also deceased, meaning they are dead as well, unfortunately. So now we had to do another probate. And this lady had 5 heirs. So this lady's 5 heirs get her third. The other 2/3 are alive. They share the 66% that their mother gave them. Okay, that is about as easy of an explanation I can make it. Now let's move on to the tax delinquency of this, and then we'll move on to the next example. They bought this deal, by the way. Matthias and George, the JVs, they bought this deal for $110,000 on the back end, 0 upfront. Actually, I think they gave him $2,000 total. I'm lying, $2,000. And then what's owed is $93,867, okay, from the taxes. All right. Now, let's break this down. So you got 110, write that down, plus 93,000. So we got 110 plus 93,000. Oops. That's 203,000. We sold this deal for, I believe it was 105. Okay, so that yields a net profit, give or take, of, well, a gross profit of 102. The 2 probates cost $6,000 plus some closing costs and stuff like that. So it ended up yielding like 80 something thousand. It was more than 80,000. I know it says 80 on the screen, but it was like 86,000 and change. Is that a good deal or is that a great deal? Just kidding. That was a trick question. It's a great deal. Okay. That is that. Let's move on to the next one. Again, these are all curative deals, guys. Very similar situation here. You're going to see a recurring theme here. Heirs, multiple heirs, predeceased owners, tax delinquency, or pre-foreclosure. In this case, this is the next one. Feel free to follow along here. Now, this is a very interesting one because this one right here, oops, there we go. Here is the next one, 10105 Southwest 144th Avenue. In this one, it's very interesting because this house actually looks great, right? You guys see that? Looks phenomenal, which is very rare. They tried to do the renovations. They ran out of money. And then, of course, the owner passed away and then it went to the heirs, right? And the heirs don't want it. So Albert got this deal. Let me move this out of the way. And now we're going to go to this next scenario. We're going to go to 10105. Sounds like a 10105 Light FM. I don't know if that was a radio, but I don't know. My brain is everywhere most times. So here we go, 101 Southwest. All right, cool. So this is Miami. You see over here, Barbara Valdez. We're going to take this address and we're going to leave the Broward property appraiser. We're going to go to the Miami-Dade property appraiser. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to do that. Bam, bam, beam. And there we go. Okay. So you got Nestor, Roland, Barbara. In this case, we're going to check the last deed. Guys, this is running the play here. Okay. So we're going to check the last deed. 2005 was the last deed. Hopefully the site cooperates. Great. So this is a quick claim deed. It's very important to pay attention and understand how deeds work so you can understand the chain of title. Chain of title is how title or ownership passes from owner to owner. So here we go. You have Nestor Valdez, single man, not married at that time. The grantor. The grantor, think of them on a deed as the seller. Grantor is seller. Then he names Barbara S. Valdez, a single woman, Roland Valdez, a single man, and Nestor M. Valdez, a single man. So he basically adds his children here. That's what happens. Okay. So now we know, hey, so all these people are entitled to the interest. Okay. Now there's it's a little confusing because there's a Nestor M. Valdez Sr. and there's a Nestor M. Valdez Jr. Jr. is still alive. Senior, unfortunately, has passed away. So they knew, again, probate scenario, pre-foreclosure, they knew that they were going to have to get this gentleman's heirs, which they did. And they wanted money, et cetera, et cetera. He negotiated, Albert, the JV, and Darren, our coach and accelerator who crushed this, negotiated different amounts for each property. And they ended up finding that they settled on an amount. The heirs are all getting, I believe it's 25 grand. What's owed on the property is somewhere around 370, something like that. So 25 plus 370, that's 395, plus like 5 grand in legal fees. Let's call that 400. We have offers and we can sell this house. We're just waiting on the probate to finish because we just started it. We can sell this house for $495 all day long. This is at least a 90K plus spread, minus some fees and costs. And the probate will probably be done in the next 30 to 35 days, give or take. So guys, is that a good deal? Yes or no? Now we're going to look over here. We're going to do Valdez. We're going to go to Nestor. Oh, Nestor. And here we go. This is a pre-foreclosure right here. Bingo. What are we checking for, guys? What did I say? We are checking for equity. All right, so here we go. Motion for summary judgment. Let me see what happened over here. Okay. And by. Let's go to the complaint. Let's just get right to the meat. Here we go. Complaint. Give it a second. It's a big file. Complaint. Boom, 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 boom. Where's the magic number? Here it is. 298,000. I know that's hard to see, guys. 298,370 with 75 cents. That was back since 2022. Hence why it's like 370 today. It went up by like another 100 grand in a few years. Yes, believe it or not, interest, fees, whatever. So now we know we know that we have equity. Why? Because this property is worth, check this out, 1,500 square feet. Look at the comps for this bad boy. You got one at 775, you got one at 600, you got one at 675, right? So we know that this house is worth a considerable amount of money. We also know that a lot of the work was already done, so we just have to kind of finish up the property. But we're not in that business, right, guys? We're not in the fix and flip business. At least I'm not, right? I'm not going to renovate shit. What I want to do is sell it as is. So we get it all in for 400. Again, we fix the curative issues, aka the probate in this scenario, and the foreclosure. Boom. We're all in for 400. We find a cash buyer for 500. We make 100. We keep it moving plus or minus some fees. Keep it moving. Let that guy buy it, finish up the rehab, and sell it for 650, 625, something like that. And he can have a nice day and have a Coke and a smile, right? And we can move on. All right. Last but not least, this one. It's not huge, but it's 45 grand. 4531 Southwest 20th Street in West Park, Florida. This has a really interesting story, and it's actually a much simpler story and pretty quick. This one was actually a wholesaler that was trying to wholesale the deal. The day before closing, there's a squatter who ended up being the daughter or the granddaughter, excuse me, of the owner, who moves into the house the day before closing. Buyer comes by, he does his final walkthrough, she doesn't let him in, she scorches earth, etc., etc. Buyer poops his pants and says, "Hey, I'm out. I don't want this." The wholesaler says, "Hey, I don't know what to do with this, etc." He actually came to a member of our community. His name is Chris, and he said, "Hey, man, I know you do some hairy deals and reverse flip and stuff like that and curative stuff. Do you want to take this? And if you guys get it at the end, I mean, just give me something. But do you want to take this?" He said, "Yeah." So we spoke to the elderly lady. She obviously didn't want to deal with this issue. She's elderly. She lives in northern Florida, probably like 3.5 hours away. We ended up giving her $5,000 for the deed on the back end, zero up front. We filed an ejectment. The lady has a court date in mid-March, so it took about 60 days or so. At the court date, we're going to get the writ of possession. We get possession from her. We're going to go sell it top dollar at the MLS, on the MLS, as is, because she's destroyed this property. And we're going to make a 45K spread. Again, that is also a curative deal. Why? Because to get a contract and to risk all of that, and obviously the wholesaler didn't want to do it or didn't know how to do it, we just went to the seller, got the deed, gave her $5,000 on the back end. We're taking a massive problem away. We're also stopping her foreclosure sale because she's in foreclosure. And that was that. So let's look at this deal and where this deal would have been. Here's West Park. So you got a list pendants and an absentee owner. So our deed's already recorded. That's why it's in a land trust. But the previous owner, the lady was Annie Dixon. So you can see here that there's a list pendants on the house. I actually think that's from us. Yeah, the list pendants on the house is part of the ejectment. But she does have a mortgage, and you can tell over here because she got a reverse mortgage for $375,000. We already have the payoff from the previous wholesaler, and then we got an updated payoff. So the updated payoff is somewhere around 300. We're gonna sell it for somewhere around 350, 345. The house is probably worth 450, something like that. No, actually, it's worth more. Look at that. It's worth, yeah, in the high fours, maybe five. So again, guys, very simple. This deal is going to take 60 something days to finish. It's going to be a cash sale, so it's going to be very, very fast. And let's look at the situation on this house. Now we're going to go back to the Broward County property appraiser. Oops, there we go. And voila. This is what the house looks like. You guys can tell, holy crap, this house needs some work, right? So that's what the house looks like. We knew this was a great deal. Obviously, very easy to do. This is what I would call super gimme per se, right? In terms of RF, very, very simple. But all we did was take control of the deed, right? Imagine that if that wholesaler would have known how to take control of the deed or how to do our method, would have had no problem, right? But can you imagine doing all this marketing for this property, going through all that work, selling it, getting to the day before closing, and all because you don't know how to get a squatter out and you don't control the deed? You walk away. I mean, that's crazy because he walked away from 45K in profit. So don't let anybody ever convince you, hey, not knowing more pays more. Ever, right? Ever. So let's recap, guys, what we've covered so far. Number one, how I structure my deals. Number two, why we use curative title strategies for max profit. Number three, real deal case studies. Those are 3 real deal case studies. If you go back through this recording, go check the property appraiser, run the play yourself, watch this recording again. This is what I do, right? Was this valuable to you so far? That's the only question that I have, because it should be of tremendous value to you, considering that there was no competition on these deals virtually, and we can crush it. If the answer is yes, then this is the only app that we use. You guys ask all the time, how do you get the app? That's the link for the app. Certainly not a pitch. It's just if you like it, great. If you don't, great. This is the app that we use for all of our data, all of our comps, all of our skip tracing, and it's where we find all of these opportunities. Now I will happily take Q&A and I will go through whatever it is that you guys want to ask me. I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have. I assume that the chat is open and it's live. Oh, we have one right here. Hold on. Are you correcting any title issues that title companies make you wait a certain period of time before they will issue title insurance? If yes, what are they, please? I really never ran into that issue where they make you wait a certain period of time. Not really. Nope. Nope. I can't really think of anything off the top of my head other than like clearing off. Well, that would be like an FHA mortgage where you have to wait like 90 days to be able to sell to somebody else, but that's not a curative issue. Um, yeah, no, there's not a certain period of time. If what you mean, and I'm trying to understand, so forgive me, but if what you mean is, hey, after you clear like a lien or a violation or something like that, the title company might make you wait until it's recorded, like it posts the recording, at the clerk of courts. Maybe, but even then, my workaround is always we record it and then we bring them a certified copy with what's called the CFN number here, which is like the official recorded number. I hope that answers your question. Is this 147 access to the community too? No, it is not. That it does not. But the 147 does give you the mastery course, 100% for free. So that's pretty dope. Honestly, it's a tremendous value and give back to the community. Willy giving away the goods, lol. What if there's about 8 heirs and they all want to sell, but one heir is claiming to have a will that says that the property goes to him, yet the decedent passed 10 years ago and never filed probate? How do we know if the one heir is telling the truth about the will or not? He doesn't want to provide it. Yeah, so one, is the will recorded anywhere on a probate case? Two, I don't really care about that guy because anybody can make up a will, and it happens more often than what you think, by the way. A will doesn't even have to be notarized, by the way, in the state of Florida. It just needs 2 witnesses. I've seen wills, believe it or not, written on a napkin, like at the hospital, and they accept them. It's crazy to me. Anyway, so I would just go get the other 7 heirs and just file your probate. Forget about this guy and keep it moving. By the way, highly unlikely. It just sounds like I've been doing this too long. It just sounds like a red flag to me that one heir out of 8 would have gotten 100% of the property. Highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. Yeah, I think he's full of shit, in other words. In what cases can we take over the deed before owning? I don't think I understand that. In what cases can we take over the deed before owning? Well, taking over the deed is ownership. So I'm not sure if that was a trick question, or maybe I'm not understanding right. You explained 3 case studies. Does this apply to other Florida counties and states? Yes, to other Florida counties. Yes, to other states. There might be different rules in different states, but yes, we do deals in Texas and stuff like that, and Tennessee as well, Jersey as well. If so, how do you recommend to find a good attorney? Not sure if yours will work any other counties and states. So my attorneys will work every single county in Florida. Other states, asking, networking. Our community has a lot of people in a lot of different states. We have, resources for that. Filing for a probate is a lengthy process. No, absolutely not. I just showed you 2 probates where it took 11 days. It's been made to think that it's a lengthy process. It's not if you have the right attorney, especially if you get the right documents up front. Will Deal Finder allow you to skip trace for abandoned properties? Yeah, so check this out. Watch this. So this is the one thing I didn't put. Boom, contact information right here. Boom, it's already skip traced. So if you look at your screen, you have all the skip tracing. So Deal Finder for $147 a month literally has over 25, you get 25,000 records a month skip trace, and it resets every single month. Not extra fee, by the way. Thanks for the knowledge, Will. No pun intended. No problem, man. What do you need to get signed to take over deed? Well, you need the deed, and I would advise you to get an assignment of interest. We used to use a POA. Now it's assignment of interest. You need to have it notarized also and witnessed. You get 25,000 up. There you go. Are you still using the Envelo or a different app? No, so we've moved exclusively over to the Deal Finder. That's where we've moved. Yep. Deal Finder does what Envelo does on steroids. Absolutely. It actually consolidates like every single app that you could possibly do. And it's even a CRM. Like if you look right here, you can use this as a CRM 100% if you wanted to. And you select the lead type, right? The deal type, lead sort, blah, blah, blah. Then you can save it. You can type in whatever notes you want over here, save, add to your list. You can do whatever you want with this. I have some other questions. If someone has a mortgage on the property, wouldn't they have reservations about giving the deed away while they still owe money? Yeah, so that's a great question. Typically, no. No, because in their scenario, like their motivation's so high that they just want you to get rid of the problem. Number one. Number two, you have to do the right thing by them. You take over the property subject to that mortgage and pay off that mortgage eventually, right? Whatever you're going to do with the transaction. So please, there's a bunch of guys that just got into a shit ton of trouble doing sub twos and stuff like that. And again, that's nothing against sub twos, but this dude was taking private money lenders' money, selling the sub twos to different buyers, and not servicing the loans that he was supposed to be servicing. So just do it the right way, man. I am running into this on tax sale redemptions where title waits 6 months in Texas to issue insurance. Yeah, so Texas is a little bit different. You also do have a redemption period in Texas. We do not have a redemption period in Florida. So the redemption period is like a day in Florida. So, but you guys also have extremely fast foreclosures and it's non-judicial foreclosures, which is awesome. We don't have that. As you can see, this guy was in foreclosure for 9 years. I was impressed with Envelo due to the use of his AI. This new app does similar. Yes, correct. Way more. Way more. Yeah. So it's pretty cool. If I go over here and I'm just gonna show you guys here, 33147, right? You get one zip code. You also get one zip code a month that you can change for the AI. So this is pretty cool. So I go over here and I hit the launch property scan, which is like a driving for dollars. Bam. And it gives me all the summary, and then it gives me this little rundown over here, and it gives me the distress score and all that stuff. So it's pretty cool. Is there a tutorial on how to use this software? Yep, there is. I actually filmed an actual video doing the entire thing. Garrett, if you got a question, write it down, my man. I'm happy to answer. I see you raise your hand there. So boom, boom, boom. To take over the deed on houses that tax delinquent, how do you get everything paid on the back? And please recap. Yeah, again, very simple. So I take over the deed. When I resell it on the back end, I pay off the taxes with the end buyer's money. Super simple. You also get a tech specialist to teach you. Yep, you do. Shit, I just paid for Envelo again for the month. Don't worry about it, Todd. Just come on over. Yeah, so again, when you take over the property and you take over the deed, and let's say 35 days later you go to pay, you go to resell it, you find a cash buyer or whatever, or even a conventional buyer, that funding of that transaction pays off the taxes on the front end. That's that. Is the RF Deal Finder tutorial in your YouTube channel? I think it is. I'm not sure if we uploaded it as a video. That's a great question. I think so, but it's on the site. Like if you go to this site right here, I actually walk you through, and I have an entire tutorial of this thing. This is like a big walkthrough. Yeah, this is like 17 minutes of me breaking it down. And there's a lot of other stuff. So like this is all the other stuff that's included here, which is a lot of stuff. This is what most people are paying for per month. This is one friggin' app at $147 a month, which is just dope. Awesome. And there's real sales calls recorded. So there's a bunch of testimonials of the app. You guys can feel free to watch those. You also get my course. So you get the mastery course included with this app, which includes a lot of sales calls and stuff like that. So I'm not gonna lie. Plus, you get to see me in this sick jacket, which is dope. All right, guys. So if there's no more Q&A, man, it's always an absolute pleasure. I have enjoyed this very much. You guys are awesome. Love giving value to you guys, and I love what we're doing here and what we're building here, especially on YouTube. Right? Can we submit deals to your team? Yes, you can. As long as you're in the community, you can JV with us. How do we join the community? There's several different ways to join the community. My team here will get with you on that. I came in late. I'll try to listen to replay. No problem, Rosa. Is this your software or third party? We've seen others promote a software, but when you get into certain groups like, say, Collective Genius, you find out they're actually using something else. Yeah, so it's actually our software that we partnered with somebody on. I was in Collective Genius. You know, everybody always uses different software, but again, different strokes for different folks. You are awesome too. Thank you. Great meeting. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys, I appreciate you guys. Tomorrow, going live on YouTube. We go live every single day, 5 to 6, Saturdays, 12 to 1. If you're not subscribed to my YouTube channel, I promise you there's more value in there than any $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 course you could buy just for free. Okay. And I actually, if anybody in here has been on the YouTube lives, have you guys seen, can anybody say, yeah, I'm on them? Because I actually do this live deal review every single day. We do live deal reviews. Sometimes I go for over an hour, and people throw addresses at me from around the freaking country, and I just boop, 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 and I look it up, and I watch I break it all down. And I'll tell you, like, hey, this deal sucks, or hey, I would definitely do this deal. I might JV with you, right? And there's also this, man. Most people don't know this unless you have the app. Once you join the app, there's a button here where if you find a good deal and you got the sellers and all that stuff, you go to have Will fund the deal, you pop in your info, and my team will actually reach out to you to JV on the deal. Here's your deal review live. Here's all the deal reviews right here. And here's all the lives that we've done, which is a lot at this point. There's hundreds of, let me not say hundreds. There's probably like 40 hours worth of lives that we've done. So the app has all this stuff, and then you can book a one-on-one call with me if you want as well, to discuss whatever your own business, the app, etc. So you guys have all that available to you on this app, and then of course your tech support. So I've been doing this for 14 years. Your YouTube offers so much value to any investor, new and experienced. I appreciate that. You know what, Chris? That is awesome to hear, man. Thank you for that. That is why I do it. I appreciate that 100%. It's I want to kind of do the Hormozy effect for real estate. I want to give away as much value as I possibly can, because you give it away, you get it back somewhere else, and it always works out, bro. You're doing it, bro. I appreciate that, Chris. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. I'll join YouTube. Yeah, absolutely, guys. I'll see you guys there. Have a great night. Appreciate you guys, and take care, guys. All right, today we're gonna continue on what we've been talking about, which really this entire series, if you've been around from the beginning, has built on itself, right? So we've been building from the beginning, which was, hey, how do I actually build a list, right? So that's the bare basics of any, real estate investing. And at least in my opinion, it's, hey, who do I want to market to? Who do I want to, to send marketing to? Any kind of marketing, right? And then the second piece is, okay, now that I have this marketing, how do I talk to them, right? What do I say? And the third one is, hey, okay, now I'm talking to somebody. How do I frame these conversations? Now I have somebody that's ready to go. How do I lock that up, right? Documentation, framing, the actual, rubber meeting the road, if you will. And now we're here at part 5 talking about how to double your deals without double the amount of work. Okay. I think everybody would raise their hands right now and say, hey, here, I would like to work less hard or smarter, if you will, to make more money. I don't think there's a person in here, and if there is, you need to tell me right now because you're in the wrong room, right? That would say, hey, I'd like to actually work smarter and not have to bang my head up against the wall to make a little bit of money. Guys, it actually is easier to make more money than it is to make less money. I know we've all been taught. I grew up poor too. We've all been taught, hey, you got to work really, 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 really hard to make any bit of money. Yeah, you do have to work hard. I'm not going to lie. It does take hard work. This is not a magic pill, but after a certain point, you don't have to work as hard. Okay. That's very important. You have to work smarter, right? What can I do? Right. That kind of stuff, leverage, etc. So we'll kick it right off. And we're just going to kick right into it. What's up, Sabrina? Sabrina in the house from Boca. All right. So my goal for you today is to learn how to double your deals without doubling your work. Okay. I'm going to walk you through 2 case studies tonight. Real deals, already owned, already sold, all of that kind of stuff. These aren't pie in the sky like theoreticals, like, oh, this is a hypothetical. These are real deals. You can fact check them, etc. And I'm going to walk you through exactly how I JV, and if you don't know what that means, is joint venture, right? Partner on deal by deal basis, on real case studies. There's one of $170,000 profit, and we added one more that's about a 50K profit. So we wanted to give you some different altitudes there, and how we did these deals, why these deals got done, but more importantly, the how and what we did with them on the back end. Okay. And by the end, you should have clarity of what you've been missing and a clear way to implement what I'm sharing today. Okay. So number one, I'm going to be covering how to JV on deals to increase your deal flow. Okay. I've seen this since the beginning of my career. Amateurs compete, professionals collaborate. I believe in that wholeheartedly. I still practice that today in my actual business. That's why this entire community was built to begin with. Okay. So how we're going to increase our deal flow through JV. 2, both of the real deal case studies that we're going to walk through, start to finish. And then 3, how to JV with me on a deal if you want to, right? It's not forced, it's not mandatory, but we bring a lot to the table, right? And a lot of people love to do that. So that's the other part of this. So if you're new here, I'll fly right through this. Who am I? Why the hell should you listen to this loud bearded Cuban guy? Well, I've closed over 800 transactions since 2017. $15 million plus in profit just in that sector alone. And right now I'm building the largest, the number one real estate community in real estate. Specifically, the word is curative title. Okay. You are probably hearing that word a lot lately. And it's because a lot of people are starting to dive into this niche, if you will, or niche if you're French. Okay. That is who I am. Look, 800 transactions, that's not to make you think I'm cool. It's just to make you aware that I have messed up so many things leading up until this point. And if I've done 800 transactions, there's probably 8,000 transactions that I didn't do or I messed up along the way, right? And so that's how I've learned how to do this, not only, but also how to not do it the wrong way, okay? Because I've done it the wrong way for many years, okay? How to JV on deals to increase deal flow. This is the first thing we're going to be talking about. Stop competing and start collaborating. I see way too many people, and sadly, this is no offense towards the wholesaling community, because I am, a wholesaler. I came from that business. I see way too many people trying to make every single penny of every single deal because they don't see that they can make a lot more and do a lot more volume, a lot more quality deals if they just collaborated with more people. There's always going to be somebody out there who has something that you don't. Believe me, even at my level, I still collaborate and I still JV with people all the time. People who bring me deals and people who have things that I might not have in that moment. So it doesn't ever stop, guys. That's the moral of the story. All right. The problem that most wholesalers face, okay, is very classic, and it's obviously, standing right there on its face. They're leaving deals on the table right now, and they're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, hence this little square going into that circle. All right. And I like to keep things simple. Why? You are coming across, and I've coached thousands of wholesalers at this point, you are coming across deals in your wholesale business or your flipping business where, because you don't know how to solve that issue, you think the deal is dead. And that's all right, and I get it, but it is no longer all right after this webinar. Okay, this is extremely important. Why? Because there is a way to do it, and that's how I learned. Okay, I got to the point in my wholesale career where I was like, damn, I can't keep running into these walls anymore. I can't keep running into these dead leads. How many leads can I mark dead before I just say, damn, I don't want to mark them dead. Like, who knows how to work these deals and who can teach me, right? And that's exactly what I did. So these are just some examples, right? You find deals, but does it sound familiar for you? You find deals, but you don't have the knowledge to close them. You have knowledge, but you don't have enough leads coming in. You have leads, but no capital to take over the deed or to buy the transaction, whatever that transaction needs. You're trying to do everything alone. You're trying to wear the acquisition hat, the disposition hat, the transaction coordinator hat, the lender hat, the the freaking admin hat, you're the marketing hat, right? You're wearing all the hats, the comping hat, the fix and flipper hat. You're wearing all the hats. You're wearing so many hats that all of them fall off your head, and you got no hats to wear anymore. Okay. And of course, you're trying to do everything alone, which sucks, guys. It really does. I mean, I've been there, done that, right? And the fix is not working harder, okay? Like in this example, 1 + 1 does not equal 2. 1 + 1 equals like 37. I know that doesn't make mathematical sense, but it will make sense in the context of what we're talking about here, right? It's about working, though, with the right partner. And let's be clear. I am not sitting here telling you, go find a partner in your business, like your actual business, your day-to-day business. That's not what I'm saying. A partner can be somebody like, for example, this Yeti cap is a deal, okay? If me and you come together on a deal, 123 Main Street, we partner, aka JV or joint venture, on this deal, our partnership ends at the end of this deal. We go out and make 50 grand, 100 grand, 80 grand, 40 grand, 200 grand, whatever it is. We make money together. Typically, I'm going to bring something to that transaction that you don't have, and you're going to bring something, typically the deal, that I don't have in that moment. When you merge them together, that is a joint venture successfully done. You should make money. After that, we still have our own separate businesses. We are not married. So be very careful with misunderstanding what I'm saying here. Like, oh, he's telling me to go find a partner in my business. No, I'm telling you to partner with more people on deals. Why traditional wholesaling makes JVs harder. So the old way of doing things, and again, nothing against wholesaling. I love wholesaling, right? I still do wholesale deals here and there, but it creates a lot of bottlenecks when you look at the business, right? Your profit is capped at the assignment fee. That's where you're capped. And usually nationwide, it's capped at about $23,000 right now. The seller can back out, killing the deal for anyone. Don't let anybody tell you different, man. If you haven't been doing this long enough, then just trust me when I tell you, your seller can back out at any time. Is it legal? No. Is it moral? No. But does it happen? Yes. And then you have to sue them for it. Ask me how I know. That's called specific performance. Competition is fierce and deals fall apart everywhere. Tell me if that sounds familiar to you guys at all, because I have so many wholesalers that come to me all the time with this. With the deed, though, which is the one document that you guys already know following this series that we get, as opposed to a contract, that changes everything, okay? Well, here's the difference. When you own a deed, you own the partnership of any kind, right? Because when you have a deed actually gives you ownership. It's not like a contract where it's a promise, right? A contract is really a promise, and they're not really enforceable. You have to sue to get them enforced, okay? We're not here to talk about lawsuits. We want to do deals. So now you have a real asset to bring to a JV table. All right, if you bring me a deed, I'm going to take you a lot more seriously than if you just bring me a contract. I'm going to be real with you. You can split equity, you can split profit, you can split roles, right? Because there's something real to split. This is very important. You can call the shots too. Partners have more security because the deed is recorded or will be recorded. What does recorded mean? That means that you're going to file it with your clerk of courts, and now you are the new owner. Yes, owner, not contract holder, not equitable interest, ownership. That is the key word here. You go from middleman to being an owner, and the owners attract more serious partners like myself. Trust me, happens every day. I got a JV deal done today. What is a JV in the reverse flip world? Two people, one deal. Remember the cap example. Two people coming together to merge into one deal, make some money together, probably going to make money again together in the future, because it's very rare that I've made money with somebody and I'm like, all right, man, I'll see you never. Very rare that happens, right? It's usually like, hey, man, when's the next deal? Hey, I got this other one, right? And it's usually a matter of a couple weeks or something. Each partner brings something different to the table, like I told you. For example, let's say you go out. You're using our RF Deal Finder app. You're doing your thing. You're talking to sellers every day. Boom, you get a good deal. Hey, this guy wants to sell. Boom, boom, boom. I need 3 grand, 5 grand, 10 grand, let's say, to buy the deed. Like there's no way around it. I can't put it on the back end, whatever. That's when you come to me, and that's typically where people come to me and you say, hey, I need the money to close on this deal. I know it's a good deal. I check it. My team checks it. I say, you know what? You're absolutely right. This is a good deal. I like it. I see the potential. I will fund the deal. Problem solved. Typically, we're going to split these deals 50-50, as fair comes, right down the middle. I'm also going to bring different things. For example, with me as a JV, or the JV that you do have should bring different things, aka a title attorney, a probate attorney, whatever kind of legal work you may need, somebody who can help you with an eviction. Maybe it's getting, the other heirs. Maybe it's filing a partition. Maybe it's doing a probate. Maybe it's cleaning up the title, curative title, right? Maybe it's a quiet title. Who knows how many different things you need, but that other person is going to bring those, right? And of course, guys, everything is documented in writing, notarized, and protected. I want to be protected just as much as you do, and you should want to be protected just as much as your JV does, okay? Anyone who wants to do a JV with you and isn't willing to memorialize it or put it in writing, run the other way, okay? Just trust me. You have the prize too, by the way. When you have the deal and you have the deed, you have the prize. So there's really 3 types of JV partners in this business, okay? So here is the 3 types. One is the deal finder, the person who actually goes out and gets the deal, okay? The ground and pounder. Been there, trust me. You got to pay your dues. 2 is the deal solver. Hey, look, I got this guy. I got the deal. I don't really know what to do with it to solve the issues with it, to clear title, to unlock the money making, right? That is your deal solver. The capital partner is the third person. That person, it's pretty self-explanatory, right? Hey, I got this deal. I know how to solve the problem. I don't have the money that the deal requires. Whatever it may be, whether it's the deal cost, closing it, the deed cost, the legal fees cost, whatever it is, right? We got one today on YouTube Live from New York. He's like, hey, man, I just don't have the money for the deeds and stuff like that. And the legal, because it's going to take a lot of legal. And I don't really know how to work this whole scenario with the back end of the deal. And I said, great. If it makes sense, and if you could get these sellers for nothing, which is basically what he needs to do, I'm willing to do the deal with you. So that capital partner is going to bring the money, the capital. Now, that could also be a private money lender, hard money lender, right? You have a lot of different avenues there, but usually it's somebody who's going to participate in the deal with you, especially if it's 10K for a deed or something like that, or the legal stuff. It's not that big of a deal. The deal finder is going to locate distressed properties. This could be on the MLS, on our deal finder, foreclosure list, probate list, partition loss, all those kinds of things, right? Tax delinquency, all those kinds of things, auction, etc. Uses the deal finder app, finds deals, and runs the numbers on those deals, and then brings the opportunity to the table. Like I just told you, hey, I got 123 Main Street. It's tax delinquent. It's going to auction a month and a half from now. These sellers are in a tight bind. They want to sell. What do I do? That is the deal finder. The deal solver has experience resolving title issues, liens, probate complications, again, such as myself or people in the community. That is curative title work, right? They understand, like, oh yeah, I get the liens, I get the this, yep. This is what we got to do. Makes sense, great. Knows how to negotiate with banks, lien holders, knows, hey, you need this heir, that heir, etc., whatever the deal may call for. And then it turns the dead deals into a live one. Okay, that is what your deal solver should be doing. The capital partner, like I just told you, funds the deed purchase, holding costs, repairs, legal fees, all that kind of stuff, right? It may be a private lender or an experienced investor, such as myself, gets a return through profit split or interest in the deal. Does that make sense for everybody so far, guys? I know we got a lot of people in here. I just want to make sure we're tracking here, okay? So this is not rocket science, guys. I'm going to give you some ways on how to find JV partners. Number one, very, very obvious example. Other wholesalers who find deals but can't close them themselves. One of the examples tonight is exactly that. It was a wholesaler, and again, he didn't do anything wrong. He just was not equipped with the right tools and the right strategy to be able to convert that deal. So he gave it up. We scooped it up. We did what we know how to do, and now we're going to make 50 grand. To him, the lead was dead. To us, it wasn't. Okay? investors with capital, but no deal flow. It might surprise you to know, okay, that there's a lot of investors that have money but have no deal flow. Okay, that is known as a passive investor, by the way. Experienced flippers who want passive involvement. Maybe they just want to park some money into your deals. Happens all the time. Real estate attorneys and title companies, they know who have problem properties. That's always a great one. Meetups, right? Again, I'm not a huge fan of meetups, but I do like them if you approach them the right way. If you're not there to go to happy hour and hang out and talk a bunch of shit with a bunch of people doing nothing, you actually can find a lot of really good opportunities, a lot of really good people. You can extract good opportunities, you can add value, and you might meet your next JV partner there for sure. It's a great way to get involved with the community too. Of course, the reverse flip community, our own, right? You got the starter community, the accelerator community, and if you're really advanced, you got the pro community. And of course, JVing with me directly. More on this soon. We'll talk about it in a second, right? But before we go to that, we are going to go to, as I see somebody said, I can find deals, I can structure the deals. Capital is usually the issue. Well, Niraj, it is no longer the issue for you, my man, right? That is a good JV partner for sure. If he could find the deals, he could do his thing. That's an easy one right there. So let's do a walkthrough, okay? And I want you to take out your pen and paper, your notepad or whatever, your iPad, whatever pad you got going on, okay? And we are gonna walk through a $170,000 profit JV deal, all right? Yes, 170 grand. It's a big one. This is on the higher side for sure. The crazy thing about this one was that it was listed, okay? This is the address. It was listed on the MLS. This is set to close March 25th, if I'm not mistaken, or sooner. What's awesome about this deal, there's actually a lot of things that are awesome apart from the 170K. The awesome part about this deal is that the JV, got this deal by using the RF Deal Finder app. So he pulled a list of properties that were in foreclosure going to auction. He started cold calling. By, I think it was his 32nd or 33rd cold call, bingo, he hit this guy. There we go. We lock up the deal. He worked with Darren, our coach, went through the motions, had 3 different calls with the seller, okay? And on the 3rd call, seller agreed. We met. We had to kind of, walk him through the process. And of course, had to ask him some questions. He had debt on the property. We needed to find out the payoff, et cetera. Make sure that there was equity in the deal, et cetera, et cetera. There ended up being a lot of equity in the deal. This seller is actually getting over 6 figures on the back end. So he's certainly not walking away with peanuts. He's walking away with 6 figures. And as you can see in the picture over here, the house needs work, right? So what I want you to write down first is the address, so 1431, right? And then I want you to write down the deed was $1,000 up front, okay? I want you to write that down. Then I want you to write 100,000 on the back end. All right? You guys tracking with me? Cool. So what do we have so far? You got a deal that we bought, sorry, for $1,000 up front. That's called consideration. You got to give something up front, even if it's a couple $100, that's fine. But $1,000 up front, guess who put that up? And then the seller has been promised through an agreement called a contract for deed that he's going to get $100,000 on the back end. On the back end means, hey, when we close this transaction, AKA when we flip it and when we do what we got to do with it, you, sir, are going to receive another $100,000. That's basically what the agreement says. You guys follow me so far? So all in, $101,000 for this deal. You guys tracking me? Cool. Now, this house has 150,000 plus or minus. For the sake of simple numbers, $150,000 mortgage on the house. Okay? So you got 101. We're going to call that the basis, aka our acquisition. The mortgage that the seller has in foreclosure, by the way, and it was going to auction, is for $150,000. I'm a simple guy, guys. You guys following me right there? Look at that. There's a lot of numbers, but right here. Boom. So you got 1,000, then you got 100,000 on the back end. You got 101 to the seller on the back end and 150. So for you mathematicians out there, if you add that together, you have 251,000 smackaroos. You guys follow all that? Give me a yes in the chat if you're following me. If not, you're sleeping. Come on. Give me a yes now. Yes, got it. Sabrina, I love it. Manny, I love it. Manny, you're always on my lives, man. I love it. Thank you. Cynthia. Cynthia? Yeah, Cynthia. Brenda Young. Cool. So everybody agrees that not up front, but when this is all said and done and we actually flip it to our end buyer, which we're going to get to in a second, this deal is going to cost us $251,000, right? Cool. Dope. Now, this house is in foreclosure. We had to get our legal side involved. Our attorney, very standard, jumped into the foreclosure, right? Delayed it a little bit, et cetera, et cetera. That's some of the sauce that we bring and some of the value that we bring to the transaction apart from the money, okay? And we were able to extend the sale, all right? So we bought ourselves basically about 120 days, give or take. Now, this property was listed on the MLS. Now, would anybody like to take a wild guess at what this property was listed for on the MLS? Start throwing me numbers on the chat there. What do you think they wanted for this property? $200. No, you're a little low there, brother. You're a little low. Ooh. Come on, give me some numbers. Give me some numbers. Well, would it shock you that this property, well, they took it down now, but this property was listed for this amount of money? Can you guys still see my screen? $546,000. All right. Now, how the heck did we get that for that big of a discount? I remember it being in the 400s, but I just want to be sure here. Hold on. Hold on. Could just go on the MLS. All right. Well, nonetheless, how did we get that for that big of a discount? Well, number one, the realtor respectfully did not know what the heck he was doing. He priced it way overpriced. House obviously needed work, right? Which is the main reason why it wasn't selling, right? Funny enough, it's probably one of the reasons why the seller ended up in the situation that he ended up, right? He was an older man. He listened to the realtor. The realtor actually ended up being his brother. Not a brother that I would want, because anyway, that's a story for another time. He claims that his brother committed fraud and that, he actually took out the mortgage in his name and all that kind of stuff. So, that's all the drama, right? The drama of real estate. So this person listed it for that much. He knew he was going to auction. He knew that he needed help, right? And nobody, no wholesaler, knew how to help this man, right? Again, I'm not bashing wholesalers. I'm just saying they are not equipped to be able to move with the speed that needs to happen, nor do they have the legal team to be able to say, hey, we're going to help you stop the sale. We're going to, stop the foreclosure. We're going to talk to the bank. We're going to jump in. We're going to run the title search. We're going to give you some money up front. We're going to promise you money on the back. We're going to do right? We're going to get a deed so we're protected, right? Because this is a lot of moving pieces that you're going through, right? So as we did all this, that's how we were able to help the seller. And of course, based on what the house needed and the work it needed and the level of problem that we're solving, the seller's other option was, hey, he already had an auction date set. So keep in mind, his option was basically zero if he goes to auction, right? So what we did was, after we had all our documents, right, we put out the deal for $399,000, right? It's a hot area. ARV is probably somewhere around the 525K mark. It's not like a fire damage house, right? So we put it up at $399. I always like to blast out if I'm doing a cash offer blast or listing it on the MLS. When I'm dispositioning a property, I like to blast it underneath where I want to be. So I figured that we were going to be above 400, but I obviously want to start a buyer frenzy, right? That's what you want to do, guys. I see too many people listing too high and then they price reduce, price reduce, price reduce, price reduce, price reduce. So you want to start a buyer frenzy. So we listed it at 399, we blasted it at 399, and we ended up accepting, write this number down, 420. All right? Cash. So somebody help me out with the math. What is 420 minus $251,000? Okay? I'll help you out here. It's $169,000. All right? Perfect. Niraj, my man. 169, gold star for him. We rounded it up for the sake of argument. and 170, all right? So, by the way, this deal is going to close start to finish in about 95 days, 90 days, right? Because we had some issues with the foreclosure and all that. Who in this chat and on this webinar would not want to make $169,000 and ask me if we even had to get a hard money lender involved, a private money lender involved, or swing a hammer? Who in their right mind would not want to make 169 grand without swinging a hammer? Guys, I've done a ton of fix and flips, like full HGTV remodels, and nothing against flippers, but I rarely have made 170 grand on a fix and flip, let alone flipping a piece of paper, aka a reverse flip and a deed. Okay. Now, is that exciting for everyone? Do you guys see how this is very, very possible to do? Okay. Again, I'm going to show you guys some stuff here. I'm going to go through and we're going to go to Google and I'm going to show you what this house looked like from the outside. This is literally how the house looks today. Okay. So you can see here, just so you guys understand what these properties look like. Not a fire damaged house, right? It's not terrible, but obviously it needs work. It's pink. The roof is old. You could tell, right? The fascia is old. The windows are a little old. That's not impact windows. It's a big deal down here in South Florida for impact windows, right? There's some rot over here with the wood. The inside of the property was very, very dated, right? So it needed a lot of work. So again, you can see, right, what this property looks like. The big plus that this had is that it's on Scott Lake. So you have a property that technically is waterfront. Now, and it had a pool. So it has a pool. So it's right here. I mean, it's a nice pool, right? I mean, the pool looks green right now, but it will be a nice pool. And he's got a bunch of cars back there. I don't know what the hell is going on back there. But this is a solid area and solid marketplace. And we ended up getting 420 for it. Here's the crazy part, guys. We had 6 backup offers. Okay? So all of them were within 395 and 420. So this was not the only buyer. So if this buyer decided to like, oh, I don't want it anymore. Oh, I need to back out or whatever, I could sell this house 6 more times. That is the power of having a great deal. Does everybody see that? Now, let's get into the numbers and then we'll move on to the next example. So 169,000, call it 170, right? What's 170 divided by 2? Okay. What is that number? It's $85,000. Okay. So 85,000 each. Why 2? Because JV and I are splitting. We're JVing. It's 50-50, right? So 85 grand to the JV, 85 grand to us. By the way, the JV has not been involved with the exception of going to the city one time to pick up a permit paper that was there because it was an expired permit that was already that was invalid. So he picked that up. Other than that, man, I mean, the JV's been awesome, but we really haven't needed to bug the JV, right? Because our team's been handling this entire process, like our legal team and all that. So if you take out the 1,000, obviously I need to get my $1,000 back, right? And a couple, let's call it 4 or 5 grand in legal fees and maybe another 3,000 in closing. Take out 8. So 170 minus 8. And now we're talking about 162 divided by 2 is, give or take, 81 grand. There you go, buddy. 81 grand. Okay. So, guys, this JV has made $81,000 in just around 90 days on one deal that really what he did on the JV side was make cold calls, use our app, pull the list, follow our process to the T, use our documents, go get the docs. Once he had the deal, we helped him get the deal because Darren, our coach, helped him. Once he gave us the deal, it was off to the races. We handled it from there. The next time we will see this man will be at the closing with a wire, and he's going to make 80 G's. I mean, I don't know about you. That's insane. By the way, he's in our accelerator community. He paid 15 grand to be in that community. He made 81 grand off of a $15,000 investment. Now, I'm not here to pitch you that by any means. I'm just saying, do you think the guy got his money back, or do you think the guy got his money back and then some? Okay? 81 grand on a $15,000 investment. You would have to be a fool not to take that investment, because I would take that investment 10 times out of 10. All right? Now, here we go. Let's move on to the other deal. Let's go to 4531 Southwest 20th Street in West Park, Florida. This is a fun one, and if you guys follow me on social media or YouTube, etc., Instagram, in about a week or so, you will see a series of videos that are going to be coming out of me negotiating with a squatter, me personally. It was awesome. Okay, so, but let me walk you through the background of this deal. This is the one that the wholesaler could not close and could not figure it out. All right. So what happens? I'm going to give you the full story. There's a gentleman in our community. His name is Chris, and he does a lot of JV deals. He does a lot of co-wholesaling in South Florida. He has a wholesaler, very typical, comes along and says, hey, I have this deal, 4531 Southwest 20th Street. I want to blast it with you. See if you could get me a buyer. Boom, not a problem. Every normal day for Chris. Goes through, gets the thing, gets a buyer. Great, they agree. The JV had like a 40, the wholesaler who brought the deal had like a $47,000 split, something like that, like a profit for him. And he said, great. They line up the buyer. Buyer puts in their escrow, right? 10K non-refundable. Everything is going according to plan in wholesale land, okay? Everything's cool. The day before closing, the buyer decides to drive to the property and do a final walkthrough, okay? This is very common. When he goes to do the final walkthrough, he is surprised to find a lady living inside the property with no power, no electricity, and a pit bull, a big-ass pit bull dog, okay? So could not be more Miami if you ask me, right? So this dude obviously freaks out. The buyer's like, hey, what the hell is this? I did not agree to a squatter in the house. Who the hell is that squatter or tenant? That lady needs to get out. Well, the wholesaler, obviously, like any good wholesaler, tried going out there, tried talking to the lady. Oh, we're going to get you out. They tried to threaten her with an eviction. They tried to give her some money. No go. Lady wasn't leaving. She calls the cops, this and that. She had the license on, the address was on her license. Let me fast forward the story for you. The wholesaler cancels the deal. And, he tells Chris, hey, man, if you want it, go for it. You can, feel free to reach out to the seller. And, Chris told him, he's like, hey, man, if I do get something here, what do you want? And he's like, it's fine. Just a couple grand, whatever. Help pay for my marketing if you get it, but it'll probably be impossible. Little did he know that Chris was a member of Reverse Flip and he was connected to me. So Chris calls me up and says, hey, I got a situation. We got a squatter. I think I'm going to buy the deed and I want to buy it for like 10 grand. And I said, look, try to pay 5, but let's see what happens. Go back and forth. Unbeknownst to everyone, the lady living, the squatter, was the granddaughter of the owner of the house. The granddaughter lives about 3 hours away in Port St. Lucie. She has a reverse mortgage. They had everything. They had the HUD, they had the title commitment, they had the lien search, everything. So unbeknownst to her, now her granddaughter's in the house. The son was helping his mother out, and that's his daughter. And they get to talking, and he's like, look, I want like 20 grand. He's like, yeah, that's not going to happen unless you want to get your daughter out. Then I'll give you the 20 grand. It's not a problem. He's like, no, I don't want to deal with my daughter. I live 3 hours away. Lady's crazy, blah, 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 No. So cool. Here we go. End up agreeing to 4,000, right? And I believe 3,000 on the back end. So that's basically what it is, right? $7,000. We are going to buy this problem. Again, the real estate is irrelevant to me. We're going to buy this problem for $7,000. How am I analyzing this deal? Well, I'm analyzing it like this. This deal has a payoff of about 340. We knew this because they were already at the closing table. So we had payoffs and everything. The as-is value is 400,000. How do we know that? Because the wholesaler, aka Chris, who brought the buyer, already had a buyer under contract with a hard escrow for $400,000. So if you minus 340, if you subtract 340 from 400, you get 60,000, right? Cool. So if I give my man 7 on the back end, the seller, for the deed, then I stand to make $53,000 if and only if I can get rid of said squatter in the property. Is everybody following me here? Cool. We try to reach out to her. We get the deed in the day. Not a problem. We get everything notarized. Now we're in control. Why would I want the deed here? Because the seller can back out at any moment, just like he signed a contract with this other wholesaler and signed any other agreement with somebody else. Now I got 2 problems. Now I got to deal with the squatter, and now I got to sue a seller, right? Who the hell wants to deal with that? Nobody, not me. So I just get the deed, record the deed. Now I'm the owner. Make sense? Guys, in a matter of 24 hours, we bought a house for $4,000 up front. I put up the money, obviously. It has a squatter in it, but I know there's a $53,000 profit on the other side. So in a matter of 48 hours now, we reach out to the squatter. We tell them, hey, we'll pay you $1,000 to get out. We don't want to file the eviction, but we will. And if you get out within the next 7 days, we'll give you the $1,000. She says, no, you can go pound sand. Not in those words. It was actually very nasty. Okay, cool. So we try again the next week. Hey, listen, we'll give you $1,500 if you get out. No, blah, blah, blah. The lady stops answering her phone. She goes ghost, blah, 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 blah. Cool. So I go ahead. We file an eviction. Actually, it's called an ejectment because she's a squatter. We file the ejectment. I put up the money for the ejectment. It was like $1,300. Boom. My attorney files the lawsuit. Now we waited 10 days. She doesn't respond, obviously. Now we're going through the motions. She got served. Now she's like, oh, shit, this is real, blah, blah, blah. A couple weeks goes by. So last week, I decide, I'm like, hey, man, has anyone heard from this squatter? And obviously, nobody said anything. And they're like, no, we can't answer. She doesn't answer our phone, whatever. I call this lady 6 times. And I mean back to back to back to back to back to back to back. 6 times. She doesn't answer. I shoot her a text and I say, hey, I won't say her name, but I said, hey, X, I have an idea on how to get you out of your eviction. I do this for a living. She has no idea who I am. And she goes, okay, I'll call you when I'm on my lunch break. Boom, now I got an answer. So we get to talking. I agree with her. Obviously I introduced myself as an intermediary, right? Third party. I'm not going to come in there guns blazing saying, hey, I'm the owner and I'm the new owner and you got to get the fuck out. And blah, blah. Why? You catch a lot more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. So I went in nice and I said, look, here's the situation. I totally understand what happened. I get that it's very unfortunate, right? It's your grandmother's house. I understand. No, but I'm not a squatter. I'm like, sure, not a problem, right? Like in my head, I'm like, yeah, sure. Okay. So I tell her, look, I am authorized to give you $3,000 if you get out of the house within the next 7 days. Okay? That's it. If you get out of the house in 14 days, it's $1,500. If you get out of the house in 3 weeks, 21 days, it's $500. And if you take a month, it's $0. And we're going through all the way because our hearing is April 20th. Now, why am I doing that? Of course, I already know I'm going to get the eviction in April, but if I can pay $3,000 to quickly get her out and save myself a month and a half, I can book this revenue and sell this deal. So that's exactly what happened. We prepared the agreement. She agreed. She's leaving Tuesday, which is in 4 days, the 3rd, and she's getting her $3,000. When is she getting her $3,000? She's getting it as soon as she signs the documents and gives the keys and takes that pit bull, bless his soul, out of the house. Now what we're going to do with the house, now that we have possession, and now that we have a vacant property, which goes do, 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 and increases the value, we're going to go in there. I'm going to have my team clean it out, nice and pressure clean, put some Glade plugins, some Fabuloso on the floor, right? We're going to make that thing smell nice and lavender. Take some new pictures. House is pressure clean. We're going to slap it on the MLS, and we're probably going to get an extra 10 to 20 grand. We'll probably sell it for like 410 to 420. And now we'll make this a 60 to 65K deal all day, twice on Sunday. And really, all it was being able to control the asset, control the deed, buy it for $4,000. I'm buying the problem and getting rid of the squatter. Does everybody agree here that you would do a deal with me if you brought me this pile of shit and you said, Will, I don't have the money, I don't have the resources, but here's the problem. I put up the money, I do everything, my team does everything, we JV on it, we make 60K, you make 30, I make 30. Would you be a happy camper? Is that a good day or is that a good day? Let me get a yes. Come on now. Without a doubt. There's no question. That's right, Sabrina. You know the deal. Easy yes. There's zero question on that, guys. There's zero question. Do you know why this JV got it? Well, number one, he's in the community, but he'd rather own 20% of a watermelon than 100% of a grape. Big difference. Affirmative Ghost Rider. That's my guy right there. Don't quote me Top Gun. I love Top Gun too much. I love it. Guys, I'd rather own, write that down. I would rather own 20% of a watermelon than 100% of a grape. And again, sadly, in the wholesale world, I see a lot of wholesalers running around with little grapes in their hands. And they look like raisins because they're dried up grapes. Guys, there's so much money to be made, right? You think I'm going to tell Chris, the JV, oh man, but I should make more money because I'm putting up the money and, I'm putting up all the legal, so I should make, 64. Why, dude? 50-50, bro. You bring the deal, I put up the money, I get the resources. Beam, beam, bomb. Let's make some money. Chris and I got like 4 deals going on right now, right? I'm looking to do 100 deals with Chris. I'm not looking to do one deal with him. I'm looking to do hundreds of deals with you guys. I'm not looking to do one deal with you. I'm not going to nickel and dime you. That's not even how I operate, right? So, did you guys learn something here on the deals, right? And let's talk about the 3 types of JV partners. The deal finder, you. The deal solver, me. The capital partner, me. Ideally, that's what we bring to the table, and that's how we do this. If you guys have any deal issues, that's what we're talking about, right? You bring the deals and we profit together. I just showed you 2 deals. That's exactly what these people do, and that's exactly what people do with my team every single day. You find the leads, you get the deeds with the help of our training and all that stuff, me and the app, me and my team, and I solve all the problems. You get access to my legal team, that kind of stuff, access to capital when needed. And of course, we profit big together on 50-50, just like Dimitri did and just like Chris did. Okay. So let's recap what we've covered so far, and then we're going to go into Q&A. All right. So number 1, I showed you how to JV on deals, okay, to increase your lead flow. Number 2, 2 badass case studies, okay, for different sides of the spectrum. One was for 170. I mean, that's a big deal, but it's not as uncommon as you would think inside of RF. And then the other one was for 50 to 60, right? Still more than double the national average of wholesaling. Here's the interesting part though. Who else, ask yourself this question, who else in both of those deal examples, who else was going to do those deals? Do you think wholesalers were going to do those deals? Do you think that the average person not equipped with this kind of skill set and this kind of training and the documents and the community would have been able to do those deals? Yes or no? But you only JV in Florida, right? No, sir, Rusty. I JV in several different states. I got deals in New York, New Jersey, North Carolina, Texas, Tennessee, Florida. It's basically all the states, I think. Those are my favorite states. I don't like California for obvious reasons. No, exactly. No, exactly. There's no way. Because if they would have, how the hell did I end up with the deals? Right? How did we end up with the deals over here? So the third thing, is how to JV with me on a deal. right? I just showed you guys exactly how to JV with me on a deal. And by the way, I go live on YouTube every single night, 5 to 6. I actually went live right before here, 5 to 5:30, and there was a dude in New York, boom, and ran through it, right? Do you guys still partner with Invelo for finding deals? No. So we have the RF Deal Finder. That's our own app. That's what we use now. So we no longer, I love Invelo, but we no longer use them. We have our own app, which is, in my opinion, a lot more robust, if you will. So who's got some Q&A for me? Because I'm going to open it up to Q&A, and I want to know, was this valuable to you so far? If it was, and you do have a deal, again, not a pitch. This is just a QR code. Write it down. Take a picture of it. When you do have a deal, you can just go to reverseflip.com/JV, and you can submit any deal that you have there, right? Here is the deal finder. If you're interested, somebody's asking that right there, right? Link for the RF Deal Finder at the end of the session. Here it is, rfdealfinder.com. That's the one. I'll leave this up there. Who's got questions? Who's got Q&As? I will answer any question regarding the deals or regarding, the business or anything like that. Hit me. This is my favorite part, the interactive part. As long as you guys interact. Yeah, so there's the RF Deal Finder right there. What do you think about when there's an heir that's a minor? Ooh, yeah, that's a great question. I think it sucks, honestly. Guardianships, they can be really, really, really tough. Really tough. I'm not saying I wouldn't do them. The price has to be very right, and it's hard to do them sometimes because the court, it just adds another layer of complexity. And the court actually forces, like, you can't get too good of a deal because the court doesn't want the minor, obviously, to be like, oh, well, they're not getting enough money for the deal, because the court doesn't really understand, like, yeah, but the deal needs like 100K in reno, right? So do I do them? Yes. Do I like them? No. The deal really has to be right. The question I would have for you is, does the minor who's an heir, what is their percentage of ownership? Do they, like, are they entitled to 25%, 50%, 100%, right? That's a big one. Great lesson. I appreciate that, Jay. Minimum deal size, 50K. The 50K is usually what we're looking for. Do you have a minimum or maximum amount for a deal? No, there's no maximum amount. Infinite for making money, but minimum, I would say 50K. 50K for sure on an RF deal. 50K, because if we're doing a 50K deal, at least it's 25K to you, 25K to us, right? I want you to make at least the national average of a wholesale deal just for your 50% partnership. So Paolo, I hope that answers your question. Who's next? Let's go. Oh, I got one over here. Hold on. Have you ever taken down a probate going to auction? Yes. Yes. The timing has to be right, number one. Number two, and most importantly, it has to have equity. Number three, it just depends what the state of the auction is in. Is it a tax auction? Is it a foreclosure auction? But yes, definitely have done it. And it also depends on, this is a big one. If it's a probate where I'm going to get 100% of the people on board from the beginning, that's probably the only way that I would do it. Because if it's a probate and it's 50% and it's going to auction, now I got to do a partition and a probate. It's probably going to get lost at auction because it takes too long to do those. But that's a great question, Ellie. I appreciate that. Who's next? Let's go. Still got almost 50 people in here. Yes, thank you. I was looking, and the minor holds 25%. Yeah, again, you just got to get a really good deal on the other 75%. It's doable. Is it in Florida, by the way? What do you tell heirs, sellers when they ask why they are getting paid on the back end? Well, what do you tell sellers and heirs when you sign a wholesale contract with them, that they're not getting any money up front? Do you tell them anything? iPhone user is the name. Yes, it is Florida. Yeah, Paolo, if you want to submit it, or if you want to bring it to the Deal Desk Live tomorrow, I'll be there 5 to 6, and I'll do a run through. Have you ever done a deal in Wichita, Kansas? No, sir. I have not. How do you check if it has equity? Well, using our app is the easiest way to do it. So I'll kind of, you know what? I'll give you guys a sneak peek. So for example, what was that address? 1431 Northwest 168 Terrace. So you guys can see the app, right? And you can see here that it has equity, 87%. And then at the bottom, it has all the mortgages. So here's your mortgage. And the last one was 101 plus 14,000, etc. And here's us as the owner. So yeah, our app has it. It's the easiest way to do it. Oh, we got some more questions over here. What home structures are not doable, i.e. manufactured? I don't like manufactured homes I don't buy them. I never bought them as a wholesaler either. That's not true. That's not to say never. I probably bought like 10 of them in my career, but they're not my favorite. I'm not a big fan of them. There's just not enough spreads, and they're usually in like rural areas and stuff like that. But I mean, any home structure is doable. Land is doable for sure. So not a big deal in that regard. Good question, Dan. Look, guys, everything to me is very simple. It's like, all right, is there enough equity where I can make 50 grand here? Yes or no? Is there a problem that I feel I can solve? Pretty high level of confidence. Yes or no? And is it a deal in an area where I can dispo it very quickly? Yes or no? And I want to be in. That's really it. And do I have resources in that area? That's really what I ask myself. How about 55 plus communities? Absolutely not. No, sir. I would stay away with Dan. I would stay away from all that crap. 55 plus, mobile homes, stay away. There's so many other better deals to do. And that's why I tell you, like, listen. I'm not old. I'm 35. I just turned 3 days ago. But listen to the older guy. Listen to the guy that's been to battle. 800 plus deals later. Just trust me. Trust me when I tell you. Don't do it. There's so many other better deals. There's so many other deals that you can do. And I wish I knew that when I was starting in, and I get it. When you're starting off, you're like, oh man, well, I'll do anything. I'll do this. I'll do that. I get it. But you could still start off and do better deals. Cool. I appreciate it. No problem, Jay. Do you JV in the Midwest states? I do. Just depends on the deal and obviously the spread. So I've done a couple deals in Ohio and stuff like that. It's not my bread and butter, but I don't mind it. It also depends on the state. Let's go. Keep it coming. These are great. Would you JV in Wichita, Kansas? Look, I mean, I'll try anything once, but I'd have to see the deal. I'd have to know the deal. I'd have to know the schematics, right? Like if it's an easy deal or it's a clean deal, or like, I'm just not going to get into like a partition with the double probate and this and that to go make, 40 grand in Wichita, Kansas. No offense. Why? Is that your market? Is that why? Kansas is a great rental market from what I know. I got some friends out there. It's crazy. You could buy a house in like Kansas for 150 grand and rent it out for 1,500 bucks. You can't do that in South Florida to save your life. Actually, that's not true. I can, but that's because I buy them at like 50 cents on the dollar. A normal person can't. You don't get them, all the time. Yes. What's the hottest strategy? Probates. Look, man, the hottest strategy, you ready for this? Is consistency. So whatever list you're going to stay with consistently and whatever marketing channel you're going to stay with consistently, that's your hottest strategy. With that said, my favorite list would be tax delinquent with pre-probate or probate with tax delinquency. That's my favorite stack, I would say. I'm giving gold to you guys right now. Like super gold. Super gold. Super gold. All right, guys. Well, appreciate everybody coming out. What types of attorneys would you need for a simple tax delinquent deceased owner with no probate? I mean, you might not even need an attorney, right? If you're in our community and you have the docs, I mean, I would always run it by an attorney, but you can, again, guys, you can prepare your own docs and you can record these docs at the county yourself, by the way. You do not need an attorney for this. I would advise that I'm not an attorney and I'm not giving legal advice. So if you want to run it by an attorney, I would advise that you do, but you don't need an attorney. A simple title company can do it for you too, if it's a clean deal. Now, title companies freak out and their eyes go like the Looney Tunes we used to watch as kids when a deal becomes hairy. Okay, so just be aware of that. Be aware of that. So for real world, this is gold stuff in our training. He's giving away right now for free. Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate that. What is a pre-probate? Great question, Ellie. So a probate, and this is awesome knowledge for you to know. Like, this is how the real business works. I can't stand when I hear people say probate. Oh, it's a probate. I'm like, has it been filed? No, it hasn't been filed yet. Then it's not a probate, okay? It's a pre-probate or a pre-inherited property. So a probate means when a probate case has been filed by somebody. I don't care, you or anybody, okay? Usually by the heirs. A pre-probate is, oh, someone who owned this house, John Smith, let's say, is dead. And it says estate of, or EST of, or LE, life estate, or HE, right? Or REM, remainderment. That is a pre-probate. That's a more, by the way, between both leads, a probate or a pre-probate, I would take a pre-probate lead 10 out of 10 times because they're usually more motivated and they don't already have an attorney in their ear. Do we need POA from all the heirs or just from one is enough? You would need the POA from all the heirs, depending on the type of probate, but we don't use POAs anymore. We use an assignment of interest. It's better and less liability. Do you work with fix and flip or property not in perfect shape? I don't do fix and flips, but I love properties that are not in perfect shape. The shittier, the better. The shittier they are, the more money I tend to make. So, yeah. But I don't do fix and flips. Like, you'll never see me do a fix and flip or, oh, like I renovated this entire. No. I buy it looking like shit. I clean up the paperwork and title issues, then I sell it like shit. But I make a lot of money. I let it to the next guy, right? Let them do that. All right, guys, listen. I really appreciate tonight. It's been great. I will see you guys next week. We're going to have another webinar on Thursday. I believe that would be the end of the series. And tomorrow, every single night, I'm live 5 to 6 on YouTube, absolutely free. Saturdays, 12 to 1. I appreciate you guys. We just hit 1,000 subs today, so I'm pretty excited about that. Been waiting for that. Now YouTube can finally, recognize me as a normal YouTube subscribed person, so that's pretty cool. Thank you, Willie. I'll submit the deal. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Have a great night. I'll see you. Guys, let me share my screen here, and we're going to kick it off. We're going to go right into it. So you guys can see my screen here. Should be able to.
Yep, we're all good.
All right, beautiful. Okay, so guys, this is where everything gets pieced together, right? This is the end of, this is a deal cycle, right? If you guys haven't noticed, when we started 6 weeks ago, literally, that's crazy. This is the entire deal cycle of start to finish. The beginning, right? If you look back all the way at the beginning, it was how you build a list, right? Data, what lists are you going to go after? And then it starts from there and it kind of builds on, hey, how you're going to market to them. Hey, what are you going to say when you have them on the phone? Hey, how do you actually frame the deal? How do you lock up the deal? What kind of docs do you have for the deal, right? What is your exit plan going to be? And then this one is actually the dispo side of it. Dispo is short for disposition. If you're newer to the business, that is where money actually gets made. Okay. So disposition is where you turn that piece of paper, right? Well, first of all, the prospect in your list to the person on the phone list that you're going to call, to the dialer, to the person on the phone that's now actually a human, or the persons, to the negotiating, to the documents. And then you take that piece of paper, right? And now we're actually going to turn it into dollars, which is the most important thing, right? Is what we're all here for. We are not the Salvation Army. We're here to make money, right? We're here to help sellers, but we're also here to convert and actually make money. So I'm going to show you one very, very cool. I'm going to go through a lot of stuff today, a lot of different disposition strategies and stuff like that. But I'm going to highlight one specific deal. It was just done last week. So again, you guys know we only do fresh deals. We don't do this. Hey, look at what I did in 2023 and it was awesome back then. We do fresh deals, real JVs, real partners, real people in the community. We share addresses, right? Tonight we even have some HUDs for you, all that kind of stuff. So you can see the real nitty gritty, the numbers, the profit, everything. And we're going to highlight a deal that the gentleman made $61,000. I couldn't be happier for him because he honestly followed the process. He's been wholesaling for about 4 years, so he wasn't new. However, he was new to this and the reverse flip side and really just knocking on a door, going after a list that nobody was going after, which was an auction list, and getting the deal, right? It's very, very simple. He closed, relisted it on the MLS, and he made $61,000 in, I think it was 61 days, funny enough. Yeah, it was 61 days because I told him, I was like, that's like $1,000 a day, right? So my goal for you today is for you to learn how to dispo and exit your deals for maximum profit. Okay. That is it. That is very, very simple. We are here today to focus on, okay, now I've done all this body of work leading up until this point. I've gone through all these steps. Now I have this property. I have this house, this asset. How am I going to make sure that I maximize the amount of money after all this trouble that we're going to make? Okay. And how do you make sure that you don't leave money on the table? Okay. Don't worry, guys. There's always another deal, right? But we want to make sure that we do not leave any money on the table and that we leave no stone unturned because you already have control of it. So there's no rush. All right. So I'm going to give you a real deal case study, the $61,000, a student in our community. And then by the end of that, you're going to have clarity on what's been missing to implement what I'm going to share with you today. Okay. So what are we going to be covering today? We're going to be covering why disposition is important. All right. Why does it matter? Preparing the property for dispo. Now, this one's very important. When I say preparing the property for dispo, for example, I have one right now that's getting ready to get listed tomorrow on the MLS where we cleaned it up, literally send a cleaning crew over there, put Febreze and Fabuloso and all that stuff because I love Fabuloso, the lavender one. And if you're Cuban, you know what's up. We pressure cleaned the outside. We took some fresh pictures, very good pictures, right? Pictures make thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars. And then that's preparing the property for the dispo, for the listing, right? See a lot of guys and girls, go through all this trouble, go through all this hassle. They finally get the property or they get possession of the property and then they skimp out on cleaning it out. They skimp out on, trashing it out, taking all the crap that was inside, right, out. They skimp out on the pictures. They skimp out on turning on the power or turning on the water so inspections are easy. They skimp out on pressure cleaning it, right? Maybe cleaning out the driveway, removing the abandoned car on the front. Guys, I get it, right? Yes. Hey, Will, I thought we were supposed to sell these things as is. You are, but those little teeny tiny details, cleaning out a house and pressure cleaning a house is going to make me an extra $20,000, right? Selling it with a squatter versus selling it without a squatter is going to make me an extra $20,000. And it only cost me $3,000 to get the squatter out, just to use an example. Marketing your deal for sale. How are you going to market your deal for sale? Now, what does that mean? Well, Will, how many ways are there to market a deal for sale? Well, off market or on market, right? Or you're going to leverage the MLS, which you should, by the way, always. Or you're just going to list it off market or, blast it out off market or use JV partners. There's no right or wrong. There's certainly one way that's going to make you a lot more money and bring you a lot more attention, which is the MLS, and the other one isn't, right? Multiple exit strategies. What does that mean? Well, are you going to keep the house? Are you going to keep it as a subject to? Now, I know we acquired the house largely using the reverse flip method, right? Taking the deed, getting the POA, the assignment of interest and all that stuff. That is the control. But what are we going to do with it at the end? Maybe it has a really, really low rate. Maybe it has a 3.5% interest rate. Maybe you can keep it that way, right? Maybe now you got your first cash flowing asset or to add to your portfolio. Maybe you want to flip it, meaning what we're about to show you right now. Hey, we're just going to take it down. We're going to relist it, flip it as is. Maybe you want to fix and flip it. Why? I have no idea, but God bless you. Maybe you want to renovate the entire thing, right? Go full HGTV. Go Mac Daddy, pull the full retail value. Maybe that's what you want to do, okay? And then the last one is going to be the real deal case study. This one is the most important one because it's how I'm actually going to tie in all the real case study here, and I'm going to tie in the exact scenarios, right? Every deal is a little different, and I'm going to walk you through step by step. Before we do that, if you are new here and you don't know, who I am, just a high level overview. I've been doing this since 2017, over 800 transactions since then, probably closer to 900 now, but profited over $15 million. That's not gross. That's not, hey, this is how much value of real estate I've moved. No, this is profit from assignment and flips. And of course, RF deals and stuff like that. And right now I'm on a mission to build the #1 community in reverse flip for investors across the country. That is it, right? Curative title. That's what we're talking about. All the deals that everybody has decided to ignore for a very, very long time. Basically, my entire career, all I've ever seen are people ignore these deals until I really started to take it, upon myself to do these kinds of deals. So that's why I don't show you these stats, by the way, to impress you. I show them to impress upon you why it gives me the credibility to speak to you and how many mistakes I've made in 800 plus transactions since 2017, so you don't make them, right? Now, this is why disposition matters. So the advantage and the exit, okay? #1, you own the deed. You guys have heard me say this till I'm blue in the face. You own the deed, you own the deed, you own the deed. That gives you control. #2, you control the when, the how, and the why, and the who to sell it to. Okay, very, very important. 3, there's no seller that's going to back out on you. There's no cash buyer slipping your deal or anything like that or going behind your back. Why? Because you own the deed. Like, for example, the properties that we're talking about right now, both the one that I gave you the example on a squatter, I already own it. I will take you to the property appraiser. It says my land trust name on it. Like, ownership is already mine. I don't have to be like, oh man, well, don't blast the address. Can you put X's on the first 4 digits of the address? I don't want anybody to know. Dude, I don't live in that fairy tale world where you got to hide from people, right? So we already own it. That is a sense of freedom in and of itself, by the way. You set the price. You choose the exit. You call the shots. Isn't that how life is supposed to be? I could tell you after investing for a very long time, 9 years now, crazy to think how fast that's gone. The #1 thing I always wanted to do was control my destiny. I think that's why we all got into entrepreneurship, if I'm being honest with you, right? We all got into entrepreneurship in one form or another. The vehicle we're using for it is real estate. But the reason why we did it is because we got sick and tired of following others' directions, right? Of not calling our own shots. So why wouldn't you want to do it on your own deal? And of course, unlike traditional wholesaling where you're limited to assigning the contract, the deed gives you ownership, so you have flexibility to do whatever you want. And again, I don't hate on wholesaling. I love wholesaling. I still wholesale deals here and there. However, when they come to me, guys, it is such a freeing feeling, okay, when you own the deed to a property and you do it this way, okay? So here's the core mindset that we need to talk about. #1, the deals are not found, they're created. Okay, a lot of our deals, it does happen, right? It is rare, but it does happen where you just speak to a seller and it's like right place, right time, boom, you move right along, not a problem, right? Most of them, though, are created. We are deal architects, if you will, deal alchemy, if you will. Disposition is where that creation pays off. Disposition is where you actually realize the money, okay? You made money when you acquired the deed at a discount. There's no doubt about it. I want to be very, very clear on this point because this one's very important. Do not misunderstand what I'm saying. Oh, Will said you make your money on the dispo. No, 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 no. You make your money on the buy. You bought a good deal. You got a good value. You got a big problem that you're solving, and you got a massive discount. You already made your money on the buy. Now, the money's going to hit your account in the disposition side. There's a difference, okay? Disposition is where you collect the money. It's a big difference. The goal is to maximize profits by choosing the right exit on every single deal. Now, let's get into preparing the property for disposition. All right? We clear the title first. Now, that's slang in our industry for curing the title, or you guys are probably hearing this word more and more and more online and stuff like that, because I know I certainly am. Curating title, curative title, right? What does that mean? That means that you work with your title company or your title attorney to run a thorough title search and all that stuff, how to resolve all the liens, judgments, encumbrances, right, before marketing the property. Now, we have already taught you And if you've been following the series, and what we teach you inside of RF is how to do pre-deal underwriting, which means, hey, you know how to look for all this stuff that the title company is going to give you anyway, ahead of time. Why would you want to know that? Well, I want to know that so I can get ahead of the curve, right? And I don't have any surprises, right? Wholesalers get filled with surprises all the time. They tie up a property, they're like, yeah, we're going to make 40 grand here. Boom, they get hit with a bunch of water balloons of just dirty title, liens, violations, this and that, because they waited and they relied on a title company to give them that. Here, we give you the power to do that, and we show you the method of doing that. 2, we're going to negotiate with all the lien holders. Not always. Sometimes it's better to leave sleeping dogs lie. Sometimes there's liens that, hey, you know what, man? The juice isn't worth the squeeze. Why don't we just sell it with the liens and the violations? If you could get a good enough price, go for it. And I will always back that, by the way, because the headache is usually just not worth it, right? And the time. It's not so much the money, it's the time. It's like, oh man, to negotiate this lien and violation, it's probably going to take me another 3-4 months. Sell it at a discount. Keep it moving, right? Do not be married to a deal, all right? Get lien releases filed and confirmed. That is part of the curative title process. And of course, a good title company, a good title attorney will help you with that, all right? Resolve any remaining legal issues. Probate complications, partitions, we've spoken about those too, right? Homestead penalties, that's where people have been claiming homestead on a property when it's not their homestead, so now they owe taxes on the property and penalties on top of that. Those are really good. We got a couple of those deals going on. And then you handle those before listing. Now, again, let me be very, very clear. Probate and partition complications are title issues. Homestead penalties are not really, they are a title issue, but that's more of a monetary issue. You can sell that deal with a homestead penalty and the end buyer just pays off the homestead penalty. You can't sell that deal with an open probate where you can't provide legal title transfer from the heirs to you, to the buyer. Make sense? Using your limited power of attorney, or now we use something called the assignment of rights, okay? The assignment of interest. It's better, it's less liability in my opinion. But of course, I'm not an attorney, and I urge you to speak to an attorney because I'm not giving any legal advice. That's my disclaimer, okay? And of course, lien holders and the city on the seller's behalf, you negotiate with banks. That's what you use this POA for, or this assignment of interest for, okay? Allows you to act on behalf of the seller or sellers. Okay, and we are going to ensure that the deed is properly recorded with the county recorder's office or the clerk of courts, right? That's very, very important because that recording is what gives you the right to say, I am the owner, okay? Let me give you guys a fun fact and maybe just make your brain work a little bit here. Let's say I have a deed, right? And I have the deed in my physical possession. I'll just pretend that this is a deed, okay? And the deed is from John Smith, the previous owner, to, Reverse Flip LLC, right? And I have the deed, and the deed is sitting here on my desk. Am I the legal owner of the property? Yes or no? Let's see if anybody comes in on the chat on that. Am I the legal owner on the property? Yes or no? Am I the owner of that property? Simple question. You guys are going to hit me with a yes or no? Yes. 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 No. Somebody said no. Okay. Yes. Great. Keep coming. Let's go. If you recorded it. There we go. Yes. Okay, cool. So the answer is you're both right. Legally speaking, I am the owner because I have a deed in my possession. However, if I do not record that deed with the clerk of courts, nobody knows about it. I will not appear on a title transfer. I will not appear on a title search or a title commitment or a TC. And if anybody else was maybe speaking to another heir or another seller or the same seller, they go run a title transfer and my deed's not recorded, it's as good as you're not even the owner. Okay. So I've even ran into heirs that say, oh yeah, my dad gave me a deed before he passed away 3 years ago. And I said, well, did you record it? And they're like, no, I haven't recorded it yet. Well, it's too late now. The gentleman's deceased, right? So do you understand the difference? Now, it's great that you have it in your physical possession, but you want to record that deed in order to make the world aware that you are the owner now. Does that make sense, guys? So you were both right. However, obviously recording it is what gives the legal right to do so. And it's a matter of of timing too, right? If you are the legal owner and then somebody passes away, it doesn't matter. You don't have to do a probate anymore because you were the legal owner before they were deceased. Okay. And ask me how I know that happens. Running your numbers. This is the part where, you should have ran your numbers at the beginning, by the way, of this process, like with the acquisition and all that stuff. But this is really the part where you're going to run your numbers pretty strict. And now you're actually going to see like, okay, cool. It's been 2 months, it's been 3 months, it's been a month, it's been 4 months, whatever it is, since we got this deal. Now we're all ready. We're all polished. We're ready to go. I'm going to list this thing. What are the comps saying today? Always best practice to rerun the comps all over again and really see what's going on, because a lot of things change, man. A month goes by, a week goes by, new properties get listed, new properties come down, new closings happen every day, right? You want to know what's actually going on today. Why? Because comps might have gone up or comps might have gone down, or it's a good time to listen, it's a bad time to listen, right? Are you one or the other? And then of course, you also want to make sure like, hey, I'm about to list this. Let's just say for the sake of argument, you're like, hey, I'm about to list this at $300,000. Well, then you go check the comps and there's a bunch of other things listed underneath $300,000 that are very comparable to yours. Do you want to still list it at 300,000? No. The answer for me would be absolutely not. I want to undercut the market every single time. Even though I may want a higher price, which I'll probably get, and we'll speak to that in a little bit. I want to push the market up. But what I want to do is come in low enough where I take all the eyeballs off of everyone else's property and I bring them to me. The easiest, fastest way that I know how to do that is by dropping price and being beneath them, because people are going to do searches and people have auto searches going on all the time, and they're going to find your property and they're going to say, whoa, 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 hold up. What is this thing over here on 123 Main Street? Why is it at at 280 and everybody else is 300? Let me go make an offer over there. Let me go check out what's going on over there. So now I got attention, which is the number one rule of sales and marketing as a whole, right? Get people's attention. What's the as is value? That is your value without repairs. Okay. That means, hey, I'm going to sell it the way it is, as is, where is, how is. I don't want to do a thing to it. Right. Now, keep in mind, cleaning and stuff like that, I don't really consider that doing anything to it. I'm talking about renovations. What is the ARV? What's the after repair value? Put yourself in your buyer's shoes, right? Typically, we are transacting and we are selling to buyers that are cash buyers. Okay, rehab buyers, rental buyers. That's what we're doing. So you got to put yourself in their shoes and say, okay, if this dude buys it from me, let's say at 300, right? And he puts 50 grand into it, which is what I think it needs in repairs. He's going to be able to sell this thing for 440, 430. Like that's a realistic explanation and that's a realistic value, right? And that's what your buyer's going to be looking for. Somewhere between 430, 440, 450 so that he can net maybe 50 to 60 grand. That's what they're going to be looking for, right? Now, everybody's going to be like, oh, but it doesn't need 50, it needs 60, it needs 40. Let everybody else run their numbers. You just follow the market. What are their costs to clear title and resolve issues? Now, we've talked about this at length, right? What do I want to deal with and what don't I want to deal with? And what I mean by that is, do I really, going back to my example, do I really want to deal with this lien in violation? Or should I just sell it as is? A lot of the times, it's going to be the latter. It's going to be the second answer. And it's going to be like, listen, just sell it as is, right? What else is clouding the title? Now, this is where you get your actual lien search, your title search, right? From your title company or your title attorney. And now you're going to see everything. Hey, so here's the up-to-date taxes. Here's the up-to-date liens. Here's the up-to-date violations. Here's the up-to-date judgments on it, right? What can I start to clear off, right? Boom, 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 right? So you 305 MIA. I appreciate that. Yes, I am. It's 305 day today. As a matter of fact, 305 day today. It's a good day. Calculate your total basis versus your expected sale price to confirm profit margin. Okay. Now, what does that mean? Hey, we're going to sell this for 300 and I paid the seller, again, arbitrary example. I paid the seller $10K for the deed and there's a mortgage on it for $220. So I'm all into this deal, and then there's some closing costs for $5K, let's say. So I'm all into this deal for $235, and I sell it at $300. What do I make? $65,000. That is what I make. 305 meetup. Yeah. That's how you determine what you're actually making, guys. Okay. I see a lot of people come through and they're like, oh, yeah, I made 40 grand on that deal. I'm like, you did? They're like, well, not really, because the marketing and the cost for the deal is like 5 grand. And then I did this to the deal and then the closing costs, and there was about 10 grand total. So I was like, all right, so you made 30, right? So be very careful when you say I made, right? Made, there's a difference between gross profit and net profit. I only care about the net profit. I don't care about gross profit, because gross profit is vanity, net profit is sanity. All right, write that one down. Determine the best exit strategy based on the spread. This one is very, very important. Again, you need to know where you are in your journey. Meaning everybody on this call right now, everybody, okay, is in a different stage of their career. Some of you may have not even started yet. You haven't even gotten your first deal. You haven't even spoken to your first seller yet. Great, welcome. Some of you are just getting started. Some of you may have done a few deals. Some of you have done a lot of deals. Some of you have rentals already, right? So depending on where you're at and what your business needs are, that being the key two words, business needs, that's where you determine what you want to do with the deal. Do I want to sell it for cash? Do I have the means, and do I want to fix and flip it and take it all the way? Hey, do I want to keep this, and can I keep this as a rental? Do I need it for taxes? Because I'm a high income earner and I need to keep a rental and I need to depreciate it. Or maybe I need to do a cost segregation. Again, talk to an accountant. I'm not giving any financial advice, but I do that all the time, right? I do different things. And I'm always evaluating where I'm at, because at different stages of my career, it's been very, very different, right? Today, I might keep something. Most of the time, I might keep something because I'm like, dude, I need the tax benefit. I need the tax benefit because I make a lot of money over here. I need the tax benefit because I'm not paying Uncle Sam. I don't know if you have seen where the money goes for Uncle Sam, but yeah, I ain't paying taxes for it. You know what I mean? So guys, that's where you determine your best exit, okay? As is, or ARV, those kinds of things. And then you make the decision to say, look, you know what, man? I'm newer to the business. I really need the money right now. I'm going to go make the 50 G's. I'm going to live off of a piece of that 50 G's. I'm going to reinvest the rest into the business. I'm going to keep doing what I did, and I'm going to stack up some capital, okay? Maybe you're in a position where you're like, hey, you know what? I really don't need the cash. I don't need the money, but I want another rental. This is a really good rental. It's going to cash flow me $1,000 a month. I'm going to get the tax appreciation every single year. I really don't need the money. And it has 150 grand in equity, which is going to grow over time. Let me keep it there. Let it be like another little addition to my portfolio, okay? Only you can answer that, all right? Now, I'm assuming the majority of you are in the first bucket where you're either brand new or you're just getting started off, and that's fine. Then you need to make money. You need to actually make money. Not like, oh, I see too many guys and girls that are newer to the business. They're like, yeah, I just want to start keeping rentals. I'm like, but do you have an income somewhere else? No, this is my only thing. I'm like, do you have money in the bank? No, I don't. I'm like, then you have no business keeping rentals. No. Like, don't let anybody sell you that pipe dream of like, oh yeah, you should keep rentals with nothing and blah, 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 and cash flow $250 a month. Please, guys, come on. Be a grown up. You don't need that. You need money. You need money. You need to stack up some capital, okay? Now we're going to talk about marketing your deals for sale, all right? Crafting the deal package. Now, I'm going to give you an example of what a good description should be, okay, on a property that I want to sell. Okay, so let me read something to you out loud. So you see here it says property address, photos, conditions, details. Don't cheap out. It's very important. Photos. Don't go out there and take a couple of photos with your iPhone, please, for the love of God. Come on, man. Unless the house is a complete trash out with, obviously with a hoarder, freaking packed house. Obviously, don't send the photographer to that. But clean it out. You do all that stuff, please, for the love of God. Take some good pictures. A picture's worth 1,000 words, and it really is. And in this business, it's worth $10,000. Okay. So here's a description. Okay. This is what this should sound like in terms of like a description, whether you're using it on an email blast or whether you're using it on a listing. Legal 3-bed, 2-bath with over 1,700 square feet. Vacant property, clean title, no liens, no violations, selling as is for cash only, 0 inspection period. This is a light rehab with serious upside for an investor who moves fast. Creating urgency. CTA, call to action. No drama, no complications. Just buy it, close quick, and make fast profit. Perfect for a fix and flipper who doesn't want a heavy renovation project. Do you see that right there? I just described my perfect avatar within that description. Too many guys give way too much information and they try to sell the property with the listing description alone. They're like, oh, it's a 3-2 with an oversized 16,000 square foot lot, zoned RS2, coming in at blah, 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 many beds and baths, and the year of the AC is 2021, and the roof was done in 2006, so you're going to have to do it. And da, 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 da. They give these giant descriptions. It's like, oh my God, you know, school zone, A plus, B minus, whatever. No, dude, nobody gives a shit about that, especially in this business. My guys want to know, hey, am I buying this for a good price? Is it fast? Can I close today? Is it easy? Is it going to be less stressful for me? And can I do it quickly? Yes. And will I make a profit? Yes, you will. Boom, done. Come to me. It's vacant, got clean title, it's got no liens, no violations, guys. That's it. That, by the way, that is a fix and flipper's dream, by the way. Like a fix and flipper's dream. And then I see guys do the opposite too, where they put in all the negative shit into their description. And they say, oh, property has multiple liens and violations, over $200,000 in liens. Don't bother with low ball offers. Don't call, blah, blah, blah. Basically saying like, don't even bother. Why are you even reading this, right? Guys, don't give too much either, right? The purpose of the description, whether it's on a cash buyer's list, blast, or on the MLS, guys, again, this is marketing. What you're doing is trying to incite people to call in so you can vet them, talk to them, right? And sell the damn deal. If you make it so hard for people to even pick, some people just make it too hard for people to pick up the phone. All right. The title status, clean. It is clean. We cleaned up the title. That's what you're buying, baby. That's why you're paying a premium. Repair estimates, if applicable. I go two ways on this. Some people, buyers back in the day, until this day, they still ask, they're like, what kind of repair estimates do you have? I'm like, I don't. That's not my job. That's your job, right? Because I don't want to put my foot in my mouth. I might say, hey, the renovation on this property is $40K. And the guy might be like, it's like 60, bro. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Or on the opposite, hey, the renovation for this is 40K. It's like, this guy's crazy, bro. It's 25 grand. Right? So again, I do not put myself in that scenario. I do not put myself in the buyer's shoes. I also don't give out ARVs and comps and all that stuff. No, I don't give that stuff. ARV 550, blah, blah, blah. No. You know why? Because I also don't want to shoot myself in the foot. Because maybe a buyer sees it and says, yeah, I think the ARV is 580. I'm going to pay more for this deal. But if I say 550, I just shot myself in the foot, right? Don't shoot yourself in the foot. Let the market do the hard work, guys, okay? Asking price and terms you'll accept. Cash, financing, assignment. It's right there. It says, as is, for cash only, 0 inspection period. What am I doing there? I'm weeding out most of the idiots that are going to bother me and going to waste my time, okay? As is, cash only, 0 inspection period. It's also assumed that hard money, obviously. Hard money is treated the same as cash. That's a conversation for another time. Make sure you vet the people who are using the hard money because most of these lenders are, wow, idiots. With that said, the last piece here is the most important. Make it easy for a buyer to say yes. Write that down. Make it easy for a buyer to say yes. We're talking about dispo, right? But I'm gonna change up the terms here a little bit. That is identically important on the acquisition side with the seller. Make it easy, substitute the word buyer with seller. Make it easy for a seller to say yes to working with you. That is very important. The less friction you have, the more money you make. Write that down. The less friction I create, the more money I make. Guys, get that? Cool. Let's move on. Marketing channels. This is one of my favorites. Listing it on the MLS is by far my favorite. By far. Listen, there's been a lot of apps and there's Investor Lift and there's Investor Twist and there's Investor this and all this stuff. Listen, that's great. And I'm not hating on anybody. The MLS is still undefeated. Listen to me. The MLS is still undefeated. And if you already have the deed, using the RF method. Why would you not want to list the property? You already own it. You don't have to worry about getting circumvented. You don't have to worry about your buyer or your seller signing with somebody else. You control it. Especially true if it's vacant, like this one. Why? I have it on lockbox, no sellers in the house, there's no heirs in the house is vacant. Again, that is a wholesaler's dream, a vacant property on a lockbox. By the way, you notice I didn't say in my description, I put vacant, but I didn't put vacant on a lockbox because you don't want people to pop your lockbox. Ask me how I know. Email blast to your buyers list if you have a buyers list. Now, this is one of the most common things with newer people. They're like, oh man, well, how do I build a buyers list? I need to build my buyers list first, and then I'll go after the sellers. Stop it. I never had a buyers list till years into this business. You know what I did have though? I had a sellers list, baby, and I had deals that came through that. And a great mentor of mine once told me a very long time ago, and I'll impart the wisdom on you. If you have a good deal, the buyers will appear. Okay, very, 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 very important. Guys, I'm dropping absolute gems for you tonight. This is like a Dispo masterclass. This one session will make you so much money in your career. And I actually pride myself. Dispo is my shit. I love it. I used to love doing it in the business. It was my favorite part of the business. And dare I say, it was probably one of the parts that I got the best at, right? Social media posts, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. Again, if you have a following like me nowadays, that I have a little bit of a following, infamous, not famous yet, but nonetheless, I use social media. If you follow me today on Instagram, I posted about this same property that I'm telling you about. I leverage my social media. I got like 10 DMs on that property within an hour. Like, hey, what's the asking? Hey, how can I get in? Hey, yeah, I'm interested. Da, 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 da. Because it first of all, it creates good content for me. Number two, it lets people know that I'm still actively doing deals, right? So I'm not out here, on a beach somewhere, because I actually am. Number three, it's leveraging my eyeballs that I have. Now, I'm still going to list this thing on the MLS, but I can't tell you how many times some crazy guy comes through Instagram and says, yo, I'll give you 420 right now. I'm like, whoa, hold up a second. Maybe I'll take it, right? You never know. Or it also connects me, looking further, it also connects you to people on another deal, right? They might bring you something else. It might spark up a conversation and be like, look, man, you know what? This one isn't for me, but I got another one. Maybe you take a look at it. Boom. Now we're off to doing a JV. Maybe now we make some money together, right? Local REI groups and forums. Guys, look, these are cool. I'm a little bit impartial to them unless those communities are run really, really well. Not just like a giant Facebook group with 100,000 people in there, man. You're going to get spammed. Somebody's probably going to go after your deal. I promise you that. So if you have the deed, you should be fine. But nonetheless, it's a little bit less informed or a little bit less personal. Just be very weary of that. Real estate listing platforms, again, it's the same thing, right? When you push to the MLS, and by the way, when I list on the MLS, I use a flat fee listing service. So I use a company called Baycom. They're in multiple states. I think it costs $250 to list it, and it pushes it out to Zillow, it pushes it out to Redfin, it pushes it out to every single major platform known to man. All right, and direct outreach to known active buyers in your market, guys. That's very, very simple. Look up properties within a half-mile radius of your subject property. Look up anybody who's closed in the last year with an LLC. Find their name, skip trace them, just like you would a seller. Find their name on Sunbiz or your corporate registry, depending on what state you're in. Call them, say, hey, John, this is Will. Hey, Will, what can I do for you? Hey, John, I saw that you own 123 Main Street. Yeah, I do. I don't want to sell it. Nope, you're right. You don't want to sell it, and I don't want to sell. I don't want to sell you it. I don't want to buy it. No. But I do own 134 Main Street, and I was interested in knowing if you wanted to buy that before I make my next call. Oh, yeah, what are you asking for? Oh, yeah, it's a great question, John. Let me just tell you. Here you go. Now, hey, can I add you to my list? I get properties in this area fairly often. I don't want to spam you or anything like that. But if something does come up, you're telling me you buy, right? Yeah, sure, man. Add me to your list. Here's my email, blah, blah, blah. Okay, next. Boom. Keep it moving. You guys get that? Very simple, guys. This is very, very simple strategies. So my six-figure deal pricing strategy, okay? Know your floor means your minimum acceptance point, which means the least amount you're willing to profit, okay? 2, start low on the MLS. Now, this one is key, guys. If you're going to write anything down tonight, write this down. This property, for example, this is my strategy to all properties I disposition. It has made me millions of dollars. Pay attention. Remember what I was telling you about attracting eyeballs? Right. Here's what I do. Do not be the guy that lists everything at the price that they want to get for it. Don't be that guy. I know that's counterintuitive. Will, but if I could get 420, I should list for like 419, right? No. No, you shouldn't. You should list it for 399. You should list it in that example for 399. I'm going to tell you why. Because the searches are going to go up in $50,000 increments. Most people search by $50,000 or $100,000 increments. So if somebody's searching for 399, 999, you're not even going to appear at 419. Rule number one. Rule number two. I told you guys you want to create a bidding war, right? You see it on the third one there. You want to create a buyer frenzy. How do you do that? Price. Takes away all the eyeballs from everybody else, and it puts the eyeballs on your property. And guess what, guys? You can always go up, and I always sell my properties above ask. So I guarantee you this. I'm going to list this thing. That's exactly what I'm going to list it for. 399, 999. My phone is going to melt, right? And we're creating content around it, so I'm going to record all the calls. My phone's going to melt, and I'm going to push everybody up to that 420 mark, 415, 420 mark. Why? Because they know, holy shit, this thing is priced right. This thing is going to fly. And it happens every single time. Everybody's always chasing a bigger profit or right away. I'm chasing the bigger profit, but I'm letting the buyer take themselves there. Does that make sense? Cool. So start a bidding war. I just told you that. All right. And here's another thing, another gold nugget here for you. If you have a vacant property, especially if you own the deed, which is exactly like this example right here, Marcelo's as well, right? The example I'm going to show you. Guys, don't ever schedule a showing with just one person, especially if your sellers aren't in the house. That is one of the silliest things I've ever seen. You do this and you want to make a lot of money. This is what you're going to do. You schedule one showing, one time, take it or leave it, and funnel all your buyers at the same exact time. What is that going to do? This is what it's going to do. I want you to put yourself in the buyer's situation, right? In their shoes. They're going to show up to your property. They're going to be parked outside on the street. And I just want you to picture it for me, right? They're parked in their car in the street waiting for the showing. They showed up early, let's say. Showing was at 1 p.m. They showed up at 12:50. They're going to start to notice, I know that guy. I know that guy. Hey, what's that guy doing here? Is that another car? Holy shit, how many cars are there here? Right? Now that feeling of like, oh shit, urgency. Oh my God. How many freaking, I know that guy. He's going to pay more than me. God damn it. That guy's here. Fuck. I thought I was the only one that knew about this house. God damn it. Now all my competition's here. So by the time that your runner or you, right? I used to do it back in the day, shows up to the house and goes, let's go inside. Boom. And you let everybody in. Dude, it's like herding cattle. Like 20 guys, all flowing through the property, and they're all like looking, and they're all doing the same thing with the little clipboard, and they're like, oh shit. And like clockwork, 10 of them are going to run outside and they're going to call, where do I need to be on this house? What do you want? I know it's $399. What do you want? I know you're going to go over. What do you want? Hey man, listen, my phone's blowing up right now. Like, do you have an offer or what? Well, listen, would you take 410? Maybe, but I got to be honest with you. This other guy just offered me 412, so I'm not really sure. This other guy offered me 415. Hey, listen, I got to go, but let me call you back, Steve. Thank you. Sorry. Boom. Next. Call. Same thing. Repeat. By the end of it, I'll know, are you willing to go zero to inspect? Yeah, I am. Hey, 10K non-refundable with my attorney? Yes, I am. Can you close in 2 weeks? No, I can't close in 3 weeks. I can close in 3 weeks. I can close in, 4 weeks. Hey, no, I need you to close in 2 weeks. No, man, that's not something I can do. I'm sorry, brother. I got to go. Boom. Next. And by the time that I push, even if I had one offer, I would still push everybody else imaginarily against themselves. And I will end up at that 420, no questions asked. Now, here's your dispo menu. Selling as is to a cash buyer. This is the fastest and most common exit in reverse flip deals. Wholesaling as well, right? Once title issues are resolved, the property becomes attractive. Boom, to cash buyers who want a clean, discounted deal. Remember, they do not want to do the work that you have done to clean up this property. They don't want to do the probates. They don't want to deal with the sellers. They don't want to deal with the squatter. They don't want to deal with the BS. You do. Therefore, you get to charge a premium. They know this, and they will pay a premium for a clean property to flip. Okay? No rehab needed. You solve the problem, not the property. Again, you guys are thinking that you're in the one business, but in reality, you're in the other business. Yes, you're in the real estate business, but you're really in the problem business. You solve the problem. Let the property solving go to the fix and flipper or the buy and holder. Let them do that. Oh man, I got to put 60 grand into it. You damn right you do, buddy. Because I put like 20 grand into the legal work in this thing. But I fixed that for you, and you can fix this house for the next buyer. That's how this business works. And that's also the beauty of this business, guys. There's so much money to be made per transaction that it's crazy. All right. Wholesale the deed to another investor. You can assign or sell the deed to a rehabber, landlord, buy and holder. You are selling from a position of ownership, by the way, not a flimsy contract. Very, very different. When a buyer calls me up and he's like, yeah, man, but you got to close, right? You know how good of a feeling it is when you can tell a buyer, hey, brother, go check the property appraiser. I already own it. I don't need to close. I'm in no rush. Oh, what do you mean? I already own it. I already closed. Dude, that took away all the wind in their sails. They're like, oh, shit. This isn't just some little kid who's trying to wholesale this deal. Not me. Not me. The next guy maybe, but not me. No. Papi, I take my time. I'm good, right? You're selling from a point of ownership. Higher assignment fees always happen because a buyer trusts the deed and because a buyer trusts what you're saying and that they don't have no leverage over you. What you want a buyer to feel like is that they're getting a great deal, but also, remember, these guys are sharks. Make no mistake about it, okay? You want them to feel like they have no leverage over you, which they shouldn't have leverage over you. Because when leverage happens for them, they smell blood in the water. They're like, ooh, we could get a discount here. Now, I paid my dues when I was very early on in this business, but guys, you don't want to give anything away. Cash out refi. Now, we're just going to start going through some strategy so I can get to the case study. Refinancing the property after clearing out the title and pull out cash from the equity that you created. This is awesome. Again, this is a more advanced exit strategy for the record. I do not advise this for somebody who's brand new and you probably won't have the capability to do it. But this is known as the rich man's bonus. Okay, I do a cash out refi on my properties usually every 3 to 5 years. Okay, why is it known as a rich man's bonus? Because the property paid me initially, it's paid me throughout cash flow and tax depreciation. And then every 3 to 5 years, there's enough equity where I can pull out 75% of the ARV. And guess what? It is known as a cash out refi and it is tax free. Why? Because I have not had a sale. It's not a sale. It is a debt object is what I've done. So I've taken out debt. I have not sold this property, so it is tax-free. Again, speak to a CPA, but this is a rich man's bonus. Investor clears out, created $350K in equity within 30 days, or 90 days, excuse me, and pulled out 49 cash out refi, plus keep the property, monthly cash flows, long-term tax benefits, right? Great for building a portfolio and while still getting paid up front, right? It's a non-taxable event. That is exactly right. Hold as a rental. Keep the property and collect monthly cash flow. This one's pretty simple, guys. Again, a little bit more of an advanced strategy. That's not to say that you can't be newer and keep a rental. It happens, right? But I do not advise it because it's a totally different business that you're going to get into with a totally different skill set. And you don't want to get distracted. Keep the main thing the main thing. You're building long-term wealth through appreciation, equity, tax advantages, etc. Ideal for properties in strong rental markets where demand supports the hold strategy. Don't ever buy anything and keep anything saying, oh, well, it doesn't cash flow today, but I'll have, forward appreciation. You better be really right on that. That's all I can say. Okay, so that's why I say it's an advanced strategy. Lease option, rent to own. Honestly, I don't do very many of these. I've done some of them. It's not my bread and butter per se, but basically you collect an option fee up front plus your monthly rent, and you basically sell that to somebody else, kind of like a renter that has an option to buy. Okay, so it's like a tenant, but they take care of anything. You're still the landlord, right? It's a little bit of a hybrid model. It's brilliant. This guy named Ron LeGrand, which is awesome, and he's been doing this since the 70s. He's taught this for 40 years, and he's shredded me at masterminds when I've spoken in front of him on hot seats. But he's really right. This is a great strategy, and it works well for properties in retail buyer neighborhoods. Okay, seller financing, owner finance. You can become the bank. You can sell it on owner finance if you want, or you can buy it on owner finance. You can do that too, right? The OGs of OGs. Yeah, he is the OG, dude. He's like taught everybody in this business. He's like 90. He's up there. Creates a long-term income stream and often commands a higher sales price. Why? Because price and terms, they are getting their terms, you're getting your price. Makes sense. Ideal exit for properties where traditional financing might be difficult for an end buyer, right? This is very, very common. Okay. Hybrid creative exits. Combine strategies. You can do refis to recoup costs and lease option. Again, guys, don't get into the weeds. Stay focused. If you're newer, for the majority of you on this call, you want to make money. You want to grab deeds. You want to clean them up. You want to slam them, make profit, keep growing, and keep moving. Once you're in a position of, hey, stability and hey, I got some money, I got this, I got some experience, I got resources, boom, then you start to keep, right? Hey, now I need the tax benefit. Yeah, you do, right? Decision framework. I already spoke about this, right? But basically it's, do I need cash fast? Then you sell as is to a cash buyer or wholesaler deal. Strong rental market. Hold as a rental or lease option. It's up to you, right? And can you do it? Big equity spread after curing title. Cash out refi plus hold. Retail buyer neighborhood. List on the MLS or seller finance. Multiple exit paths available. You have leverage. Pick the one with the highest return. No problem. Okay. Now here's the real deal case study. All right. I'm going to give you the address on the HUD here. This is Marcelo. This is the text message from him. My West Little River deal just closed. $61,000 net, left money on the table, but learned a ton, right? My first door knock deal. I was super proud of him, super happy for him. 61K in 61 days is pretty awesome. He is in RF Pro. He paid 25 grand to be inside of RF Pro, and he makes 61 grand on his first deal. Less than 3 months of being in the community. I'd say that's a win, and he more than, he tripled his money almost. And plus, he's got other deals in the pipeline, by the way. So let's go right into it. I told you guys I was going to show you HUDs, right? And I told you guys that I was going to show you real addresses. So if you look through the HUD here, you can see 3630 Northwest right here. It's a little small, but, oh, no, I can't zoom that in. So it's a little small, but right here, boom, where my mouse is, 3630 Northwest 98th Street. The deal is so recent, it might not even have recorded on Property Appraiser yet. But here's your HUD. So he goes out, finds a multiple air situation on an auction list. Really what he did was follow a very simple video that I made, went into it, grabbed an auction list in Miami-Dade County, grabbed compiled the list, literally went and door knocked them, found one of the heirs living in the house, he led him to the other heir, boom, boom, bam. He did a probate. It took less than 30 days because it was fast. It was a summary. Thing was going to auction. He stopped it. He paid the taxes. I think it was like 8 or 9 grand. Buys it for 170. They were going to list it for 280 if I'm not mistaken. And he comes in that's cash from the borrower. He put up the money. He had the money to put. And the cash to seller was 108 minus all the charges and all that stuff. And then you can see the resale side was a net profit, 64,000 and change, and then minus the fees and stuff like that. So he sold it for 285 to the next buyer, right? And here's his cash to seller, because remember on the right HUD over here, this is the purchase. This is him as the buyer. This is him as the seller. He actually took this down. He could have done this with private money as well. 224-2026. He is the seller on this side. The cash to him was 234. So you take 234 minus 170 and you get 64,000 minus some costs and fees and closing stuff. You get $61,000 net. Okay. Expense breakdown. This is exactly what he did. 170 closing costs, 2689, wire fees. I mean, he literally itemized it down. FPL, lawn maintenance, copy of keys, lien settlement difference, boom. Time to profit, $61,404 with 52 cents. Hold time was 24 days. That's from when he closed to when he sold. The other 30-something days were in the probate and when he first got them. Guys, if this is not lightning to you, I don't know. How many other people do you think are making 61 grand in 61 days off of one deal and have 4 or 5 others happening at the same time? By the way, this deal was in Miami-Dade County. This is a very hot market, and my man popped off a $61,000 deal, okay? So let's recap what we've done here and what we've learned here, okay? So here is the deal. Why disposition matters. Preparing the property for dispo. Marketing your deal for sale. Multiple exit strategies. And of course, the real deal case study that we just walked you through and showed you how much money there is to be made on a simple auction door knock list. And it was really, really fast. Okay. Was this valuable to you so far? All of you should say yes for the love of Christ, because it is. So if you want a JV with us, just like Marcelo did, this is the JV link. A lot of you guys asked me, on the RF deal desk and all that stuff. That is the link to JV with us, to JV with me. And of course, where all this data is found, where are these guys figuring out, hey, where do I pull my list? How do I run my comp? We use the Deal Finder app. We have our own app that we have designed and we put out for you. It's called rfdealfinder.com. Go ahead and sign up for it. Anyone who's using it will tell you that it's freaking awesome, and it's all in one. Okay, so again, if you want a JV, here it is right here. And if you guys want to go ahead and use the app, by all means, this is not like a pitch or anything like that, but we get asked about this all the time. Now, does anybody have any questions? Because I will open it up to Q&A for the next 5 minutes or so. No problem. Let's go, guys. Any questions? Any questions? Hop in the chat. If there's no questions, this is going to be an easy one. It was an easy one. Thanks, Willie. You're welcome, bro. Let me look through. Run dies. Oh, I think you meant to say Ron does land trust. Yeah, sometimes he does land trust. Again, I don't know all his business, but yes, sometimes he does. I know because I learned it from him at one point. Is there several ways to vet buyers or just one way? Again, it's just more so having a conversation with them. The easiest way to vet buyers is, hey, this is a 0-day inspection. It's a 10K non-refundable escrow. Is that going to be an issue for you? Boom. It's going to be the easiest one. Second validating question would be like, hey, are you using cash or hard money? No, I'm going to use cash. Okay. You understand that if you do use hard money, we need to know upfront, right? We just don't want to have any delays in our closing. Well, sometimes I use, yep. So why don't you tell me the truth from the start? All right. So yeah, those are the easiest ways. Really, the cash and the non-refundable escrow, you closing with your own attorney too. Like, hey, we only close at our title company. Oh, no, but I want my title company to close it. Okay, well, listen, they can shadow the transaction, but we are going to close with our title company. All right, that's another way. Are short sales still a viable opportunity? Again, there are short sales being done every single day. We are not focusing on them. Just too much time and too hard. Hard money delays. How long is this delay? Again, man, it depends on the hard money lender, but I really wouldn't worry about that. I would focus on getting deals. That's what you guys need to focus on. That's the most important thing. Is Sunbiz in the Florida area? I have to find info on property in Illinois. Sunbiz is a corporate registry, so it's where we look up like LLCs and stuff like that in Florida. I don't know what that is for Illinois, or if they even have one. Some states don't have one, like Wyoming, Delaware, Nevada. That's why people, set up LLCs out there, so you can't find them. That's where my LLCs are based out of. Can this work in California? Yes, it can, except I am not a big fan of California as a marketplace. Just too much red tape, man. Your state, no offense, is just crazy. These are good questions. Any more? A couple more, couple more. You're going to move through. All right. Do I have to have a team like yourself, lawyer, etc.? No. The best way to do it is to partner with us, right? That's what the resources are for. And we do have guys in California in our community as well. Yeah, you don't have to have that team. I didn't have a team when I started, right? I just learned and I grew it out, and I JV'd with people, right? I joint ventured with people that had those kinds of relationships and stuff like that. Where's the correct spelling of? Yeah, so Baycom, it's Baycom, and I'm pretty sure here's the link. How much is the community? You could talk to my team about that if you're interested. They'll be happy to talk to you about that. We have several different communities. The pro is 25 to 30K, and then the accelerator is 15K, and then there's another form of coaching as well. Is there a replay available? Yeah, I think there's a replay and a recording of it, which if you just go above the chat, Antonio had posted it above. Here's the link to Baycom, BEYCOME.com. Thanks. No problem. All right, guys. Well, listen, it's been an absolute pleasure. I love all the questions. I love everybody being here. And this was honestly my favorite topic to talk about, Dispo and all that kind of stuff. So, do you have to be a part of the coaching in order to partner on a deal with you? For right now, yes. That's how we have it set up because we have so many deals coming in and we want to be obviously respectful to the members of our community. But there is a starter community in there. And if you do have a really, really good deal, maybe we can figure something out. Um, if you guys are not subscribed to my YouTube channel, all you guys that are coming on to the RF Deal Desk, I basically do a variation of this for about 30 to 45 minutes every single day, 5 to 6 every weekday, weekends, Saturday only, 12 to 1. Guys, I give out so much content and so much gold nuggets on there. It's incredible. So like and subscribe. It's at Willy Numbers, Willy with a Y, Numbers. Can we partner your students? You can partner with my students, yeah, if you can find them, sure. That's not a problem. Apologies, I don't see the replay above the chat. There's a replay. All right.
And
That
I would just say this, Will, just anybody that wants to be a part of the community, we're very open to making this thing work. I'd say just get on the phone with one of our strategists. And they'll find a way to make it work, especially if you're a person that's willing to roll up their sleeves and get deals done. That's really what we want to do. So, the first things first is I'd say get in the starter community. Second, get the main system that we use to run our business, which is the RF Deal Finder. You need that to run your business. Get in there. And then inside there's a link if you want to set up a time with one of our strategists. We'll find a way to make something work if you really are a person that wants to get these deals done. We want to do another 50K deal. We want to do 100K deals. We want to do 200K deals. We just want to make sure we're spending our time with the right people. That's why we want to make sure we work with the people in our community. It's not that we don't want to partner with people who aren't. It's just we found out the people who pay attention. And
that's
so we
right.
want to work with the people who really are saying, hey, my time is valuable, your time is valuable. I'm serious. Let's get a deal done. We want to find those people. So that's our main goal, guys.
Correct. The time frames are for YouTube is 5 to 6 and then 12 to 1 on Saturdays, but every weekday is 5 to 6. Guys, I really appreciate this. This has been an amazing series. Love every single one of you guys. Appreciate it. If you need anything, you have all the links. I'll see you on YouTube, and we hope to see some of you inside the community. As always, it's a pleasure, and I appreciate you guys. Have a great night.